Thank you very much. Seeing that all the board members are present, I hereby call the November 2023 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:34 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Yoshimoto Tari, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all. I'd like to welcome the board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person. I'd like to encourage everyone in the boardroom to continue to take precautions. We have had COVID exposures at almost every SBE meeting this year. Masks are available in the back of the room if you need one, and thank you for your consideration. There are 3 items on the agenda that have addenda. The item 3 addendum is the 2024-25 State Board of Education student member recommendations of 3 finalists for submission to the governor for consideration and appointment. Item 4 addendum is the reports from the 2023 Student Advisory Board on Education. We're very excited to receive those later this morning. Item 1, the addendum is the 2023 State Board Screening Committee recommendations regarding appointments to the Advisory Commission on Charter School, Advisory Commission on Special Education, California Practitioners Advisory Group, and the Instructional Quality Commission. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through 12. The proposed regular consent items are items 10 through 14. There is one public hearing on the agenda. It is item 18, the appeal of the denial of a petition for the establishment of a classroom-based charter school pursuant to California Education Code Section 47605K2. And this is the review of the appeal and documentary record and decision to affirm or reverse the Yuba City Unified School District's and Sutter County Board of Education's determinations of the New Pacific School Yuba City petition. We have changes in the agenda. We will reopen item 1, State Board projects and priorities this morning after item 2, the appointment of Nancy Portillo to Chief Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction to take up the President's report. We will also reopen item 1, State Board projects and priorities later today to take action on the preliminary report of actions, draft September 2023 meeting minutes. Take up the State Board Screening Committee's recommendations for appointments to several commissions, and to report on our liaison assignments. Item 15, a petition from the Orange County Board of Education to transfer the duties and powers of the Orange County Committee on School District Organization to the Orange County Board of Education was withdrawn from the agenda on Monday, November 6th, 2023, at the request of the Orange County Board of Education. Public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number and entering the participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to the caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast so that we do not get an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that staff is able to track the in-person speakers for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute per speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Item 19 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed in the board's agenda. So I'll now open item 1, which is our State Board projects and priorities item. Superintendent Thurman is at a CSU meeting and is delayed in launching his talk, so I'm going to begin with my president's report, and then I think he will be available for his report as well. So I'm going to start by just noting that the Department of Education last month released our statewide student test scores for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, also fondly known as CASP, as well as information on student chronic absenteeism rates. The department will be providing us with a presentation on those results later today, so I won't provide too much detail here, but I do want to share a few observations and a couple of key takeaways from the data. The results from the 2022 assessments did show some hopeful signs that recovery from pandemic-related declines may be beginning, and we see some of that in 2023. But they also indicate there's a long way to go for students and schools to fully recover from what we've experienced in these last 3 years. One striking change is the composition of the student population in California. In addition to a decline in the number of students over the last few years by about 300,000 students, we have seen a substantial increase in the proportion of socioeconomically disadvantaged students. In the last year alone, the proportion of such students among those tested increased from 60% to 63%. This was also accompanied by an increase in the number and proportion of students experiencing homelessness, youth in foster care, and students with exceptional needs. So we can see that the ongoing impact of the pandemic is happening in multiple ways throughout the state. Normally, this kind of a shift is accompanied by a drop in test scores and other outcomes. Nonetheless, California did make small gains in math and science and on the English language proficiency assessment. Our highest needs special education students also made gains on the alternate assessments in math and English language arts. Scores on the English language arts test were basically static, with small gains in grades 3 and 11 and no change or small declines in the other grade levels. The small improvement in assessment results was paired with a very large drop in chronic absenteeism in the 2022-23 school year from 30% in 2021-22 to just under 25% in 2022-23. Which is more than a 5 percentage point decline. Some of our most vulnerable students saw the largest improvements on this measure, including foster youth and migrant students. We continue to be concerned that our chronic absenteeism rates remain higher than our pre-pandemic rates. They are improving more quickly than in other states, many of which are still seeing rates above 30%. And this is true even as our schools struggle to continue to deal with COVID surges and other illnesses like RSV, while the number of climate events continues to increase, both occasioning school closures and difficulties with reaching school during fires and floods, heat waves, and major storms. So we will need to continue to work on how we can more effectively support continuity of instruction, using technology as a resource and opportunities for students to make up attendance so that learning is enabled even when seat time is disrupted. We still have a long way to go to overcome the effects of the pandemic, but California has made substantial investments in our public education system to support continued progress, and many of the investments that we've made over the last 2 years are just beginning to reach the field now, or will reach the field in the coming year. It does take a while for the legislature to appropriate, for the department to figure out how to get the money out the door, for people to apply for the money and then begin to use it. So we will begin to see much more of the impact of community schools, extended learning time, TK, literacy coaches, and new Golden State pathways, as well as the rollout of the new mathematics framework. And those will begin to reach students, and I think they will make a growing difference in the coming years. And I think we all agree that we have to continue to build both on our needs and our successes to fully implement and realize our vision for a California for all kids. The whole child approach we've been taking is critical to creating the kind of environment that supports high quality learning for every child across our state. Other states are paying attention to California's progress. Last week, California hosted the National Association of State Boards of Education, the conference in San Diego. which I had the privilege of attending along with many of our members. At NASB, I was pleased to highlight our efforts in building a whole child, whole school, whole community approach to look ahead to the kinds of transformations that will allow all schools to prepare students for the rapidly changing demands of the 21st century. Board members Escobedo and Yoshimoto Tauri led a session on community schools. Vice President Glover Woods participated in a session featuring our accountability and continuous improvement system. A member of another state board stood up and confessed that they were in love with the California dashboard and were working to emulate many of its features. That happened to be a state who was in the news last night, so you can guess which one it might have been. Our TK initiative was the subject of yet another session. There were many questions directed to all of our members, including those I mentioned, and Member Lewis, Member Olkin, Member Orozco Gonzalez, about our work. And it was wonderful to be able to share it with so many other passionate state board members across the country. We're also beginning to make a difference in the new Office for Literacy in the California Department of Education, co-directed by Nancy Brynelson and Bonnie Garcia, who are coordinating all the many resources California has created to support literacy, the professional development centers, the resources for learning acceleration and dyslexia, a new literacy roadmap they will develop with help from leaders in the field. We'll be hearing more about that. An assist to this effort is an important new joint statement from the Reading League and the National Committee for Effective Literacy about the science of reading and implementation for English learners and emergent bilinguals. That, I think, is going to help us draw on the large body of research for multilingual as well as monolingual students. It complements the groundbreaking work California did when it passed our English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework, the first in the country to integrate the science of reading with the knowledge base for developing literacy for multilingual students. And finally, following the passage of last year's bill requiring universal screening for risk of reading difficulties, we are launched on the process of selecting a panel of experts to recommend a list of screeners that can be used by local schools to ensure that reading challenges are identified, along with appropriate interventions to launch each child on a strong path to literacy. And those panel recommendations will come to us in January. Finally, some exciting news for the State Board team. I would like to introduce the new Director of Communications for the State Board of Education, Alex Traverso. Where's Alex? There he is. We are very excited to have Alex joining the team. He brings broad and deep communications experience and evident passion for the work. He most recently served as an account director for KP Public Affairs. He previously held communications leadership positions in the Department of Housing and Community Development here in California, the Bureau of Cannabis Control, the California State Lottery. He also worked in the legislature, both as a communications director in the Office of State Assembly Member Lloyd Levine and as deputy press secretary in the Office of Assembly Speaker Fabian Nunez. He served as assistant press secretary in the Office of Governor Gray Davis. He's been around for a while doing this work. And Alex, please stand and be welcomed. And with that, I'm hoping to turn the agenda over to Superintendent Thurman, who should be beaming in from, I think, Bakersfield. Oh, Long Beach. Sorry, CSU Long Beach. Welcome, Superintendent Thurman.
Thank you. Thank you for your incredible, informative report. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, and good morning to the members of the board and to the members of the public. I'm excited to share with you the work that we will continue to do to center the needs of our students around student achievement. We all know that students struggled before the pandemic. Sometimes their needs were exacerbated after the pandemic. But California is positioned better than any other state to use resources unlike any we've seen in history to really accelerate learning for our students. And I know that there'll be some presentation today on statewide test scores, but I want to share with you that we have envisioned a strategy that we think is the same and necessary strategy to move students forward and to help districts help their students going forward from a statewide basis. And so with that, I just want to remind you that we are doing a realignment of the major investments that have been made in California to support student achievement, not the least of which is our Universal TK initiative that Dr. Darling Hammond referenced, the $500 million that are available to support reading coaches and specialists at districts that have high need for our early learners, our $4 billion for expanded learning programs. This is our opportunity to lengthen the school year, to provide additional time and support for students who need it. And of course, our community schools initiative, $4 billion in wraparound supports to support young people, and our learning recovery block grant, the $8 billion allocation has been made. We are inviting districts to think about these not as individual programs, but as components in a coordinated, comprehensive framework to support student achievement. Let's face it, the entire world, at all school districts in our country, students have experienced challenges. And what's most important is, what are we going to do about it? And so at the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education, we are centering our work around these incredible programs and then asking districts to provide more outcome measurement reporting so that we have comparable, measurable outcomes to report on the progress of our students. This alignment of these programs and our tracking of the outcome impacts could take years to see improvements, but it's my hope that we will continue to see growth every single year as the trajectory of our students continues to rise. Stay tuned from that. I also want to let you know about legislation that we will be sponsoring this year that will help to build a robust level of professional development for teachers, coaches, and staff who work on all things related to math and reading. This will be training for classified staff, certificated staff, coaches, administrators, parents, and volunteers to help all those who teach math to get more robust professional development there, and certainly to provide award-winning training for those who teach our children to read. And so we'll have more updates for you there. There's some other programs I want to share with you that we have been working on, and we've launched some new initiatives. We launched recently a paid internship program so that students can receive a stipend while they are learning about career pathways. We launched a Safety in Schools initiative, and we were grateful to have had the presentation from partners from the Sandy Hook Foundation who have taken what they've experienced and learned from the tragedy in Sandy Hook and are now working with schools to recognize the signs when there could be safety issues in a school and how to respond. We also presented some brand new partners and vendors who are available to school districts who have technology that can recognize a gun, even if it is hidden or disguised. And so we're continuing to work on school safety. On tomorrow, we are launching a homelessness summit, recognizing that California has some 200,000 homeless students, about 10,000 who are unaccompanied. We are anticipating introducing legislation that would call for more housing units and wraparound supports for our students. And this summit will bring together 100 people in Los Angeles and another 200 people who will be participating online to give input on how we strengthen the programs to support homeless students in our state. If I could briefly mention other legislation that has recently been signed into law that we have sponsored on the subject of preventing the banning of books, I'm very proud to say that our bill, AB 1078, has been signed into law. It says if any district bans a book as a part of discriminating against students of color or LGBTQ plus students, that district will be made to pay major fines to mitigate and offset those impacts. SB 760, the all gender restrooms bill, also signed into law. We recognize that many of our students, including transgender students and others, have felt unsafe on campus. And we're very proud to have passed SB 760 to provide all gender restrooms that can provide safety for our students. SB 88 to provide transportation safety. And You will soon be receiving a note that lists our new Teachers of the Year candidates that we have selected to work with us to advise our districts on ways that we continue to accelerate student learning and close learning gaps. We also have some new staff updates for you. There's some new staff that you will be seeing presenting soon, even today. We welcome our new Charter Schools Division Director, Susan Park, who you'll hear from, our Whole Child Division Director, Dominic Robinson. You will hear from our new Communications Director, Liz Sanders, and our new Special Education Division Director, Rachel Heenan. We're excited to welcome them aboard. And Madam President, when you let me know the right time, I'm excited to also provide an update to you on one of our existing deputy staff who will be elevated to the role of chief deputy, so that we will have 2 co-chief deputies. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about what that work will entail. And so with that, I will conclude my report and submit to any questions that the members of the board might have for me.
Thank you so much. So to segue to that a new appointment, item 2 is the appointment of Nancy Portillo to the Chief Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction in accordance with Article 9, Section 2.1 of the Constitution of the State of California. The CDE recommends that the State Board appoint a new Chief Deputy Superintendent in accordance with Article 9 to take up I'll just make sure I'm on the right page. And that item will be presented by Superintendent Tony Thurman. Tony, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and members of the board, it is my pleasure to present to you today a new co-chief deputy superintendent. As many of you know, my predecessor, Tom Turlickson, Superintendent Turlickson, had 2 co-chief deputies and split the work in ways where one chief deputy worked on internal matters and another chief deputy worked on external matters. And we have chosen, because of growth in our programs, to bring on a second co-chief deputy superintendent, and none other than Nancy Portillo, who has been serving as deputy superintendent and overseeing the divisions of SASD and Whole Child Division and working on many of the special initiatives. I want to start by just commending our current co-chief deputy, Mary Nicely, who has held all of the work with all of the deputies and all the special initiatives and continues to do that and will continue to be the senior co-chief deputy. And from the standpoint of what the board members need, nothing will change. You will continue to interact with Chief Deputy Mary Nicely with whatever you need. She continues to represent me on the CCEE board, with the West Ed board, with a number of special initiatives, and she oversees all that we do with technology and data, and of course on the governor's cradle to career task force for data management. And so I just want to start in gratitude and acknowledging the great work that Mary has done and will continue to do. But in an agency that has more than 9 offices across the state, nearly 2,000 employees, and has taken on many new initiatives that go beyond the scope of what CDE has traditionally done, we see this opportunity to bring on a new co-chief deputy to help manage that load. The 2 co-chief deputies will equally supervise a number of the deputy superintendents who are here, but there are some specific areas that I want to share with you that Nancy Portillo will be working on. We have added new work at the department to help us help districts. Historically, teacher recruitment has happened primarily at the district level. Given the challenges that exist in our state around teacher recruitment, we've decided to add to the capacity at our department to be able to support statewide teacher recruitment efforts. We've repurposed one of our staff positions to actually bring someone on who will serve as a person whose primary responsibility is teacher recruitment. That is none other than Karen Scher, who is a 30-year classroom educator, who is joining us as a teacher in residence to help us build out our recruitment plans for statewide recruitment. Nancy Portillo will help to oversee that work and work with Karen and our teams as we build out more direct recruitment efforts to support the state of California. As Dr. Darling Hammond mentioned in her report, we've also built our capacity to do more around literacy and biliteracy and helping our students to read by third grade. In that way, we're honored that we've brought on two co-directors to center our work in literacy and to work with our existing staff who work on a number of literacy grants in the Department of Education. You've probably seen them. Our two co-directors have been presenting on the ELA-ELD framework. We've had at least a half a dozen webinars on that topic, and also on the topic of how do we measure the experience of our early readers as we look at dyslexia screening, as we look at the literacy roadmap. We're grateful that we have these two great directors who are helping us. Nancy Brynelson, who many of you know, who's worked at the department for many years, who's worked for the CTC, and who worked to help establish the ELA-ELD framework, is one of those co-directors. And Dr. Bonnie Garcia, who comes to us as someone who has worked in the CELPA world and is someone who is skilled and trained in many levels of instruction and training and supporting those who teach our children to read. They've gotten off to a fast start, and Nancy Portillo will be supporting them. As I indicated earlier in my report, our focus is on how to strengthen outcome reporting, and that way Nancy Portillo will be leading that work and helping us think through how do we answer the question, is anybody better off, and how do you know? Nancy is someone who is data-driven. She's had a nearly 30-year career in education, in every level of education. In Los Angeles, working in Los Angeles Unified School District, working for Catholic Diocese, working with charter schools, and she is someone who has a proven record of helping to design and develop great results for our students. And so it is an honor and a pleasure to present to the board for your approval Nancy Portillo, soon to be Dr. Nancy Portillo, who will be overseeing the work in our outcomes measurement and who we are excited today to elevate to the role of Co-Chief Deputy Superintendent. Madam President, would it be okay if Nancy had a few words before the board? Actually, could we have a few words from our Chief Deputy, Mary Nicely, and then from Nancy, and then we submit to the board for any further action?
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, everyone. I am just thrilled to have Nancy joining as my partner in crime, but not in crime, my partner to support our students. In this very short time since we've been making these shifts, I will say my life is somewhat easier. And it has been, it's been my honor to try and carry this, but I would say the state's investments have been massive and historic, as Tony has said, but also to something Dr. Darling-Hammond mentioned, this money has to flow out, that things have to move in the department as well. And so I am just thrilled to be able to focus on operations modernization, but also continue to lead with my computer science coordinators and education technology, as well as UPK and nutrition services and many of the other programs that we have across the state. So I'm thankful for the state for giving us these opportunities, and I'm just thrilled to have Nancy here as my partner. And look forward to great things happening and focus being made on the implementation of these great investments by the state. So thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Nicely, again, for all your incredible work and the work that you continue to do. We appreciate you for your leadership and being the senior Chief Deputy here at the California Department of Education. I'm sorry that I can't be here to present Chief Deputy Portillo to you in person, but I am on the campus of Cal State University where I'm doing double duties with the CSU trustees meeting. But I can assure you that you're in great hands with Chief Deputy Nicely and Chief Deputy Portillo. And without further ado, I'd like to turn it to Chief Deputy Portillo for a few brief remarks, and then we'll turn it back to you, Madam President, and the board for your action.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. Before I get into my official remarks, I just want to say thank you so much, Chief Mary Nicely. You have been an amazing and wonderful partner, someone I really look up to, and it's going to be an adventure. So, good morning. Thank you, Superintendent, for your kind words, support, your bold and hope-filled heart, vision, and your continued unwavering efforts for students and families, educators, and all those we serve across the state of California. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Nicely, and esteemed board. Good morning to all of those joining today in person, virtually, and the amazing students sitting right behind me. Good morning. I am honored to stand here before you today as a daughter of an immigrant family with an American dream. I stand here before you as someone whose parents passed away very early, leaving me homeless, and experiencing the circumstances that come along with that through my high school and adult school credit recovery years. As a first-generation college student who had to figure out college, EOP, and all those other things that life brings you every day, I'm still figuring out life. If I find out the secret, I'll share it with you all. All of this to say how much I value each experience and each journey, the journey, and how much I value my education. I want to state how education is so important. No matter where you go off the road, back on the road, dip off, come back. Education is important. This is why I have spent a large majority, my entire career actually, serving students and families in this wonderful, challenging, and beautiful space. Being a teacher was probably the best job I ever had and is a very, very noble profession. Of course, outside of this job that I'm currently doing. I am eager, I am excited, I am energized to do the work around recent expansions of key initiatives, helping to lead the work to support students achieve literacy by third grade and teacher recruitment. And again, I'm going to say teaching is a wonderfully amazing and noble profession. I am excited to support positive outcomes for students on a statewide level, including developing comparable measurable outcomes to capture the impact of several record-level funded grants that have been provided to California schools. I would like to thank my husband, my children, my in-laws, and my grandmother, Angela. Thank you, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, State Board for your leadership, and thank you, Chief Deputy Nicely, for your encouragement and knowledge downloads, and thank you, State Superintendent Thurman, for your faith and trust in me with this important work. Thank you for your vision to lead with courage and pushing us to just think and do more. My last words for today, for now, are I am honored to serve you as Chief Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction. And I'm going to say again, teaching is a noble profession. It was mentioned earlier today that there is the Golden State Pathway Program for any of you that are not familiar. It's $20,000 for anybody who would like to be a teacher or a counselor serving students and families. You can contact TeachinCA at cde.ca.gov. Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it with that shameless plug to help us recruit more teachers in our classroom. I turn it back to you, President Darling Hammond, for action from the board.
Love getting that little PR note in there. We are going to get the public comment slide displayed. I know that's being worked on now so that we can open the phone line for public comment. There we go. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
We have no speakers signed up.
Okay. And are there any callers in the queue to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay. With no public comment, I want to turn to whether I have a motion from a member of the board to appoint Nancy Portillo as co-deputy. All right, thank you very much. Member Rodriguez, Member Olkin is seconding that. Okay, let's have a show of hands for those in favor. Please keep up your hand till you're counted. Say aye. Okay, we're all. And any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Motion carries. Thank you, Tony, and congratulations, Nancy. Welcome.
Thank you.
And I am now going to move on to item 3, which is the 2024-25 State Board of Education student member recommendation of 3 finalists to the governor for consideration and appointment. While we have just welcomed Anya to the board and we look forward to our year with her, it is already time to begin the selection process for next year's student member. And the screening committee recommends that we approve the 3 finalists. That will be detailed by the screening committee chair, Vice President Glover Woods. Vice President Glover Woods, please begin.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and good morning to everyone. As you probably hear us say every year, the student board member selection process is always one of the high points of our work. And I have to tell you, I am continually encouraged every time we have opportunity to interact with the phenomenal students in our state. And this year was exactly the same. We had an amazing group of applicants this year. And board, I do have to tell you, if it were my world, we would have probably about 40 seats here for students because they are just that amazing. And all of the students we had opportunity to interact with this year have been absolutely phenomenal. Every year, high school students in their junior year are invited to submit applications to serve as the State Board of Education student member. And this year, we had 33 students who applied. The applications were screened by the screening committee, and we narrowed it down to 12 candidates in October. Those 12 candidates were then attended the Student Advisory Board on Education Conference, which took place right here in Sacramento, right down the street from where we are. And they made presentations to the delegates at that conference. The student delegates chose the 6 candidates that we had the extreme pleasure to interview yesterday. And I know I'm going to have an opportunity to call the names of all those, the 12 and the 6 we interviewed, but I have to tell you, they are just phenomenal. I wish you could have been there in the room where it happened, if you will, to hear about, just to have interacted with these phenomenal students. Members Escobedo, Lewis, Ayapan, and I interviewed the finalists, as I said. We were impressed, as I said. And we had the very difficult task, and I did not say that, how difficult it was, to select 3 from those 6 that we interviewed. If our recommendations are approved by the board today, the names of the 3 applicants will be submitted to the governor's office for consideration and final selection of one of the students who will serve as our 2024-25 student member of the State Board of Education. So first, I'd like to acknowledge 6 of the students who were selected by the screening committee as semifinalists. And I'll ask, I believe at this time, Member McQuillan will meet them at the podium. For those 6 students who were selected by the screening committee as semifinalists, as your name is called, please come and receive your certificate at the podium. And I will let us all get ready for that. Okay, oh, and I have this too. We better watch out. Okay, so I'd like to first recognize Atticus Chan. Atticus comes from Lincoln High School in the Lincoln Unified School District in San Joaquin County. Atticus, congratulations to you. It was a pleasure meeting you. The next student I'd like to recognize is Alina Ceja Delgado from Napa High School in the Napa Valley Unified School District in Napa County. I'd also like to recognize Kalia Garfield from Mark Keppel High School in the Alhambra Unified School District in Los Angeles County. Another one of our phenomenal students was Mia Golden from the Rio Americano High School in the San Juan Unified School District in Sacramento County. Next, I'd like to recognize Alejandra Ramirez from the Academy of the Redwoods in the Fortuna Union High School District in Humboldt County. And Venkata Ramasetti from Fremont High School in the Fremont Union High School District in Santa Clara County. Again, congratulations to those 6 semifinalists. You guys submitted wonderful applications, and it was a pleasure meeting you during the interview process. Next, I will acknowledge Hannah Cho, Travis Hodges, and Carter McKenzie, who were identified as candidates for the 2024-25 student board member position. And I am going to ask that they introduce themselves at the podium and tell us where they attended school and the name of their school district. These were 3 of the 6 that we had opportunity to meet yesterday. And can I say, for the public and for the board, our future is in phenomenal hands. What these students are doing with not just focusing on their own academics and their own post-secondary desires, but what they're doing to make a difference in this world right now, not talking about the difference they're going to make, but really making a difference right now in the spaces where they are and being the voice for the voiceless in many cases, making sure that every student in California has an equal opportunity to an education is absolutely phenomenal. So I would like to provide Hannah, Travis, and Carter the opportunity to introduce themselves, and we'll start first with Hannah Cho, who I had an opportunity to meet last year as well, a phenomenal student. Hannah, please come forward, introduce yourself to the board and the public.
Hi, my name is Hannah Cho, and I attend Northwood High School, and that's in Irvine Unified School District. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, and congratulations. Next, I'd like to invite Travis Hodges to come forward. Travis?
Hello, I'm Travis Hodges from Monte Vista High School in the San Ramon Valley Unified School District. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you. And Carter McKenzie. Carter, if you would come forward, please, and introduce yourself.
Carter's not able to be here with us.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. Well, I will tell you, Carter McKenzie, he's from Laguna Beach area, and again, a phenomenal young man. And Carter, congratulations to you. We'll be sure that you receive your certificate. Thank you. Let's give a hand to those 3. You hear me continually saying congratulations to them, and it is congratulations, even if those students that we just saw are not part of the 3 finalists that will be, whose names will be submitted to the governor's office. Their congratulations is very much due for the hard work that they put in to applying for consideration. It's not a process that is a click of a button or a couple of check boxes. They wrote phenomenal applications and went through interview processes, some of them 2 interviews. So the congratulations is in going through the journey, most definitely. So lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce and announce the 3 finalists and board members. These are the 3 finalists that we will ask for your approval to be able to send forward. Those 3 finalists are Neil Chandran, Julia Clausen, and Malik Dakal. Again, board, just as a reminder, if these names are approved by the board this morning, these applicants will be recommended to the governor's office for consideration, and the final selection of one of the students will serve as our board member for the 2024-25 school year. So, just as we did with those last three, I'm going to ask for the finalists. You giveth and you taketh away, huh? My goodness. The gavel has been passed. They knew it was going to go rogue as soon as I finished this. Okay, so I'd like to ask our three recommended finalists to come forward and introduce themselves, and I'd like to first start with Neil. Neil, would you come forward and introduce yourself to the board?
Good morning, everyone. My name's Neil Chandran. I'm a junior at Monte Vista High School from the San Ramon Valley Unified School District, and I'm super grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Congratulations. And Neil, your certificate? Congratulations to you. Next, I'd like to invite Julia to come forward and introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julia Clausen. I'm a junior at Bella Vista High School in the San Juan Unified School District here in Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. And I'd like to invite Malik to come forward.
Good morning. I'm Malik DeCall. I'm from Los Altos High School in the Mountain View, Los Altos Union High School District, and it's such an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. So if everyone would please join me in giving a just thunderous round of applause to all of our students, including the semifinalists and our three that will go forward. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations. And at this time, I will turn it back over to President Darling Hammond.
Thank you for allowing me to deal with my dental emergency. We are now going to put the public comment slide up to see if there is any public comment on this item. And members of the public wishing to provide comment can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I do want to allow other board members who participated in this year's student selection process to see if they have any initial comments. Member Lewis, Member Escobedo after her, and Member McQuillan, and Student Member Yapan. Member Lewis?
Thank you. I think Vice President Glover Woods has really said it all about our sentiments about these students. It was a phenomenal process. It was, as she said, it was a highlight of this week for me. And just listening to all of the activities that these students are involved in and just looking at the state of our world and some of our communities right now, it just really gave me hope and confidence in the future of our communities and the future of this country. I've never listened to so many students who have so much compassion for others and for their fellow students and the things that you're doing to try to make the school experience and your communities better for your students and those who live within your communities. And you say it's an honor for you to be interviewed and considered. I say it was an honor for me to meet you and to get to know you all and the wonderful things that you are doing. And the best wishes to all of you and all your future endeavors. Thank you.
Member Escobedo.
Truly was very impressed. Actually made my day yesterday, and it was a beautiful combination of amazing intellect. I mean, all the accomplishments academically that many of the students have accomplished already, but also at the same time is the amazing care that the students have in the sense of making the world a better place, making sure that schools are inclusive, making sure that there is harmony and peace in all the schools and communities that they're part of. So it's just again, a very uplifting experience for me and truly made my whole day. So I really appreciate the young minds, the young hearts that we'll be able to share the student voice here as we make some critical decisions.
Yes, I agree with what's been said so far. Very challenging. I got the pleasure of reading all 33 of the applicants. Just a pleasure to meet the students in their writing. Great leaders of our future here. I wish we had 33 seats up here for each of the candidates. And well represented all over from the state of California, from up in the Redwoods to the southern part of the state. A good representation. So my pleasure. Thank you.
Member Ayapan.
I had the privilege of being with the top 12 since Sunday of this week and really getting to know all of them personally and hearing their diverse passions and their interests in K through 12 education, and just how compassionate these individuals all are and their genuine desire to make a difference and really contribute to the work we're doing as a state within their district, on youth commissions, on their district boards. And no doubt they're all going to continue making that difference. And it was just a pleasure getting to learn from all of them these past couple of days. And just a huge congratulations. I'm so proud of all of the top 12. It was so wonderful seeing you present to the delegation and really grow through this experience and to allow all of us to learn from you. So thank you so much.
I love the broad commitment that all of you have referred to in these students as both looking to each other and to care for their fellow students and all of us, as well as their academic performance. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
No speakers signed up.
All right, and is there anybody waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are no callers in the queue.
What? No parents? No grandparents? On behalf of the grandparents, let me just say, we are so proud of you. I know they all want to, right? I don't want to embarrass their, wonderful students. So now we can open for board discussion and for a motion. Any discussion, any motion? Vice President Glover Woods.
I move that we approve the 3 finalists for the position of the 2024-25 student member of the State Board of Education as presented before you this morning.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Raise your hands if you're in favor and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Awesome. So we'll now take up item 4, which is the reports from the 2023 Student Advisory Board on Education from the conference. And this item will be presented by the student representatives who participated in the Student Advisory Board on Education annual conference. This item has an addendum, which is the 2023 SABE conference report. And first, I'd like to ask Board Member McQuillan and Student Board Member Ayapan, as this year's liaisons, if they have any comments to share.
So the students will be introducing what the conference was all about. So they're going to lead it all. They introduced a variety of unique proposals that really had me thinking as well about just different avenues we can take within K through 12 education and the changes we need to be looking to make, whether that's in restorative justice or financial literacy, education on current events, making sure more students are involved in the LCAP. It was just wonderful to see the proposal develop and be able to provide insight and guide these students who did so much in 3 days. It's really incredible to see. And you're going to see the fruits of all of their late nights and their hard work. So be excited, because I'm not going to take anything else away from them, because they have amazingly prepared speeches, and you're going to love it.
Member McQuillan?
The presentations will speak for themselves. You'll see it. Yeah. Thank you.
Terrific. So we have obviously various presenters for this item, and each will be introduced by Sue O, who is the Education Policy Director of the California Association of Student Councils, with a brief introduction by Christy Toe, who is this year's State President of CASC. And Christy, are you coming up to the podium? There she is. When you're ready, you can please begin.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Christy Toe. I'm a senior at Northwood High School in Orange County, and I also have the privilege of serving as the state president of the California Association of Student Councils, or CASC, for the 2023-2024 year. This year's Student Advisory Board on Education has been especially rewarding, as directors and delegates alike have shown incredible resilience and flexibility navigating our first time having a full delegation in years. Hearing the unique visions of students from all across California coalesce into a collective movement of change has reaffirmed the power of youth. Of course, this experience could not have been possible without our 12 dedicated student board member candidates, the current student board member, Anya Ayapin, who oversaw the election process with grace, supporting our candidates to her fullest capacity. And lastly, our core conference team, who worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. This opportunity to create and share our proposals has been an unparalleled experience for our delegates, so we thank the California Department of Education for dedicating the time to honor our voice. Your recognition of us as not only students, but also emerging changemakers is what propels us forward, and for that, we thank you. Without further ado, I welcome the CASC Education Policy Director, Sue O, for more on today's presentations.
Thank you for the lovely introduction, Christy. I'm gonna just lower the mic a little bit. Okay, good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed board members. My name is Sue O, and I am a senior at Sunny Hills High School in the Fullerton Joint Union High School District. And I have the honor of serving as the Education Policy Director of the California Association of Student Councils and the Director of the 2023 Student Advisory Board on Education. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the Student Advisory Board on Education, started in 1963, that has given students throughout the state of California a voice to propose changes in the education policy to the State Board of Education. Decades later, students still continue to meet to brainstorm, discuss, and make these proposals in a span of 3 very intensive days. The delegates standing behind me and outside are bright, talented, spunky, and always open to listen and to learn. Their zeal for life, passion for change, willingness to make the necessary sacrifices, and desire to put in the work inspire me and so many others. This year is monumental for us. 75 delegates from all over the state have gathered in Sacramento to make changes. The proposals the students provide before you are completely of the students' own creation, made up of the experiences and knowledge that they carry as living in the California education system day by day. On the very first day, these delegates gathered into one room and brainstormed the possible solutions and topics. From there began the arduous process of compressing all of our different wants, needs, and experiences into 7 succinct proposals. Much like a construction crew building a house, the topics group had to work for long hours, first laying the curriculum foundation and then building the walls of their proposal, debating the root problems, assumptions, and evidence associated with the topic. Finally, the delegates perfected the wording and the feasibility, painting their new house. And today, with all these proposals compiled, we are here to sell you these houses that we created. Unlike other interest holders and experts in the education field, our qualifications are quite simple. Every day, we wake up and we go to school. We see areas for improvement, and we seek to create that change that we need. Today, the 7 issues that we will be presenting are those that this body has decided are priorities that need to be addressed in our education system today. I come forth to you with a delegation of students ready to make a positive change. Our delegation generated and came to consensus on 6 topics as top priorities to be addressed: student well-being and mental health, financial literacy, socioeconomic equity, restorative justice, college and career readiness, and current and global affairs. Finally, Cass State President Chrissy Toe will present a proposal on avenues for student voice on behalf of the Cass State Council. I'd like to thank the SBE staff, Carolyn Pfister, Lisa Costancio, and Amy Bubico for working so hard to make this conference possible and transition back to a fully in-person program. I'd like to thank all the board members for this opportunity for our students to present their proposals and recognizing the importance of student voice. Lastly, we would like to dedicate our proposals this year to Emily Brownlee, a longtime supporter and advisor to the student advisory boards, who lost her battle to cancer earlier this year. Emily's decades of unwavering support of the Student Advisory Board on Education process at the district and state levels enriched the lives of participants and aided them in formulating proposals with lasting impact. Our first presentation will be on the topic of student well-being and mental health, presented by Leonardo Ding. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me all right? Perfect. You must be successful. You must get a well-paying job. You must make us proud. These were the words Maria Gonzalez was told every day growing up in an immigrant family as a first-generation Mexican-American student. This pressure, this weight was put on her shoulders, trapping her in a constant cycle. Stress, anxiety, studying, breakdown, repeat. After thoughts of suicide, she felt the only way to escape this cycle without the academic repercussions was to voluntarily admit herself to a psych ward her sophomore year. This needs to change. This week, I had the privilege of meeting Maria Gonzalez, who is my group's counselor for the conference. And it is because of her strength and resilience in the face of adversity, I'm so proud to be presenting this proposal. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Leo Ding, a senior at Miramonte High School in the Acalanes Union High School District and from State Assembly, District 16 and State Senate, District 7. We all know that recently we have noticed mental health as a growing issue and invested more into it. However, we feel as though that investment has not been completely efficiently done. According to the ACLU, from 2019 to 2021, 83% of students reported no change in their access to mental health services, despite significant investments during that time. To confront that, we have the following solution. We propose that the State Board of Education adds a new local indicator metric for social and emotional wellness within the school climate priority area of the Local Control and Accountability Plan, also known as the LCAP. This new metric would require that local education agencies, or LEAs, would evaluate the mental health and wellness of their students through surveys or other means and provide the necessary funds to meet the specific mental health requirements. And there are two main reasons why we believe that this would directly address the youth mental health crisis. The first is that this proposal implies that LEAs must find ways to assess the well-being of students. This may come in the form of surveys, perhaps by adding questions to existing school climate surveys or creating focus groups or other ways to measure student social emotional well-being. The idea is that we can create measurable outcomes that we can compare year to year. And this is different to the existing California Healthy Kids Survey, as our proposal is localized to every district, emphasizing the idea of local control. But secondly, this proposal makes it so LEAs are motivated to take action based on the results of the survey, because setting a metric, as we proposed just now, also means meeting a metric. For example, schools may divert funds towards hiring on-campus mental health professionals, training teachers to recognize mental health warning signs, and creating wellness centers, all in order to meet that metric. Schools may also highlight existing programs or use free online and community and county resources to meet the desired outcomes. But here's why all of that is important. The youth are our present and our future. When we improve the mental health of students, we also improve grades, attendance, and graduation rates. But I also implore you all to think about the long run, because in being supported, we ensure students have the proper tools to learn today and lead tomorrow. Today, Maria is thriving because she was lucky enough to find professional help outside of school. She attends college, manages a retail store, and strives for a future that will make her happy. But I can't imagine how different it would have been if circumstances were just a little bit different. I can't imagine what her family would have to go through. And I can't imagine what students who don't get help are forced to go through every single day. Thank you for serving our education system and representing our future.
All right, I want to open it up for board member questions or discussion. Member McQuillan, you look like you're ready to dive in. And then Member Rodriguez, you'll be.
Thank you. I agree. We must do more around mental health and wellness for our students, especially after the pandemic and coming through that. In terms of resources, did you consider the community school effort that just got underway and how that could be coordinated with the metrics that you?
Absolutely. So we've considered many different ways that we can do that, including the community schools. We also want to utilize county resources, but the idea here today is really that we want to add a metric to the existing LCAP plan, LCAP, so then schools and districts can decide on their own how to meet that metric. So whether it's through community county resources, whether it's something they can implement in their own district, it's really specific to their own needs. But thank you for that question.
Yes, Member Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for that very passionate and important presentation. This is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. I'm the social emotional learning coordinator at my school site, and this work is imperative, as you know. I'm wondering if there was any talk about stigma, if that was something that your group discussed with as it relates to mental health and students reaching out and how that can be facilitated.
Yeah, so part of our proposal, not only adding the metric, but we really want to reduce that stigma around mental health. Because what we found is that many schools, and our group discussed this, many schools have a lot of mental health resources, especially in recent years. That's growing up with the increase in wellness centers and all of that. But unfortunately, at many schools, including mine, students still feel unsafe or feel like they would be bullied or something if they were to go to a wellness center and receive help. But we really want to make sure that schools are putting in that effort, including administrators and teachers, to encourage students to go to wellness centers if they need help, and even go to wellness centers if they don't need help, if they just want a community to be with them, if they just want a place to be before school and during lunch. So that's really what we want to emphasize, that mental health isn't something that we should tackle just when it gets bad. It's something that we need to build upon all throughout our high school years. Thank you.
Much. And we'll move on now to the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. The next presentation will be about the topic of financial literacy, presented by Shijun Bae. Thank you.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed board members. My name is Shijun Bae, and I am a junior attending the Orange County School of the Arts. Assuredly, each and every one of you have a personal story regarding finance. In my household, my lone mother tirelessly navigates the complexities of modern-day parenthood, working multiple jobs, working every day from 7 a.m. until midnight, all in an effort to provide for my family and to break the bonds of generational debt. Yet, she still takes the time to impart the importance of financial literacy to me, spending weekends together, budgeting, and working through taxes. While my story is just one of many, it serves as a testament to the critical role of financial literacy, one which I'm sure all of you know by heart. But consider those without the same support system. How will they learn to break the cycle of hardship? How will they secure a future for themselves and their families? This problem is not unique to California, but a lack of relevant financial instruction is. Currently, only 27% of California high school students have access to a personal finance course elective, compared to 70% nationally. While we remain enthusiastic about the prospect of establishing a separate financial literacy class, we must acknowledge the current constraints. The ongoing priorities set by the SBE, alongside the status quo of graduation requirements, pose significant challenges. Given the practical limitations, and on behalf of the Student Advisory Board on Education's delegation, we strongly recommend that the State Board of Education update the curriculum framework for the chapter dedicated to economics and history social science, and to increase its practical relevance to students. In addition, we recommend that the SBE utilize recent legislative grants in areas such as Fresno County to integrate practical financial education into existing instruction. Our proposed initiative seeks to maintain the current economics framework while integrating modern ideas that resonate with today's students. These ideas might include, but are not limited to, learning the concepts of different investments and financial instruments, such as stocks, credit, and loans. By doing so, this update will equip students with the necessary tools to navigate the modern U.S. financial system in confidence. These actions will benefit high school seniors who require financial literacy the most, given their imminent transition into college and adulthood. This is especially so considering that 8 in 10 U.S. adults agreed that they would have had a better start with money if they learned more about personal finance in high school. Our proposition embodies the flame of AB 984, which mandates a personal finance class as a graduation requirement, while also drawing inspiration from successful models in Arizona, SB 1184, and Virginia, SB 950, both of which have mandated personal finance topics to be integrated into their required one-semester economic courses. Assembly Bill 185 has allocated $85 million from the California state budget during the 22 to 23 fiscal year to support professional development and family engagement in education for Fresno County. Leveraging the allocated funding, the delegation recommends that the SBE implement a strategic initiative in Fresno County, redesigning the current math curriculum, slowly introducing topics of personal finance from 4th to 12th grade. This would serve as a pilot program in assessing the effectiveness of this curriculum modernization. This approach would aim to establish a model for successful integration of financial literacy curriculum. And this hallmark initiative could be conducted simultaneously with a study by the SBE evaluating the applicability of the approach to the rest of California and the economics curriculum. We implore the board to enact this pivotal curriculum change, ensuring a future where every Californian student, just like myself, is empowered with financial literacy. Thank you so much.
I'll open it up to board discussion. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Thank you for your presentation. Very informative and I think necessary. Financial literacy is a critical life skill that empowers our students to make informed decisions about their financial well-being. It equips them with knowledge and tools to manage their finances, save for the future, make sound investments. We must prioritize the integration of financial literacy into our educational curriculum. I agree with you. And ensuring that all students have access to this essential knowledge. By doing so, we not only prepare them for our financially secure future, but also contribute to a more economically resilient society. My question to you is, what strategies do you think would help make financial literacy education more engaging and accessible to a diverse range of students, including those for underserved communities?
Our council group actually discussed how we could make financial literacy more engaging to students around California. I think the idea of it being practically relevant to the students themselves increases engagement, as in a lot of course instruction, there is a separation between the student and the material. But when we actually apply the practical knowledge to the students and show how they can use this in the future, how this will affect them, how they can navigate through taxes if they have jobs in high school, how they can navigate through the financial system, in getting a credit card, in trying to find a way through financial aid, that their CSS profiles will ensure that students are engaged because this is their future and they are ensured to have a belief in their future.
Thank you.
I think I will take the privilege of the chair and ask a question as well. Really enjoyed your presentation. And I love the fact that you have fun doing budgets and taxes on the weekend. Come to my house anytime. You talked about trying to integrate financial literacy not only in the high school curriculum, but also throughout all of the grades. And at the high school level, many of the courses that students take are approved by the UC system through the BORS committee, and certain courses are expected to, be eligible for admission at the UCs and CSUs. And so I wonder what argument you would make to the BORS Commission about really emphasizing or including financial literacy in their recommendations to high school students for admissions.
Well, we were considering especially the UC A to G requirements, which I understand the SB does not have jurisdiction over. And we were discussing that financial literacy is so essential to high school seniors. If we learn all about history, math, geography, and all the rest of the subjects, why not learn something that is useful to us for the rest of our lives? These seniors will take debt upwards of $400,000, even $800,000. It may be even beyond six figures. And how will they navigate financial aid, CSS profiles, all of the complicated and extremely, extremely complex financial system in the United States without any practical knowledge given to them by school? I'm sure that there is an argument for every single class and every single graduation requirement mandated by the UCs. But why not consider financial literacy, which we will use forever until the day we die?
I'm persuaded. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, we're going to take a little break so that some of the students who are in the room can go out of the room and some of the students who are out of the room can come in the room because we have so many to fit in. And thank you all, those who contributed to these presentations. We appreciate you.
I have to recreate something.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh my God, did anybody get a picture?
If anyone needs a 5-minute break, you could take. We're going to have maybe 3 or 4 minutes of students changing. If you're desperate to get to a bio break. All right, we need to reconnoiter for our next group of presentations. Students did a wonderful job getting in and out of the room. Now we have to get the board members back to the table. Who did we've got a couple people where Brooks is on the hunt. So give us a minute because we don't want anyone to miss these wonderful presentations. So we will. Here's everyone. Well, at least two of the three. There we go. I think we're all set. We've got Ida, we've got Gabriella. Okay. We've got one more, but I think we'll go ahead and begin, please. Thank you.
To introduce our third presentation, which is on the topic of socioeconomic equity, presented by Rochelle Melvani. Thank you.
Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that by the good people." And he was right, but it's so much bigger than just good or bad people. The stark reality is that the best of us, our students, are silent because they don't have equitable access to express their voices. Our proposal today seeks to change that narrative. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the State Board of Education. My name is Rochelle Melvani, and I'm from Monte Vista High School in San Ramon Valley Unified School District. My group focused on how we can empower socioeconomically marginalized voices to have an input on decisions that are critical to their education outcomes. To achieve this, we wanted to concentrate on the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, a document designed to serve underrepresented students. Our goal is to provide a simplified version of the LCAP that more students can understand and to allow for an online suggestions page open to the public for LCAP-related comments. As many of you may be aware, last June, we celebrated when California Senate Bill 977 was signed into law, requiring that a minimum of 2 students serve on LCAP approval committees within their districts by July of 2024. That legislation sought to increase student oversight and involvement in district spending, thereby allowing those voices to be heard. Today, our proposal has the same goal in mind. So first, we identified the problem that right now, the LCAP's content, full of legal terminology and complex technical terms, makes it hard for a majority of people to understand it. And even when we ask this delegation of already civically involved students about how many of them understood the LCAP before joining the California Association of Student Councils, only 18% of them said yes. I think we can all agree students can't voice their opinions on a document that they can't entirely understand. But it's not only that it's too complex, it's also long, and there's no abridged version. When my group mates were shocked to find that the average length of our district's LCAPs for the 2021 through 2024 school year was 132 pages long, something that I'm sure you're all aware of. Despite the fact that they do contain ways to gauge the progress of long-term goals within districts, if a student really wanted to understand how their district funds were being spent, a long, arduous document like the one my district has just isn't the solution. That's why we implore the State Board of Education to suggest that alongside the LCAP, school districts provide a separate, abridged version of the LCAP document that summarizes district plans and priorities in a digestible format, using diction that all students and parents of all backgrounds can easily understand. Understanding has always been the first step in the classroom. Today, we make it the first step in making a change. And the next part of the problem is that the LCAP is made of non-elected officials that may not be equipped with the skills to effectively represent their entire communities. Beyond that, since the position requires a certain level of commitment, like attending meetings, it's even more challenging for lower income individuals to join, who face certain obstacles and uphold various obligations that might make it difficult for them to commit to serving on the committee. That's where the second part of our recommendation to the State Board comes in. We ask the State Board of Education to recommend attaching an open feedback submission form to the district website's posted LCAPs for students and parents to leave their insight on the document. Those commenters have the option to remain anonymous if they so choose. Commenters can input their voices and speak on issues that matter without worrying about missing work, looking after siblings, or finding transportation to a committee meeting, the way that most districts currently operate. Those very comments could become the core of their district's focus. Having the LCAP accessible to students from all backgrounds is essential for them to understand the future of their own education and how their experiences at school are funded, giving them direct control over their own destiny. At the end of the day, every student inspired by the vision for a better district could just be the person to make that vision a reality. Thank you.
I think you are preaching to the choir here. I would like to see if there are board members who would like to ask any questions. Vice President Glover Woods.
Well, I thank you for your presentation and just the irony of future item that's getting ready to come up later today just really connects. I also appreciate just the candid nature of it's just too long. You know, it's complicated and just too long. I have a question for you because I'm very intrigued about the online submission form that would provide access to people to provide feedback, even if they're unable to physically be in the meetings that are scheduled. With the group that you worked with, do you have any more detail on what that online feedback submission form could look like? And are there certain formats that you feel would be helpful and accessible to the public or to all students?
Yeah, sure. So we in our council group talked about that, right now, lower income students aren't able to represent their voices at those meetings. And this online submission form, which students could either remain anonymous, but it could be students or parents, could submit a form or really just a simple comment about their insight on the LCAP document, about suggestions that they have or possible discourse. And that could really inspire the LCAP to consider those changes during their next meeting and maybe implement some of those suggestions within the document itself.
Wow, a lot to think about, and I concur. It can be very cumbersome for the average person without the knowledge of educational speak or some of the more technical language to understand and break it down, and then have that sense like, well, I can have input here, right? So thank you for that. And I'm thinking about the LCAP when it first came out. My excitement was all of the input from the community and the students and the teachers, getting all of our educational partners in there. But because for so many years, it seems that our institutions sort of have dictated, right? So it's really overcoming this mindset of, oh, I can have a voice. I can say something. Did you talk in your group about that mindset and what we can do so that people don't feel like school is something that's being done to them versus this is something that we're co-creating?
Yeah. So this comment section, I think, is a really important part of our plan because when students get to share their opinion on, the document that states the goals, the long-term goals of their district, they do definitely have more oversight and a little bit more like power about the future of their district. So that could make them feel more included in the future of their own education.
And I like the anonymous aspect about it too. So that, especially some of our immigrants who maybe come from countries where they've been persecuted, right? And they may have fear about expressing something that isn't working. And so that way there isn't any retaliation. So I really appreciated that aspect as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to introduce our fourth presentation, which is on the topic of restorative justice, presented by Helios Lung. Thank you.
My buddy Rashal just gave us a piece of wisdom from Martin Luther King Jr. I want to add on to that with a different perspective from the same persistent fight for justice from Malcolm X, who once told us education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. But I think for so many kids, they start their race to the top looking at everyone else's back. When each punishment means another setback for these students, I think action is imperative. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members. My name is Helios Lung, a junior at Monte Vista High School in Danville. For the past 3 days, my council group and I have focused on how we can effectively and efficiently redefine punitive measures through restorative justice. The problem right now is exclusionary punishment, when students are suspended, expelled, and excluded. They're told they don't belong. When students are excluded, their dreams of education disappear in front of them. A UC San Francisco study finds that in just the first 3 years following suspension or expulsion, the GPAs of marginalized students dropped by as much as 1.44 points. In the long term, Education Next, an education research journal, finds that students eliminated by the system are less likely to attend college, more likely to drop out of high school, and more likely to be incarcerated as an adult. Beyond that, on a local administrative level, the very system of deciding exclusionary punishment is flawed. In discussing this proposal with my group members, we heard too many stories of students being protected from punishment because of their racial, financial, or social privilege. In a story that one of my group members shared, in one case where students were caught for drug use, the Latinx students involved were suspended or expelled. The white students were told to go back to class. And yet, in both circumstances, no one was educated on the actual dangers of drug use. It was only stigmatized. Whether it's implicit in our words, explicit in our actions, we are all implicit in their struggles when we tell a child that they don't belong. Recently, California schools have been taking the right step towards removing exclusionary punishment and beginning to consider restorative justice. We're also aware that Education Code 49055 is looking for student input for restorative justice's best practices. That's what we'd like to propose today. We want to accelerate this process with this proposal to make sure no more students can be silenced by the system. Because where exclusionary measures tell children that they don't belong, restorative justice sends a clear message to every child. You matter. In Santa Cruz, where a restorative justice program funded by the Annie E. Casey Foundation, juvenile hall bookings decreased by 75% from 1998 to 2020. And in Los Angeles, where a Bill of Rights was issued to increase attention towards restorative justice, suspensions decreased by 76%, and graduation rates increased by 13%. It's not only good for the students, schools themselves benefit. When violent incidents decrease, schools won't need to be spending money for policing. They can spend it on pencil and paper. When students are actually in school because they aren't being suspended, school revenues increase because of higher average attendance rates. It is not only an investment into a community, it is an investment into every child. Today, we're proposing for the State Board of Education to create a set of guidelines for restorative justice. In the local implementation that we've seen, here are some of those guidelines. First, establishing peer courts so that students who have the best insight of their peers can assist and create consequences that will actually amend the system. Second, having disciplinary actions be published by the board in order to make sure both sides of the story are told and both parties are held accountable. Finally, by ensuring continuous reevaluation of the restorative justice framework so no students can be left behind by obsolete policies. Implementation isn't going to be easy. Between stretching already thin resources and hiring more staff, we know money can make the difference, and not every single district is going to have the resources to make these changes and adopt restorative justice overnight. But our hope is that if the schools most affected by suspension in marginalized areas can adopt today's guidelines, the story of one community can change people, change policies, and change the lives of millions of kids across the state. One mistake shouldn't define one lifetime. Thank you.
Okay, looking to board members who would like to ask a question. Yes, Member Portillo Brunson.
Thank you for the presentation. That was both powerful and incredibly well delivered. The recommendations that you all formulated around peer court, publishing of actions, and effectively, I think, a continuous improvement strategy. I'm wondering if you can share more examples of how peer court has potentially manifested either in the LA or Santa Cruz examples, or just give more color to those examples.
So when writing the proposal, there were a ton of districts, and I'm not sure if I can name one specifically, but I know in certain instances, because peer courts had peers that were more empathetic to the cause or maybe understood them as a person better, they could formulate better solutions and punishments that would actually rehabilitate the student's behavior rather than only encouraging it. In some instances that my peers brought up, in cases where it was only from an adult perspective, even when cases of bullying occurred, it would just continue even after suspension. So when peer courts are implemented, they can be sympathetic to the cause on how they themselves were able to approach that issue and solve it sometimes and come up with restorative measures in order to prevent it from happening.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly comment on this because this is an issue near and dear to my heart. I do a lot of this work within my own county, and I've seen examples of peer courts that have been incredibly successful, so I think this is something that across the state can be modeled for sure. And you talked about money, but it costs so much just to house someone in juvenile hall, and those funds can be redirected to productive measures that are actually focused on healing and growing as a community. And I just wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions with the peer court. So students who would be facing disciplinary measures, they would have the chance to explain the context of their situation and kind of, is that how you imagine the peer court functioning and or your group did when they proposed this?
Right. I think the most important part of peer courts is really understanding the person in front of you as a person, understanding their circumstances, and the only way to get rid of so many issues is understanding why that issue happened in the first place, addressing the root problem.
And in those models, and I'll keep this quick, in those models, was there training for students who served as kind of like that peer court and were taught to listen empathetically and kind of could just like avoid all biases and just consider what was in front of them?
Yeah, I'm sure there needs to be, like inherently in the system, a ton of accountability and making sure that people making such an important decision for somebody else's life are qualified to make that decision.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for this proposal.
Yes, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Healy, such a poignant presentation. Thank you for your research. You touched on so many crucial points. The potential for bias to play in, this concept of punishment as opposed to repair. And I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more on this idea you had around continuous evaluation and what your council discussed around that.
I think even though restorative justice isn't that new of an idea and it's only been adopted in certain areas, it's only when we see mainstream application that we can continue making changes towards it so that we can continuously improve the system to make sure we don't have policies that don't correctly address our current needs so we can continue adapting to each student's needs. I think right now a lot of school districts are a little hesitant, whether it's just the resources that they don't have or they don't understand being able to put down the full benefits of this because it's not yet such a mainstream idea and it hasn't been practiced so much that schools are completely confident in its abilities to really provide for their students that some schools are still hesitant to do so. But I think with continuous pilot programs, like I said, in the communities that are affected by it most, and continuous reevaluation and implementation to make sure every school is best suited to implement these policies, I think that is the only path forward.
Thank you. And I think we're going to take another short break. I'm going to ask board members to stay with us as students are going out of the room and into the room. And thank you for your presentation and to all the people who contributed to the presentation. We appreciate all the group work that went into that.
on the topic about college and career readiness, presented by Garrett Zhu. Thank you.
Picture this. My brother, overwhelmed by the relentless stress of college, burdened by the daunting uncertainty of his future as he felt utterly unprepared for the college process. He was burnt out, he was lost in a labyrinth of potential career choices, and not knowing what to choose, he was afraid that whatever he was to choose would dictate the rest of his life. I still remember a day in December of last year when I found my older brother at the foot of the stairs, crouching down, his head buried in his knees, and I saw teary eyes. The stress broke my brother. It broke one of the strongest people I've known in my life. But he isn't the only one. It's a story that resonates with countless students all over California. Good morning, President Darling Hammond. Good morning, Vice President Glover Woods, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Garrett Zhu. I attend high school at Sacramento Country Day School, and today I'm here to address the issues of college preparedness and proposing a solution into the positive direction. Especially with the increasing demands and expectations on students today, it's evident that many students feel unprepared for higher education and career endeavors following graduation. In fact, according to the California School Dashboard, only 44% of graduating students are considered prepared on the college career indicator. 44%. At the heart of the problem, students are not consistently informed of the important extracurricular activities, career opportunities, career and technical education, CTE programs, and guidance for college applications throughout all 4 years of high school. So to sort of tackle this issue, the Student Advisory Board of Education advises school districts to hold district-wide seminars every beginning of a semester in September and in January. This solution serves to inform three critical topics. First, to inform students about localized community extracurricular activities. Second, to inform students about CTU programs. And finally, to inform students about college and career opportunities. This seminar will be done with presentations designed by students for students, accompanied with advice from counselors. And to clarify, student leaders can volunteer to present at the seminar, sharing valuable insights and guidance with their fellow students, sparking that curiosity from students from 9th to 12th grade. And specifically, these seminars cater to all grade levels as students receive the right information at the right time. To guarantee the success of the solution, information presented in these seminars will then be sent to high school students via email. So not only does this address the root problem as to the lack of information and early engagement in college and career planning throughout high school, it also empowers students to feel confident in their future. All of this can be achieved in a step-by-step process, starting in 9th grade, ending in 12th grade, sparking interest in students and benefiting low-income students who may very well not be aware of a lot of these opportunities out there. All of this can be done without imposing significant financial burdens on school districts. We recognize that many districts, including mine, are fortunate enough to have the privilege of something similar like this seminar, and we truly appreciate the progress being made in this area. However, it's also crucial to recognize that these resources are often not readily available to all students in California, especially freshmen and sophomores and low-income students, as it is in the case of my school. Again, every student is a candle that has the potential to be ignited, and we need to take the initiative to start that flame. And by providing readily available information, students will have that ample opportunity to explore their passions and their careers. Take action for the sake of students, take action for the sake of young adults, and take action for the sake of future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to open the floor to board members. Member Olken.
Good morning, and thank you so much. It was a really thoughtful presentation in terms of both the why this is important and also how we might make progress. And I appreciate the combo of the two for sure. So what I heard, start with that, in your presentation was sort of two different reasons, at least, that students might need access to this type of information. One is because they get to this critical juncture late in their high school career, like your brother, who they realize they've been working really hard, and it's almost like, why, right? And I'm sorry to hear about your brother. That was brave of you to share that story. And then the second part is students who may not have access to information earlier in their career to, as you said, ignite their flame, right? I guess my question for you is, as we make more information available for students across the board, which I think is so important in terms of closing that opportunity gap for students in the state, I wonder how we don't also increase more pressure on students, sort of like the example with your brother, to feel like they have to do everything and know everything at an early age. So I'm wondering how these seminars might help people see that there's something that's not about pressure or achievement, that these opportunities present for them.
Right, I appreciate that question. So with my council group, we also discussed specifically the idea of, again, like you talked about, a lot of, freshmen and sophomores and, earlier down the path in high school, they aren't really exposed to this sort of information about local extracurriculars, CTU programs, and college and career opportunities. The whole point of these seminars, which take place within the beginning of every semester, not during instructional hours, would stretch that timeline so they would have more time to sort of understand the whole process and be more prepared, not just for college, but also for their career down the path. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think college and career readiness is very important to start at as soon as students enter their high school career, because you think about entering as 14 years old, a lot of students really don't have any idea of what they would like to do beyond high school, or even what opportunities are available to them in careers. So as you were putting together your proposal, in addition to the seminars, were there any other avenues considered, such as maybe making information about college career opportunities, involvement in clubs and sports that are available on your campus as part of maybe the registration process for freshmen, and even into January when you have your sophomores, juniors, and seniors starting to register for the next semester courses? Was there any consideration given to making that information, how we could make that information a part of that process?
Yes, we also talked about, sending emails. I think that's also a huge thing. With sending emails readily available to a lot of these high school students and being able to tell them about certain activities, extracurricular activities, or whatever, or clubs or programs that you mentioned. In addition, I also feel like it's very important to also have student voice in a lot of these seminars. So we sort of create this framework-esque program, which students would be able to volunteer, student leaders would be able to volunteer, and be able to act as, inspirations for other peers as well in a sort of near-peer relationship. So that's how we plan on making this information more accessible, not to just one group of students, but to a wide range of students, no matter where you come from or who you are.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I think we're going to move on to the next presentation. Thank you.
Our sixth presentation will be about the topic of global and current affairs, presented by George Balin. Thank you.
Amazing. It's been more than 2 years since news of the Ukrainian conflict reached virtually every student across California. Yet, when asked to locate the ongoing conflict and Ukraine on a map, over 2/3 of Americans pointed to countries in Africa, Asia, and some even pointed to California. Our current history framework lacks the relevant education Californian students need on current global affairs occurring all across our world, leading to students being unfamiliar with global ongoings, not just for our high school careers, but also for the rest of our adult lives. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and other esteemed members of the board. My name is George Balin, and I am a sophomore attending Miramonte High School and the Acalanes Union High School District. We are here principally to champion the inclusion of unbiased current and global affairs within the framework of California's various history classes. Though current history and social study frameworks already successfully include a wide variety of events ranging from the Haitian Revolution to the Cold War, they don't connect them to global affairs and current events when they could. As such, it shouldn't be surprising when we find that only 30% of students remember ever learning about global affairs, even at a time in which Californian students are increasingly embracing the diverse and global world all around us. Looking all the way back to when I was a 9th grader, just last year, I remember that my world history class didn't actually tie in any of our lessons with what was going on at either a local or international level, despite how we spent up to 2 months on a single topic, like the French Revolution alone. This sentiment was clearly echoed within my council group, and likely also amongst California's 6 million other students, who learn almost exclusively about the guillotines of the past, but not the global events of the present. Therefore, we suggest that the State Board of Education amend the History Social Science Framework for grades 9 through 12 to include themes regarding global foreign affairs and current events. To do so, the CDE would build upon already existing frameworks and add new learning goals pertaining to global issues, creating a comprehensive framework. Many history classes already provide students a platform to connect lessons to present-day global events, which significantly increases student understanding, not just of the present, but also of the past. Thus, our goal is to ensure that all 6 million of California students receive that same education and experience. Our milestone framework and learning goals will be implemented by individual LEAs and expanded upon by school staff and teachers through assignments focused on synthesizing past events with current ones and through different seminars focused on discussing past and present events. This missing piece of not providing students with knowledge regarding current events ties into a growing apathy towards the international community, as well as a disengagement from the democratic processes, like voting, that make us Californian. In the last 10 years, the share that the student vote played in Californian elections was only 10%, with less than a quarter of the youth voting in the midterm elections. When we ensure that students are provided with clear information on the events of today that relate to themselves and what they've learned in history, the result is that voting rates will increase as per the National Bureau of Economic Research. To put it simply, when you learn more, you vote more. We envision a California where students receive lessons conducive to eliminating apathy on global issues. A California in which the students of now prevent the mistakes and missteps of yesterday and today from affecting our Californian democracy. Although we understand that polarization and bias will always appear when teaching, we hope that providing students with knowledge in an as unbiased a manner as possible will, at the very least, prevent students from confusing Ukraine with California. Rather than allowing the cycle where only 1 in 3 students remember ever learning about global events to continue, instead, choose to be the one that makes a world of a difference for all 6 million Californian students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's turn it over to board members. Member Escobedo?
Hello, excellent work in your research and ensuring that history, especially not the best history, repeats itself, right? And learning increases exponentially through relationships. Any thoughts about creating some type of project-based learning with other youth, perhaps in other parts of the world, and having that interconnectivity to make these current events relevant and alive through the eyes of other youths as well?
Yeah, of course. I would absolutely love for us to collaborate with the international community. I think that could potentially be a huge part of this proposal. I think just the fact that we're getting more perspectives from everyone, whether you're from California or you're from the international community, is going to be beneficial all around. So yeah, I'd absolutely love to see that happening.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments or questions?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Oh, Member Olkin, please.
I truly appreciate your presentation, and I remember in my first years of teaching, there was a war in Bosnia that broke out, and trying to figure out how to make that understandable and relevant for students was important and hard, because I didn't really understand it. And I think about what's going on in the world today and how hard it is to present current global affairs without bias, and how polarized we are around our perspectives on some of the current global affairs. And I'm wondering how you see, what you see the role of schools if we take on more in terms of teaching current global affairs, how we ensure that all students feel safe and that their perspectives are valued about what's going on.
Yeah, of course. So as I mentioned, this is up to the individual LEAs. And I do trust that LEAs, like the Acalanes Union High School District, which I'm from, will adequately implement this proposal. And I do definitely understand that there could be some issues with other districts. But I think that just the fact that we're allowing students to learn more about the past and the present and connect them will allow them to take that experience home and develop a critical understanding by themselves in addition to in their classrooms. So although bias, again, could be an issue, I just think the fact that we're allowing students the opportunity to learn more, to make it more clear why they must vote, why they must get involved because of the global events that are occurring all around us, is what's really important, and which is what this proposal would do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to present our last but not least presentation on the topic of avenues for student voice, presented by Christy Toe. Thank you. Good morning again, esteemed members of the State Board of Education. My name is Christy Toe, senior at Northwood High School and the Cass State President. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the California Association of Student Councils State Council. As the governing body for CASC, the State Council's vision is to institutionalize programs like SABE at the school, district, regional, and state level as a model for a meaningful process for youth engagement and student voice, and to ensure that they are truly representative of the diverse 6 million students in California. You can help by taking the simple and free step of including our programs in your promising practices in the CDE's public resources related to LCAP Priority 5 pupil engagement. Being raised by my grandfather, I steeped in stories of his impactful role as the director of the refugee program for the Los Angeles Unified School District. I frequently heard of how students in the program, who are often part of their English learner programs and belong to low socioeconomic backgrounds,
had limited access to opportunities to partake in civic engagement and advocacy programs that would give them the platform to voice their needs and wants of their experiences with public education. These tales ignited my desire to enhance opportunities for underserved students in civic engagement and feel that it is our duty to transform this dismay into a rallying cry for change. Programs provided by the California Association of Student Councils have done just that for me. At my first education policy conference as a freshman, I spoke fewer words than I could count on my hands. Gradually, I built the confidence to volunteer to speak on and propose bills and ultimately run for CAS state president, taking on the responsibility of representing every student in California. Let us envision a future where all students, especially underserved students, not only have the opportunity to amplify their voices on vital education matters, but also collaborate with like-minded peers from every corner of California. It is imperative that students of all backgrounds can access platforms to engage with diverse, like-minded peers, integrate student voice into the heart of governance, and be given the opportunity to speak, to dream, and to inspire, a pillar of CAS's mission. We strongly support the SBE's dedication of an LCAP priority to people engagement and the related tools and practices you've published. However, the suggested related resources for people engagement should include more student input and advocacy-related resources. We propose that within these promising practices, it is included that school districts may advance the state priority of pupil engagement by sponsoring unduplicated pupils to the Student Advisory Board on Education, its legislative counterpart, the Student Advisory Board on Legislation and Education, as well as the CAS local level advocacy programs. Our very own Student Advisory Board on Education is the only formal student presentation to a State Board of Education in the nation. SABE's sister conference, the Student Advisory Board on Legislation and Education, allows students to craft and present bill proposals to the Senate and Assembly Joint Committee on Education. Our regional advocacy student conferences, at these conferences, delegates have the opportunity to build a proposal in order to solve an issue from a topic they're passionate about. In just one day, delegates present their proposals to a panel of principals, superintendents, and local elected officials, which are then pushed locally. For 60 years, CASC has enabled students like myself to bring proposals before you via the Student Advisory Board on Education. You know the power of giving students the education and tools to put voice to their experiences and to advocate for change. Unfortunately, programs like this remain primarily accessed by students with privilege, to seek them out or to be informed of them by their networks, and then face the barrier of sponsoring their attendance. If you have been moved by our work here today, and if you want to ensure that every student, especially Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and system-impacted youth who are unfortunately underrepresented here today, I ask you to partner with us and to start by making this opportunity known and encouraging districts to partake. Empowering underserved students with the opportunity to engage in advocacy programs through the California Association of Student Councils serves as a beacon of hope, guiding them to discover their unique strengths and passions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see what state board members want to ask about. Member Ipon?
So SABE is incredibly important in connecting students across the state and empowering them to share their insights and make change, just as you shared in your own personal story. And it's so important that the opportunity is made available to all students, no matter the barriers. And I understand by making this recommendation, you're hoping to bring in more diverse students into your conference. So I was wondering if the State Council has discussed about potentially providing resources for English language learners at your conferences so that you can allow for their full participation of diverse students and underserved populations who you are looking to invite to your conferences. I was wondering if that's been discussed.
Exactly. Thanks for your question. The State Council has talked about providing and expanding our resources to English language learners. For example, if you're applying to be in Region Cabinet for CASC, if you're applying to be in our State Council, we offer translated versions of our parent information letters that we give to parents and of the application that we provide for students. And that's something that I'd love to see implemented in our programs as well. So thanks for your question, Anya.
Member Olkin.
Thank you. I mean, you ended by saying if you've been inspired today, and I just want to say, I know I can speak for all of us by saying we have been so inspired today. So check, that is so true. Thank you so much for making this really the most, I think, important of our board meetings all year. Appreciate that. And I mean, maybe I shouldn't say important. Sorry. My favorite. How about that? Yeah. Amended. I've amended my public comment. But in any case, my question for you, and I really appreciate that you're proposing a simple solution for us and suggesting to us that we have the power to make your programs more inclusive. And so my question is, I'm wondering what happens at the program level to make your programs inclusive. So are there scholarships available? How does the word get out locally? Do you see trends in which schools or districts are coming, et cetera?
Thank you so much for your question. There are scholarships available for students that come from low-income backgrounds, but the issue is that not enough students know of these programs. Not enough students have access to our scholarship fund because of that. As a student-run, student-led organization, our staff and our counselors have to be skillfully prepared to counsel for students of all backgrounds, including formerly incarcerated youth, foster youth, students of low-income backgrounds, a racially diverse delegation, and all of our students undergo an extensive staff development program in order to prepare them for those hypothetical situations, prepare them to develop a sense of urgency, adjust to accommodations, and develop a sense of understanding. So our staff are perfectly prepared to accommodate for students of all backgrounds, all underserved students. So that's really our goal today, is to promote those programs and make use of all the skills that our staff have.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Glover Woods.
I thank you again, and I think I can link myself with Member Oakland to say extremely inspired and encouraged by everything that has been shared this morning. I'm also very intrigued about the presentation that you just provided to us and really diversifying the student voice that comes through. My question is, as it relates to outreach, what conversation has taken place amongst the councils and amongst your peers on what type of outreach would be beneficial to reach the diverse group of students that you mentioned? And I'm going to link my question with a little bit of my assumption, being that there may be many schools that are not even aware of SABE, not even aware of CASC, not even aware that many of you are here today. Has there been conversation about what outreach efforts might look like? And if so, what were some of the ideas that were generated?
Definitely. I really agree with you. Not enough schools know about our programs. And that's why this year the State Council's focused heavily on developing a diverse and expansive club network where students at schools can create CASC clubs and bring our programs and our curriculum to their school so that students don't have to pay a program fee or a registration fee to come to our statewide conferences like Save and Sable if they don't have the time or if they don't have the resources to do so. Another goal of ours, especially for this conference that we're at, was to have a very diverse delegation. And one of our strategies in doing that was reaching out to organizations that target underserved youth and ask them to sponsor the students that they target to our conference, like the California Youth Council. Yeah, thank you for your question.
And thank you for this presentation and all the others. Thank you so much.
I'd like to offer some brief closing remarks to close the program today. We would like to thank all the esteemed board members today for not just hearing our proposals, but listening to the proposals presented by the Student Advisory Board on Education, and really recognizing the time and effort that all of our students have put into these proposals. Very shortly, we actually hope that our ideas can be turned into action by you, the State Board of Education, and we really look forward to that. Thank you so much for all you do for the California students, and we definitely would love to see you all next year. Thank you.
Thank you. And we actually have an opportunity to have public comment on this item, so we're going to put up the public comment slide. And members of the public who would like to comment may do so by calling in to the phone number that will soon be on the, there we go, soon be on the display, and using the phone number and participant access code that is shown there. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
We have no speakers signed up.
All right, we'll give it a little moment of wait time to see if anyone wants to log on to the phone. And do we have any callers on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right, well, I want to, on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for your hard work, for your presentations, for your great ideas, and for sharing those with us this morning, and wish you well on your journey back to wherever in California you have come from. Thank you. And this concludes this information item. We're going to take a 15-minute break and be back here at 11:05. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Oh, we're live? Yeah, we're good. All right. We are back from our break. And item 5 is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, 2022-23 results release. This is an information item, and it will be presented by Cheryl Cotton of the CDE. Cheryl, good to see you. Please begin. They are. Be sure you have your mic on.
Keep it red. There we go. Okay. Those kids were a tough act to follow, so I'm presenting our data today. So. As a child. No. Okay. Superintendent Thurman, Chief Deputy Superintendent Nicely, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members, good morning. I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of our Instruction, Measurement, and Administration branch. Here at the California Department of Education, I directly support our Assessment, Development, and Administration Division. Mal Vang, the Division Director, and our program staff will be available to respond to questions following the presentation, in addition to Marianne Arcia, the Executive Director from the Educational Testing Service, is also available here to support. The item before you today is an information item. In today's presentation, I will go over the 2022-23 assessment results release for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC, as well as the test results for California's assessment website. First, I will cover the 2022-23 CASP results. The CASP comprises the following assessments: the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments for English Language Arts and Literacy, or ELA, and Mathematics, the California Science Test, or CAST, the California Alternate Assessments, or CAAs, for ELA, Mathematics, and Science, and the California Spanish Assessment, or CSA. The 2022-23 CASP test reveals some really key points. Overall, there's a slight increase in the percent of students meeting or exceeding standards in mathematics and science, while there was no significant change for ELA. There also continues to be improvements for the California alternate assessments for ELA and mathematics. It is also important to note that the proportion of high-need students has increased in California schools. Specifically, the percentage of students tested who are socioeconomically disadvantaged increased from 60% in 2022 to 63% in 2023, as shown in this chart. There's also been an increased interest in the California Spanish assessment, an optional assessment, with the number of students tested increasing from 46,000 in 2022 to 55,000 in 2023. In the upcoming slides, I will share more detailed results on student performance on each of the CASP tests. The Smarter Balance summative assessments for ELA and mathematics are given to students in grades 3 through 8 and grade 11 and are aligned with the California Common Core state standards for ELA and mathematics. For ELA and mathematics, there are 4 achievement levels. The target is for students to achieve level 3, meet standard, or level 4, exceed standard. In reviewing ELA results for students by race and ethnicity in 2021-22 and 2022-23 school years, there was an increase in the percentage of students who met or exceed standards in the student groups of American Indian or Alaska Native and Filipino. In reviewing ELA results for students by gender and program, there was an increase in the percentage of students who met and exceeded standard in the student groups of economically disadvantaged and students with a disability. And in reviewing results for ELA for students by grade, the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard increased in the student groups of grade 3 and grade 11. For math, in reviewing results for students by race and ethnicity, the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard increased in all student groups. For math, in reviewing results for students by gender and program, the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard increased in the student groups of both male and female, as well as within the student groups of economically disadvantaged, foster youth, homeless, students with a disability, migrant education, and English learners. In reviewing results for mathematics for students by grade, the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard increased in each grade 3 through 8 and in grade 11, as well as in the overall average of students who met or exceeded standard across all grade levels. The California Science Test, or CAST, is aligned with the California Next Generation Science Standards. All students in grade 5 and 8 are required to take the CAST. High school students must take the CAST once during their high school years, either in grade 10, 11, or 12, depending on when they complete their last science course. Similar to ELA and math, the CAST also features 4 achievement levels. The objective is for students to achieve level 3, meet standard, or level 4, exceed standard. In reviewing the results for science among the students categorized by race and ethnicity, the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard increased in the student groups of American Indian or Alaskan Native, Asian, Black or African American, Filipino, Hispanic or Latino, white, as well as 2 or more races. For science, in reviewing results for students by gender and program, the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard in the student groups of both male and female, as well as within the student groups of economically disadvantaged, students with a disability, and migrant education. And in reviewing results for science by students by grade, the percentage of students who met or exceeded standard increased in grades 5 and high school, as well as the overall average of students who met or exceeded standard across all grade levels. Now let's review results for the California Alternate Assessments, or CAAs. The CAAs are aligned with the alternate achievement standards for ELA, mathematics, and science. The CAAs are for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities and whose individualized education program, or IEP team, has designated the use of the alternate assessment on statewide summative assessments. Overall, about 1% of students in California take the CAAs. The CAAs for ELA and mathematics are administered to students in grades 3 through 8 and grade 11. The CAA for science is administered to students in grades 5, 8, and once in high school. The state's target is for students to perform at level 3, which is the highest achievement level for the CAAs. Overall, the percent of students at level 3, which is understanding, increased for both ELA and mathematics, but decreased for science. The last CASP assessment we will review is the California Spanish Assessment, or CSA. California offers the CSA as an optional online test. The CSA gives all students in grades 3 through 8 in high school the opportunity to demonstrate their reading, writing mechanics, and listening skills in Spanish. The test is aligned to the California core state standards in Espanol. There was a 20% increase in the number of students who took the CSA from approximately 46,000 in 2022 to over 55,000 in 2023. In addition, the mean scale score increased for grade 11. I will present an overview of the 2022-23 results for the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC. The LPAC serves as the required state test for evaluating English language proficiency among students whose primary language is not English. State and federal laws require that local education agencies administer an English language proficiency test to eligible students from kindergarten through grade 12. The LPAC is aligned with the 2012 California English Language Development Standards and assesses 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. It consists of 2 separate English language proficiency assessments, one for the initial identification of students as English learners, and a second for the annual summative assessment to measure a student's progress in learning English and to identify the student's level of English language proficiency. The LPAC tests are one of 4 criteria used for reclassification. The LPAC comprises of the following assessments: initial LPAC, initial alternate LPAC, summative LPAC, and summative alternate LPAC. Over 200,000 students took the initial or initial alternate LPAC. Similar to the results for the CASP, we're seeing changes with the 2022-23 LPAC test results. Overall, there was a 0.9 or 0.9 of a percentage point increase in the students scoring at performance level 4 in the summative LPAC, the level used to meet one of the 4 criteria for reclassification. With the results available for the summative alternate LPAC for 2 years, score trends are available now for the first time. The initial LPAC and the initial alternate LPAC serve as the 2 primary tests used for the initial identification of students as English learners. The initial alternate LPAC was available for the first time in 2022-23 school year. Similar to the California alternate assessments discussed earlier, the initial alternate LPAC is given to students with the most significant cognitive disabilities and whose IEP indicates they should take an alternate assessment. During the 2022-23 academic year, almost 250,000 students were given either the initial LPAC or initial alternate LPAC. Most of the students were identified as novice or intermediate English learners. Schools and districts can use the student's English language proficiency to determine what supports and resources the student has access to as an English learner. The summative LPAC is administered to all students identified as English learners based on their initial LPAC results and other criteria. In reviewing the results for the summative LPAC by race and ethnicity, there was an increase in the percentage of students achieving the overall performance level, level 4. This level is a key requirement needed to meet Criterion 1 of 4 to meet Criterion 1 of 4 criteria for reclassification, and this increased in the student groups of Hispanic or Latino and 2 or more races. In reviewing results for the summative LPAC by gender and program, the percentage of students who earned the highest overall performance level of 4 increased in the student groups of both male and female, as well as within the student groups of economically disadvantaged, foster youth, homeless, migrant education, armed forces family member, and student with disability. In reviewing results for the summative LPAC by grade, the percentage of students who earned the highest overall performance level of 4 increased in the grades of kindergarten, each grade 3 through 12, as well as in the average percentage of students who earned the highest overall performance level of 4 across all grades. This slide presents an overview of the results for the summative LPAC for grades 6 through 12. The summative alternate LPAC is given to students who are identified as English learners with the most significant cognitive disabilities. The summative alternate LPAC is reported at 3 performance levels, 1, 2, and 3. Performance level 3 can be used as one of 4 criteria to reclassify an English learner. In 2022-23, administration is the first time we have had enough data to analyze progress in English language proficiency for these students. In reviewing results for the summative LPAC for students categorized by race and ethnicity, the percentage of students who earned the highest overall performance, level 4, the level needed to meet Criterion 1 of 4 criteria for reclassification, increased in the student groups of Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander and 2 or more races. For the summative alternate LPAC, in reviewing the results by gender and program, the percentage of students who earned the highest overall performance level of 4 decreased in the student groups of both male and female, as well as within the student groups of economically disadvantaged, foster youth, homeless, migrant education, and armed forces family member. You can visit the test results for California's Assessments website to view aggregate results for both the CASP and LPAC. The website provides a single home for all CASP and LPAC assessment results, easy-to-read tables and graphs illustrating various aggregate assessment results, filters for student groups as well as school type, summary reports by school, district, county, and state level for all students and by student groups, as well as reports that allow users to review comparisons, changes over time, performance trends by students, by student groups, and download research files. This concludes our report. Public comment.
Thank you very much. And while we're waiting for members of the public wishing to call in can call the phone number and use the access code shown on this slide. And while we are waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison member, Orozco Gonzalez, if she has any initial comments before me.
Thank you, Cheryl, for your presentation. And I'd like to express my appreciation for the comprehensive report of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress results for the 2022 and 23 academic school year. It's encouraging to see these improvements in the student performance in mathematics and the California Science Test. These positive trends reflect the dedication and hard work of our educators, our students, and families. Additionally, the continued support of the California Alternative Assessments for students and special education needs is a testament to our commitment to ensuring every child's education needs are met. The results of the English language proficiency assessments for California, including the initial and summative LPAC, provide insights to the progress made in the English language proficiency among our students. It's reassuring to see an increase in the percentage of students reaching higher levels. especially for those who are socially, economically disadvantaged. I'm also pleased to learn about the enhancements to the test results for California's assessments website, which will provide more accessible and valuable information to parents and educators to support their efforts in student development. The increase in the number of socially economically disadvantaged students tested is a reminder of the ongoing challenges faced by our education system. While these improvements are encouraging, there is still work to be done to address the needs of our students, particularly those who are disadvantaged. Our commitment to addressing disparities in education remains unwavering. To move forward, we must continue to implement evidence-based strategies, adapt to evolving needs, and collaborate with all stakeholders to create a more equitable education system. We are pivoting by recognizing the need for a holistic approach to education and adapting our strategies to meet the ever-changing needs of our students. The incorporation of Community Schools Initiative, which is a focus on comprehensive supports, represents a shift towards a more student-centered and well-rounded education system. Additionally, our initiatives like transitional kindergarten, expanded after-school programs, and commitment to monitoring the progress and adjusting our efforts based on data, feedback demonstrates our willingness to pivot and improve as we move forward. And I see this in the classroom. I see how we move forward in my own school district and in my school, which is a high-performing small school in an urban area, with exactly the demographic I'm discussing and I just spoke about, that we move forward with some of these initiatives, especially the intervention programs and after-school programs that we've made a commitment to. Transition in kindergarten has made a huge impact to our early childhood education and getting our students ready for school. I look forward to any discussions and collaboration to ensure that every student in California has access to a high-quality education and the support they need. And I just really want to thank the educators, families, and community for their dedication and commitment to our students' well-being and their academic growth. Thank you.
Now, before we go to public comment, are there any clarifying questions that anyone has? Seeing none, we'll see if there's any public comment. Oh, there is one. I'm sorry. Member Escobedo.
I'm just curious, since in slide 15, you had the Spanish assessment. It's displayed as mean scale scores. Is there like a proficiency cutoff rate, or is that?
I'm going to let Mal respond to that question.
Oh, the mean scale score?
Yes.
For grade 11.
Mm-hmm.
That one slide. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm just curious, when we display the scores for the Spanish assessment, you display it as a mean scale score rather than proficiency. And, knowing the dual immersion programs are increasing, my understanding is that you really want to measure growth in Spanish as well as in English. So I just wondered why, just clarifying, why is there a mean scale score rather than a proficiency rate like the other assessments?
Yeah, this assessment is still in development. Remember, it has reporting scale score ranges. So I believe the board has not approved those reporting levels. So it's still in development, and in this current contract, we are going to expand it to include the writing, the full write. In that time, once we have more data, we could bring it back to the board to make some decisions about reporting levels like the other assessments.
Thank you.
Great. Seeing no other clarifying questions, let's go to public comment. Is there any public comment from individuals in the room?
There is. We have Rob Manwaring with Children Now and Jessica Sacco with the California STEM Network.
Okay. I think the microphone is at the back of the room for public comment. And Cheryl, you could probably take a break for a minute while we get the comments done, and then we'll call you back as needed.
Hi, Robert Manwaring from Children Now. Thank you, Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond and members of the board and staff for all the work in diving into this data. Unfortunately, Children Now has continued to be disappointed with the lack of progress on closing achievement gaps. There's been no change in performance gaps from the last year and almost no change since the beginning of LCFF in closing achievement gaps. Later today on the agenda, you'll talk on the LCAP template is supposed to, for the first time, focus districts on closing achievement gaps and opportunity gaps. We think there's a way that data could support that discussion. Specifically, we recommend that DataQuest be amended to report on achievement gaps directly. Right now, the data's there, but it takes a spreadsheet and a lot of work to figure out what's happening with achievement gaps. We think by calculating those achievement gaps and tracking them over time, it will be much easier for districts to focus their attention on those achievement gaps and ideally the actions that will be taken in their LCAPs to address them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good morning, Jessica Sacco on behalf of the California STEM Network, project of Children Now. The California STEM Network brings together interest holders from TK-12, both in and out of school time, higher education, business, industry, community-based organizations, and philanthropy to increase equitable access to high-quality STEM learning experiences for all kids. The results of the 22-23 test scores in science and math are the equivalent of a bat signal in the sky. We have a STEM education emergency that must be addressed. Our California economy is dependent upon a diverse STEM workforce ready to tackle the challenges and leverage the opportunities to move our state and nation forward. The assessment results show that we are leaving behind more than 8 in 10 Black students in science and math. We cannot afford to allow schools to continue to minimize elementary science. We must ensure that all students have access to high-quality STEM learning experience, including physics, chemistry, computer science in high school, and we must continue to support our teachers in delivering high-quality instruction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any callers on the phone?
We do. We have 5 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Pete Ahern with the California Association of Science Educators. I want to thank CDE for reporting the CAST science data on an equal footing with ELA and math. We are excited to see that there are now 2 years of data which will allow for science to be reported on the next year's dashboard. The results are disappointing, however, with only 30% of California students meeting or exceeding expectations and only a slight year-to-year improvement. This is not a surprising result, however. We know that in the 10 years after the adoption of NGSS, 40% of schools have still not adopted NGSS-aligned curriculum, and most schools have not provided teachers with the professional development needed to make the challenging instructional shifts that NGSS demands. With its embedded engineering and computational thinking, the California NGSS are a key to preparing California students for future STEM careers. The reporting of science is a key to get districts to invest in supporting science and to provide time for science at the elementary grades. Reporting science results on the dashboard will be a key to getting districts to make these needed investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. Almost afternoon. This is Manuel Buenrostro with Californians Together. And I just want to acknowledge and thank the Department of Education staff for making it possible for the first time for this data to include disaggregated data by long-term English learners and students at risk of becoming long-term English learners. This is something that we had asked for previously, and we are happy that there was legislation and support from the Department of Education to get this data out. We think that this further disaggregated data is going to be important to look at the specific needs of the different profiles of English learners Specifically, as we look at the LPAC results, we can look at the strengths and weaknesses of the different typologies of English learners, including long-term English learners, when it comes to the different language domains. So we really thank the department for making this possible and for putting the data out in a way that districts can analyze it and act upon it. We also acknowledge that there's more work to be done, like previous scholars have mentioned, and we're here to support that continuous work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, Chana E. I'm a
Sorry, my fault. Please call back in. I apologize. I just hung up on you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents to extend our appreciation to Deputy Superintendent Cotton, Dr. Mal Vang, and the entire staff of ADAD for the smooth release of the 22-23 assessment scores and for getting the data out early. The California County Superintendents and County Offices of Education leaders are deeply committed to building the capacity of our districts and charters to ensure everyone has the tools needed to address our students' diverse needs and readiness levels so that we can serve all students equitably, because as the data shows, we still have much work to do. So, to be continued, and we appreciate the state's leadership on closing the achievement gap and opportunity gap, and thank you for the opportunity to provide input.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm Melissa Marcucci, President-elect for the California Association of Science Educators and Science Teacher in the Central Valley. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude for the continued conversation and efforts of President Darling Hammond and the board, as well as the CDE for including CAS data in today's agenda. I'd also like to acknowledge the small but mighty improvement in CAS scores this last year. However, I'd like to also point out the continued gap in achievement for our socially, economically disadvantaged and minority students, as well as this exact same gap in STEM careers. Without our K-12 schools promoting, investing in, and providing equitable access and opportunity for all students, regardless of background, circumstances, and geographic location, and being held accountable to it, we will never remove the barriers and gaps that exist within STEM education and thus STEM careers. Districts have not adequately invested in science education for all students, professional development for all teachers, and materials necessary since it's not on the dashboard. In addition, publishing companies have not taken the revisions necessary to fully encompass and envision NGSS in every classroom seriously because it's not as valued as math and ELA. Thus, I encourage to place science on the dashboard with equal visibility and weight as ELA, math, college, and etc.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, Chana E. I'm a parent. I have so many questions and ideas about this topic of testing. The problem is that in the couple dozen of times I've called any of the CDE's 6 to 7 lines I can find, no one ever answers the phone. The state board's office is the same way. Your office line either rings or says mailbox full. The CDE numbers I've called, I get mailbox full or a message saying something to the point of we're working remotely, but the mailbox is checked throughout the day. However, I've never gotten a call back from that office after 10 voicemails maybe. If they're still working remotely in 2023, who's accountable for these employees and who don't answer or return voicemails? I really have a lot of questions and comments to say about this, but I don't have enough time in the 1 minute. So if it's possible for someone to call me back from one of these offices, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 5.
Thank you very much. This is an information item. If there are other points that members of the board would like to make, this is a time to make those points. And I would just like to also thank the department for the data analysis. There are lots of folks who'd like to see even more kinds of analyses, and I think that is something that we should be thinking about and taking up. We will have soon, in addition to the data that we get each year on the various assessments, a growth metric, which allows us to know for individual students, how they have grown from time 1 to time 2, which I think is going to be very, very important for us to display, discuss, think about, and so on. Partly because one of the things that makes it hard to interpret changes in the cross-sectional data is that we do have these changes in the composition of our student population. And just in the 4 years that I've been a part of the board, we've had almost an 8% increase in the number of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, big shifts in different other subgroups of students, changes in districts about how many students are there and who's there. And so I'm looking forward to us being able to do some analyses that are nuanced and focused on how kids who are in our system are doing. And then, to the points that we've all been making, how do we continue to lean in to make sure that the right kind of attention and the right kind of resources are getting to those students. With that, are there any other points of discussion before we move on to the next item? Yes, Member Portillo Brunson.
So I actually just wanted to follow up on that point, which I think Rob Manware had raised. Is that something that is within our purview to be able to determine sort of some of those data runs that might be publicly available otherwise on the CASP website? Is that something that basically gets renegotiated with our contracting with CASP every year?
I can certainly allow members of the department to speak to their experience. My experience in asking our vendor, ETS is often the entity that does the runs, is that they seem very willing to be supportive of looking at data in various ways. But we have not asked for, I don't know what we've asked for, beyond the things that we normally see. There's a lot of data also available on DataQuest and lots of people running those data. And so I think that might be a whole presentation we might want to have about what is routinely done and what might be done. Member Olken?
That was right where I was going. I was pondering, having spent some time on DataQuest, how much of what's there is still relevant to our accountability systems today versus how much of what's there is sort of archival things we used to collect, or now we collect in a different way. Because I'm also aware that more data sometimes means less ability to digest it. And so thinking about how we, I would love to know what's there and to also think about how we can ensure what's available is really relevant to what we're looking at today and what we care about and our priorities.
Yeah. So I think, the short answer to your question is we can certainly find out and ask, and, we're about to move to an item where we're going to get some more data that we asked for at our last meeting. So I want to thank the CDE in advance for, making the effort to explore the chronic absenteeism data more fully than we had previously. So any other questions or comments about the assessment data? We'll thank Cheryl Cotton for the presentation. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to item 6, which is the update on the 2022-23 chronic absenteeism and absenteeism by reason DataQuest report release. And this also is an information item only, and we, as I said, will thank Cindy Kazanis and her team in advance for having done some additional analysis for us about some of the questions we raised in a previous meeting. Cindy, please begin.
Good morning. Cindy Kazanis, Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. It's good to have you here today. There's a great audience, a conference across the street that's happening, the state and federal program directors, CASFEP, and we encourage them to stop by today or tomorrow since they usually watch you online, but I haven't seen any of them in the audience yet today. But we're trying to increase your participation numbers from those that follow you online. But great to see everyone today, and congratulations to our new Chief Deputy, Nancy Portillo. We're happy that Mary has help. It gives her more time with our work. So we did receive this late request from the board to provide you an update on the release of the chronic absenteeism data on DataQuest. DataQuest is not a product that goes before the board for approval. It is something that is done by the department without statutory requirements. So I wanted to, just in light of the topics that we were just talking about, I wanted to make sure I started with that conversation. We will cover briefly the release and what we saw in the data, very promising results, and then talk about how this is being applied to the dashboard, which of course will be publicly produced on December 15th. We do not have any recommendations. This is not an action item. It's for information purposes only. All right, so there's two different reports that were put out last month. First is the chronic absenteeism rates, and the second is the absenteeism by reason reports. We've talked a little bit in the past about DataQuest, but just a helpful reminder, it is just putting out data for the purposes of information. When we release reports on DataQuest, especially in the last couple years, we traditionally would release a downloadable file. And so we also, that is a companion to what we see on DataQuest, and that is our model for our newer reports moving forward. It doesn't ascribe a value like the dashboard has, colors and sort of a measurement of or a value placed on it of how schools and districts are doing. DataQuest is simply reporting numbers and providing context for the state, county, district levels. So what is the chronic absenteeism rate? Hopefully we all know this by heart by now, but just in case, July was a long ways away. We define it as the percent of students that are chronically absent. They've missed 10% or more of days expected to attend. This includes students that were expected to attend at least 31 instructional days. So that is our threshold that we use when reporting out on the rate. For the 2022-23 school year, as President Darlene Hammond already mentioned in her opening remarks, we saw this decrease of over 5 percentage points from the chronic absenteeism rate from the prior year. You also see a reduction in our eligible enrollment. We do have a declining enrollment in the state, and that is reflected here in these numbers. In terms of just our prior years, I can actually briefly speak to this. The 1920 data, just for context, was determined not to be valid or reliable, so we did not report out on this data in case there were any questions. I can also say anecdotally, as a result of releasing this report early and with the assessment results, we have heard from some districts who have told us that their perfect attendance record is not entirely accurate. So we are starting to see just a handful of districts who have written in, and we'll handle those. We handle those through the mechanism of accountability. So if we get, if they report out on incorrect data to us, they get automatically assigned a status or a color on the dashboard, and so that's how it's taken care of. In terms of looking at it by grade span, we always like to look at kindergarten because, of course, good attendance starts early. I see Kim nodding her head. It'll start even earlier with transitional kindergarten being teased out this coming year as its own grade. But compared to the state rate overall for all students, of course, we see this much higher chronic absenteeism rate for our kindergartners at 36.3%, although it is a reduction from the prior year, which is, again, good progress for the state overall. And in comparison to other states, as President Darlene Hammond mentioned this morning, we are seeing ourselves on the lower end. As far as the year-to-year comparison for student groups, I know, I feel like you stole the thunder, but I'll repeat it. We got the highest gains or reductions in our migrant education students and our foster youth students as far as percentage points changes from the 2 years, to the point that our migrant education students is lower than the state average for all students at 22.5% chronically absent. In terms of race ethnicity, We see reductions in every single one of our student groups, and while there is, opportunities for improvement moving forward, this is a sign in the right direction. And then finally, this is a report that we produced that helped to describe the amount of districts that decreased for chronic absenteeism between 2021-22 and 2022-23. Because we don't have available the process data for the chronic absenteeism indicator, this was our best effort. I will put out there, this includes all schools. The chronic absenteeism indicator only looks at K-8 schools. It also sends back students who were being served at the school level to their, for purposes of special education. They may be at a different school, or at the county level, they're sent back to their district of special ed accountability. So it doesn't incorporate the business rules we apply for the dashboard, but I think it's a good sign that we are seeing an overwhelming majority at 69.3% of our districts having decreased rates. So that is a great sign, because of course when it comes to the dashboard, we give credit for improvement. We are looking at continuous improvement, and that is entirely what the status and change combination to create a color provides. In terms of our school rates for chronic absenteeism, we see the same decline, especially from the 2021-22 school year, of 69.5%. So again, just very strong numbers for an overwhelming majority of our schools. We talked back in July, but just as a reminder, the department has put out a report called Absenteeism by Reason. This is not related to accountability, but after our conversation in July, you asked that we link to this report that would provide additional information around the context of chronic absenteeism on the dashboard. And so what the Absenteeism by Reason report does is it reports out on any absences. So if it's one or more, we're going to report out on it, and it provides a bit additional context about the types of absences. So there's 4 types that we collect in our student level data system: excused, unexcused, out-of-school suspension absences, and incomplete independent study absences. And our report does show that we have declined in the average number of days absent by over 2 days. So again, looking at the same denominators as far as eligible enrollments, but we now are looking at a different count. We're looking at the counts of students with 1 or more absence. So they don't have to be chronically absent, but they do have to have 1 or more absence. We also provide on this report a filter where you can look at just chronically absent students, and you can see their average day attendance, which is different than all students. The other piece that we provide, again, is those 4 types on the same report. So we see these numbers. We had a very odd year with the year after the full year of COVID and being at home, a shift between excused and unexcused absences. We are now back to whatever normal we can be in terms of reporting out on this information. But as we know, in the work done through Attendance Works and PACE and others, there is a disproportionate number of students who are reporting unexcused absences that are often students of color, students in poverty. And so this information can be used very succinctly or very tangibly at the school level to help support for students. We also see for incomplete independent study absences, a lot of those there is a higher percentage of students that are enrolled in alternative schools that are on the independent study route, and so that is, you will see them overrepresented in these numbers as well, just for context. But this at least gives you, I think, a good perspective for what is going on in our schools. And if you were to look at, we've looked at Salinas. We did this excellent webinar the day that the data was produced with Monterey County, and just the amazing supports they provided as a result of their schools, or rather their districts, being in differentiated assistance. And we will be having that posted very shortly. But just a lot of supports that went around to get to these numbers and to decrease numbers in that county. So what does chronic absenteeism look like on the dashboard? We've talked about this a little bit, but just as a reminder, it's only applied to grades kindergarten through grade 8 because the board made the decision that the graduation rate would be the equivalent attendance or completion information for our high school students for purposes of the Every Student Succeeds Act. We look at, again, the same business rules or definitions around the 10% of more instructional days. And then just as a reminder, I know we talked about this back in July, but school closures due to natural disasters or emergencies are not reported in the data file, and they're not included in the calculation of the indicator. So there's not an impact on chronic absenteeism for those instances. And then this is a nice handy chart that we've been using. We used it in the webinar. I think it really sort of shows you at a glance the differences between the two reporting functionalities. Of course, the purposes of DataQuest and Dashboard are very different. Again, DataQuest is meant for informational purposes, and the Dashboard is something that really meets our federal and state accountability requirements. There's also pieces in here around students that are included. Our non-public schools show up on DataQuest. We have filtering options on DataQuest. And of course, this big piece around students with disabilities are reported at the district of residence. So in the dashboard, we return them to the district of residence. And we spoke just a moment about that last bullet. On the dashboard, the assignment of the orange performance color is provided to those districts that tell us after the fact that they gave us bad data. In terms of 2023 and the dashboard for chronic absenteeism, we have been on the conference circuit, and we are really excited that, again, that we're returning to colors because it does provide schools, district, and student groups the opportunity to show growth. And that will be reflective in their colors. So just a slight growth of declining 0.5% or between 0.5 and the 3% will lead to a better color. And as far as you can see this on the screen, decline significantly for the change level, decline of 3 or more, again, percent will give you higher ranking on the dashboard, and will hopefully keep some of our districts out of differentiated assistance compared to what we've had in the prior years, because we did see improvement this year. This is the chart that it is representative of the 25 different options that a district, school, or student group would land in. So of course, on looking at the status between very low and very high, we have the reverse incentive here. We want to see very low chronic absenteeism rates. And then as far as increase to decline significantly, the reverse for this particular indicator for chronic absenteeism. So this is what we'll see. We'll see this December 15th for every single school and district and student group in California. And with that, I think this was my my last slide. We do have a requirement to move up the dashboard in future years, and so next year we'll see that on December 1st, and the subsequent years you see on this screen. And I'm happy to turn it over to President Darlene Hammond. Questions, or to open it up for public comment?
Thank you very much. And the public comment slide is up. Members of the public who would like to call in can use that phone number and the access code noted there. And while we're waiting to see who is calling in, I want to turn to Vice President Glover Woods to offer any comments.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond, and thank you, Cindy and team, for the data and just continuing to be responsive to the board's requests and inquiries as it relates to chronic absenteeism data. I do have a clarifying question. I have comments and a clarifying question, so can I do both at this time? Okay. Thank you. So Cindy, I will say, so let me ask my clarifying question first, and this is in regards to any LEAs that may have submitted bad data, if you will, and did not let the department know ahead of time. I know you mentioned that they will receive an orange color on the dashboard. Is there any indication on the dashboard for those LEAs that assignment of orange is a result of the data, of incorrect data, or I should say bad data being submitted and them not following the timelines necessary to clean it up?
I had to phone a friend or walk over to Kim Money.
That's okay. That's okay.
Technical resource, among other things. The information will not show up on the dashboard, but will show up in the data files. And so we know that many of our community members, especially the advocacy groups and the county offices, take those data files day one, and they're doing things with it. So there'll be a note in the data file around that. As I mentioned, it's a handful, but when you have perfect attendance and it's not real, that really is not good either. So we're going to spend more time on this over the next year too, on data quality and making sure that as we see things come in, that we have conversations earlier. But that is just something just as an aside that has continued.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that clarification. And I know there are multiple opportunities to get data clean and all of that before data is run, so I do understand. And just to be sure that I understand correctly, the color of orange, it will just show orange on the dashboard, but it would be necessary to kind of click into DataQuest to understand that orange is a result of incorrect data as opposed to.
Yeah, no, that you bring up a good point. So there's two different ways that they'll see it. If you're in the actual data file, the downloadable data file, for the dashboard, it'll be in there. But on DataQuest, we will add a note, and the note is universal when we get these kinds of inquiries from LEAs, or they share this information with us that the district or school has notified us that their data is incorrect, and please reach out to the district for up-to-date information.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Now for my comment, which will be separate from the clarifying question. And my comment, I'll just keep it very brief. And I do want to say it is wonderful to see the chronic absenteeism data going in a more positive direction. The decrease most definitely is helpful to see. I also am just cognizant of the fact that our chronic absenteeism numbers are still quite high from even 2017-18, almost double. So as we continue to go forward, I just continue to throw out that I'd like to ensure that we're engaging in conversation on how we may need to look at that data, capture the data, ensure that there may be some other ways that we want to provide some way for students who may not be able to be in the seat, if you will, but still have opportunity to have the time spent in instruction and have that captured where it's not counted as an absence. And that's a quite larger conversation, definitely not something to engage in today. But I do want to put that out because I think one thing that we need to keep in mind post our response to the pandemic is that families, students are looking at education in a different way than they did beforehand. And they are cognizant of the fact that in some instances, there is a way to utilize some technological resources to be able to engage in robust instruction and still, in a sense, be counted as having been present for instruction and whatnot. So again, a very deep conversation, a little bit aside from the data report that we've received, but something I do hope we're able to engage in as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
And I will just offer my comments as the second liaison on this, that just to piggyback on Vice President Glover Woods, I think we'll want to continue to talk about both how to enable students to be engaged even when they're not in the seat, and to sort out how to help districts by understanding which of the absences are associated with ongoing climate events where students can't always get to school because the bus can't get through the floods or the snow or whatever's going on, the ongoing I wish it were we were post-pandemic, but the ongoing illnesses and surges that we continue to have, and then, the other absences that we were focused on a few years ago. So we'll have an ongoing conversation about how to sort it out, and also then how to enable kids to be educated maximally under all of these circumstances, and schools to support children in being in school. Are there any clarifying questions before we go to public comment? Yes, Member Olken.
Thank you. This is a hopefully really simple one. On slide 16, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Across the state, across the state, students miss an average of almost 15 days of school a year.
Sorry, I don't have slide numbers. Could you just give me the slide title?
Oh yeah, sorry. Absenteeism by reason by academic year. That one. Yeah. So am I reading that correctly?
Of the students who were absent with one or more absences, the average was 14.6 days.
Okay, so that excludes students who have perfect attendance.
Right.
Okay, so if you miss any school, the average is 14.6 days. I'll just say it the way you said it. Yes, that's okay. Thank you. That's my clarifying question.
So I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Is there a metric that we also report, which is the average days absent for all students, including those who might have perfect attendance?
No.
So that's what I thought this number was. I thought it was the actual average days absent for all kids.
Let me just double check the report. I believe the denominator is eligible enrollment. Is it eligible enrollment? Hang on.
And eligible enrollment would be kids who are eligible to be enrolled, is what I was thinking it was.
Enrollment is anybody who met the threshold of the 31 days in attendance. So we have
right. They have to have been in that school or that district for at least that amount of time in order to be in the count. But that's all the kids who are in that school or district for at least that amount of time. Right. So it is actually I think, Sharon, I think it is what you originally thought, the average days absent for any student who is being counted as enrolled. Right?
Yes, but as far as, I think she asked a different question, at least I took it as different, as of those students who were absent, what was their average days absent, which is 14.6.
Right.
Okay, we've got two different metrics bouncing around, but we can clarify that.
Yep.
I have a quick clarifying question on this. That's 22, 23. Is that connected at all? Is there any data if it's related to testing positive for COVID? Because, for example, last year, if a student tested positive, even if they didn't have a lot of symptoms, they were out for 10 days, right? That was part of the district policy. And so they were doing work. They were at home working through Google Classroom, but they weren't physically in the class.
It depends on the local policy. So, some districts were able to send students into an independent study space. I'm not at an LEA. And we don't get information on students and why they're absent in terms of did they have COVID and they were on a 10-day quarantine. That is not represented in the data. So I don't know the answer to that, but maybe locally, I don't know if there's any anecdotal at the dais to help out with this answer.
Member Orozco Gonzalez seems like she wants to answer the question.
I actually just want to add to that. I think that I was thinking the same question that Member Rodriguez was asking, and if they were able to enroll, like for instance at my school district in independent studies, but that would require the parent to come and pick up the packet or to meet online virtually with the educator, with the teacher in the classroom. So I think that sometimes that's where sometimes disparities come into play, because parents who had limited resources, or only one parent who was at work and could not come and pick up or to meet with with the teacher and to set up, especially a child in early education from TK to 5th grade, they rely so much on their parent to guide them through that process. So that number could be a little skewed depending on that, but it is the recovery from Saturday school to whatever systems this LEA has in place to recover those absentee days. But yes, you're right about those 10 days. And even now, I have had students, because they've tested positive, for 5 days.
I think this is one of the things that's the more general policy point, is how do we begin to sort out the causes of absence? Some of them that we want to help districts engage with are kids who are disengaged from school. That's a very big concern. We need to know about that. We are still having extended absences from illness, not only COVID, RSV, other things. And we're adding in these new sort of climate events that we are keeping track of under the J13 waivers and other places where those get recorded. It's a different system, and there's an emergency system also. But to get to a place where we have kids really attending, we've got to also be thinking about, as you say, if kids are on Google Classroom, how is that supported? How does that both get counted in attendance, but also supported for engagement, so that as these things occur, we're not either directing the wrong solution to the wrong problem or penalizing schools for doing things that are intended to preserve the health of the student body as a whole. So, yeah. I think I saw member Ayapan, were you flagging that you wanted to say something? Okay. You were just leaning in. Okay. Member Orozco Gonzalez, and then we do need to go to public comment because we're actually in discussion now, I think.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And see, that was
you wait for the discussion.
You know what? You're right. I think we'll wait till afterwards.
I'm reminding myself as well. Is there any public comment in the room first?
Yes, we have Rob Manwaring from Children Now.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. There? Yeah. Good, thank you. Robert Manwaring from Children Now again. Later on today, you'll be taking action on the LCAP item that will require LEAs to set specific actions if they are read on the dashboard for a school or a subgroup. Unfortunately, high school chronic absenteeism is not on that dashboard. Our high school results in chronic absenteeism are even worse than for other schools, particularly for some subgroups. Foster youth at high school levels, 51% chronic absenteeism. For our black students, 37%. For our alternative education schools, it's 61%. Roughly half of the equity multiplier schools will be alternative education schools. So focusing on these schools and their absenteeism would be an ideal focus goal in the LCAP. However, because it's not on the dashboard, high school chronic absenteeism isn't on the dashboard, it can't be a focus goal. We plead that you add high school chronic absenteeism to the dashboard so that those high schools can focus on this need. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? Shall we move to public comment on the phone?
There are 2 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Couple of the non-public schools, even see if there's any availability at any of the ones that we already have, contracts with. That way, at the
caller,
meeting,
caller with the last four digits, 5949, you are now live. Okay, we're going to move on. Next caller with the last four digits, 4301, you are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Lindsay Tornatori on behalf of the California County Superintendent, calling to extend our appreciation to Cindy Cazanes and her staff for coordinating with the Assessment Division to release the chronic absenteeism data reports with the statewide assessment score release. These two data sets provided a clearer picture of how our students are performing and reiterates the importance of getting our kids back in school. However, we know that chronic absenteeism is not just about numbers. And in addition to the challenge of supporting our students who are not always able to physically be in school, LEAs need to focus on ensuring the conditions exist that make our students want to be in school. The data reports released by the CDE help us better understand how we as county offices can better support our districts and charters to improve student social and emotional well-being, sense of belonging, and positive school culture. Finally, appreciation to the board for your continued awareness and critical thinking to ensure our indicator is nimble to accommodate the evolving ways students are engaging in school. We have much work still to be done in this area, and we appreciate the state's leadership on this critical issue.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Rebecca Walker, and I'm the Deputy Superintendent for the Lake County Office of Education. I'm calling in support of the CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP. Lake County hosts approximately 10,000 students comprising six.
I'm sorry, we are currently taking public comment for item number 6. Would you please call back in for item number 7? Thank you.
Yes.
That concludes public comment for item number 6.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is an information item, and I know that there was a little bit of pent-up discussion yet to be had, so I'm going to go back to Member Orozco Gonzalez.
I just, I want to emphasize the importance of addressing the chronic absenteeism, right? So when we think of how this significantly impacts our students' experience, I do agree that chronic absenteeism is not just about numbers. Our educators do need to be nimble. So I continuously just want to continue pondering and thinking about specific resources or strategies as we develop to address this rising absenteeism rates and support students' re-engagement in learning. So when we think of how we can creatively think of students in seats versus students at home and creative ways that we know that we can still say that students are learning, but they're in alternative states.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion would stand between us and lunch. So just, Member Escobedo, please feel free.
We need to really look at the whole independent study and the bureaucracy that some of our parents, like Trustee Gonzalez said. I bet you if you look at the completion rate, it's typically parents who have the time, have the ability to turn in. The bureaucracy is quite extensive, and we really need to look at a whole different model of seat time, of how do you capture this significant amount of excused absenteeism that kids can earn, that loss of time. We know they can. We've been in this pandemic and we learned a lot. So I think we need to reinvent even how we look at seat time and learning time for our students.
A very good place on which to not quite end. Member Yoshimoto Tari, please.
I agree with Board Member Escobedo's comment. And in addition, I think I'm interested in learning about models that local education agencies have around the collection of the attendance data, because in most places I'm familiar with, we're still relying on paper pencil. And that, as a parent, I have found letters that I've written in my children's backpacks, and they weren't delivered to the office. And so, but yet I do online banking on my phone, and I get texts with reminders, all the time. And there might be more efficient ways that we can collect that data. And so as we think about working with our practitioners to think about how do we get more nuanced data that doesn't add too much burden on districts. I'd love to hear about models and ways of just getting the data more efficiently using technology.
That's a really good point, and that goes, not only to the amount of absence, but also potentially the sources. Yeah. Any other discussion? Well, this is clearly an issue that we'll want to keep, working on over the coming months, and we appreciate, Cindy, the additional data that you provided for us. And with that, I think we will thank you and move on to lunch break, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. All right, thank you. Welcome back. We are now going to pick up item 7, and that is the Local Control and Accountability Plan template. Adoption of the revised LCAP template consistent with California Education Code Section 52064, and the CDE recommends that we adopt the proposed revisions to the template and instructions and allow the CDE in collaboration with SBE staff to make any necessary typographical or formatting corrections as the documents are prepared for posting on the CDE website. We did just hear about this from our student presenters, so we should be ready to proceed with the item presented by Will McGee. Nice to see you, and Joshua Strong of the CDE. Please begin.
Thank you very much, and yes, you guys should be ready for this item. Good afternoon, Board President Darling Hammond, Chief Deputy Officer Nicely, and members of the board. My name is William McGee. I'm the Director of the Student Achievement and Support Division. Here to introduce item 7, the Local Control Accountability Plan template, adoption of the revised Local Control and Accountability Plan template, consistent with California Education Code Section 52064. On July 10, 2023, Senate Bill 114 was signed into law. Among other things, Senate Bill 114 amended California Education Code Section 52064, which requires revisions be made to the LCAP template and instructions for the 2024-25 school year. Item 7 will provide the board with a summary of proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions that occurred following the State Board of Education September 2023 meeting. The proposed revisions reflect the revisions required by Senate Bill 114, the direction of the board to identify opportunities to streamline the template, and feedback provided by the board and statewide educational partners. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all the statewide educational partners who took time to attend the various input sessions and provided input on the proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions. Your feedback has been invaluable in developing the LCAP template and instructions being presented today, as well as the LASSO team for really supporting and facilitating meetings. At this time, I would like to ask our effective administrator, Josh Strong, to come up from the Local Agency System and Support Office, who will be presenting item 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Good afternoon, board members, Board President Darling Hammond, and Chief Deputy Mary Nicely. As Will said, I'm Joshua Strong, the administrator of the Local Agency System Support Office here at the department. And again, just to recap, the Local Control and Accountability Plan is a 3-year plan that describes the goals, actions, services, and expenditures to support positive student outcomes that address state and local priorities. The LCAP development process, as we discussed last time, serves 3 distinct but unique functions. First of all, comprehensive strategic planning, and if you remember back to the September meeting, the real focus on addressing and reducing disparities in opportunities and outcomes between student groups indicated by the California School Dashboard. Secondly, meaningful educational partner engagement. And third, accountability and compliance. As Will already alluded to, Senate Bill 114 required the revision of the LCAP template and instructions, and that was discussed back in September. Today's presentation will not be as long, so hopefully we'll keep things moving for you. In September, we presented the draft of the LCAP template and instructions, and you provided us with feedback. Based on that feedback, we made revisions to the template and instructions, and we took that out to educational partners throughout the field. We held a number of engagement sessions. Those were attended by approximately 700 individuals, and we received a lot of feedback, both during webinars, during feedback sessions, but then also emails that were sent in to the department related to the proposed revisions that you have before you today. And so we've provided you with the same 5 attachments that we did last time. The difference being is that attachment 3 and attachment 4 reflect the most recent changes to the template and the instructions. I'll speak a little bit more about that in a bit. Just to summarize the feedback that we received from all of you in September, we heard that we were to continue the implementation of the direction provided to the board at its November 2021 meeting and September to identify opportunities to streamline the template and instructions. We were also asked to clarify the difference between the 2 prompts in the Engaging Educational Partners section so that it was clear what each of the 2 prompts were asking for. We were asked to specifically change the words are encouraged to LEAs must identify metrics for specific student groups as appropriate, including expected outcomes that address and reduce disparities in outcomes between student groups. We were asked to investigate the possibility of allowing LEAs to create a single goal for multiple equity multiplier school sites, and specifically to allow LEAs to do that if those school sites had the same student group or groups that were performing at the lowest performance level on one or more of the state indicators within the dashboard. You asked us to ensure that LEAs were required to identify which goals were equity multiplier goals so that it was clear to anyone reading the plan what specific goals those were. You asked us to include within the instructions the equity multiplier goals, the instructions for the equity multiplier goals, the specific supplement not supplant requirements that are required within statute. Consider replacing narrative boxes with tables in order to streamline the entry of various information on the template, and then seek to provide instructions that are responsive to the needs of different LEAs, school districts, county offices of education, charter schools. And so based on that feedback, what we did is we've obviously incorporated those things that were requested of us. In addition to that, however, we also really took in the feedback that we received from educational partners throughout the state, whether those were partners at the LEA level, partners among advocacy groups. We took the feedback that was there and we looked at how can we incorporate this in a way that is meaningful, that's valuable, that's actually going to help LEAs to be able to complete the plan in a easier fashion, but then also in a way that's also meaningful. And so based on that, we're bringing to you today this template, and I'll highlight some of those areas that we have incorporated that feedback throughout the template and the instructions today. Just as an item of note, what we chose to do is to accept all of the track changes that we brought to you in September. So the attachment 3 of the item that we brought to you in September, we accepted all of those changes. And then we began making new changes on top of those of that original round of changes. So the attachment that you're seeing in front of you today is inclusive both of what was in the September item and what is being brought to you today, and reflects the sum total of those changes. And so with that, what I'd like to do is I'd like to switch over to the template and look specifically at the template and instructions and walk through those for you today. So just going back to what I just said, you'll notice that the reflections on annual performance and the reflections on technical assistance were things that we discussed in September. Those are reflected here. And so moving into the first significant piece of change here within the Engaging Educational Partners section, the first thing I want to point out is the clarification within each of the first 2 prompts. The first prompt asking for a summary of the process used to engage educational partners in the development of the plan. The second prompt asking for a description of how the adopted LCAP was influenced by the feedback provided by educational partners, to clarify the difference between those 2 prompts. And then you'll notice as part of the first prompt, the addition of some explicit requirements of what that minimum requirement is for LEAs in engaging educational partners in the development of the plan. And as well as the requirement for those LEAs that are receiving equity multiplier funds to include the educational partner engagement at the school level for the LCAP and specifically in the development of the goals for the LCAP, to ensure that it's clearly spelled out for anybody reading the plan who needs to be engaged in the process of development, and that additional requirement related to the equity multiplier goals. So for example, you can see the inclusion of the students that was discussed at the last board meeting as part of the Engaging Educational Partners requirement. And then if you'll look at the table, we received a number of different options for templates from folks throughout the field. And we looked at them, we plugged them in, we asked folks what their input was on the tables. Some of the original versions of the table that were here included a listing of each of the educational partner groups that are identified in the prompt above. And what we discovered as we talked with folks is that we could have ended up with a table that was 27 rows long. If we started listing out all of the educational partners that everybody wanted to include in there, it could have gotten to be a very long table. And so what we chose to do instead was to structure the table in such a way that it provides LEAs with the flexibility of being able to identify the educational partners that they're engaging with at their level, whether that's whether that's only the groups that are listed as part of the prompt, or whether that also includes their parent advisory committee, their English learner parent advisory committee, school site councils, or any of a number of other educational partners that they might choose to engage in the process. It allows folks to be able to have flexibility in addressing their educational partner engagement in a meaningful and authentic way, but it doesn't. It clearly identifies within the prompt who has to be engaged. And so we're hopeful that strikes a balance both for the concern around who needs to be engaged, but also in terms of continuing to provide LEAs with the flexibility to be able to tell their local story related to the engagement process that was used as part of the development of the LCAP. And so continuing on from there, in the goals and actions section, I want to draw the attention to the inclusion of the type of goal field. That type of goal field specifically allows LEAs to identify those equity multiplier goals, which was discussed, as well as broad goals, focus goals, and maintenance of progress goals. And then within the measuring and reporting results table, we received a good amount of input from LEAs and other educational partners related to this table. And so based on that, we've included the metric number column, which aids LEAs in being able to reference specific metrics easily and quickly within the rest of the LCAP, and when they're talking about that with educational partners. We've also, in response to stakeholder input or educational partner feedback, we've adjusted the desired outcome from desired to target outcome, because there was a lot of feedback around what does desired outcome mean? Whose desired outcome? You know, that was a big question. And so there was a suggestion from LEAs about the use of target outcome, because you can identify a target that you're aiming for, and that target outcome might be part of a larger desired outcome, but it gives you something to focus on and shoot for. And since we are based upon the 3-year cycle, since we do the annual update portion of the template in a standalone template for year 3, rather than having a year 3 column that never effectively gets filled in and sits there blank throughout the entirety of the LCAP, we decided to instead repurpose it, and based on feedback from educational partners, we've included the current different from baseline, which really seeks to promote kind of a growth mindset for LEAs and readers of the LCAP, because what the intent of that is that it will allow LEAs to identify as when they're reporting their year 1 and year 2 outcomes, what the difference is between those yearly outcomes and the baseline, so that anybody reading the plan will be able to scan down and see, okay, here's this metric. Now we can see here's the amount of change that's taken place between year 1 and the baseline, or year 2 and the baseline. And it clearly allows folks to be able to see what the progress was related to each of those metrics within the plan, which then flows very nicely into the goal analysis piece that we discussed last time, and specifically looking at that effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the specific actions. So clearly tying those pieces together through the use of that current different from baseline column. And then moving into the increased or improved services section of the plan. We've reworked the prompts for both LEA-wide and school-wide and limited actions to more closely align to the requirements. We've also included tables for both of those two that specifically align to the prompts and clearly spell out for folks what the specific requirements are related to the increased or improved services, and the difference between the LEA-wide and school-wide actions versus those limited actions. And we've received a lot of positive feedback from LEAs related to this change, stating that it's provided a lot more clarity around what the specific requirements are, and in fact has also reduced some of what was considered to be redundancy or duplication of effort in that second increased or improved services prompt. So then moving into the instructions for the LCAP. One of the things that we chose to do as part of our ongoing efforts to make the instructions easier to understand is we added in the prompts, all of the prompts from the template with that same blue background that you see on the template itself, so that there's a visual correlation for anybody reading the instructions. And it also helps to define what instructions apply to which prompts, so that it's clearer for anybody reading through that. In addition, we've continued to break out those requirements by bullet points, as you see, and then specifically when it comes to the requirements related to the LCFF equity multiplier goal, which is where? Here. Okay. Within the equity multiplier goal, we have included the specifics that were asked for related to the supplement not supplant requirements, and we've also included the requirements that the funds are intended to be used for the provision of evidence-based services and supports for students. So those pieces have been incorporated within the instructions. In addition, as part of the instructions, we've provided some additional information that is specific to the differerences between your typical school district LCAP and charter schools. So, for example, within the measuring and reporting results section, we've included specific instructions related to charter schools to address the flexibility that they have to complete a one-year LCAP or an LCAP that's associated with their number of years that they implement a budget for. And so all of that is clearly spelled out. We've also clearly noted instances where requirements might be for the example that I'm thinking of is further back up in the template. When we're talking about the educational partner engagement here, the requirements for school districts, county offices, and charter schools in terms of those things that they have to do, the process that they have to engage in prior to adoption of the plan, and just calling out that for charter schools that are using the LCAP as their school plan for student achievement or their SIPSA, that they are required to meet the same requirements as school districts. So including things like that within the plan so that those of our colleagues in charter schools can really have a clear understanding of what the requirements are related to them specifically. We've also added in the requirement, that supplement not supplant requirement wording as part of the action, the instructions for the action tables, so that is clearly spelled out. We've also identified instances where there are changes within the instructions for the increased or improved services section, and we also added in just some background and statutory requirement information for users as part of the increased or improved services prompt that we're really hoping helps them to better understand what the requirement is and be able to align that to the inclusion of those tables that are now in there. And then specifically in terms of the proposed template for the 2023-24 LCAP annual update template, this is attachment 5. You can see there that we have proposed very few changes from what we brought to you initially in September. There's a couple of changes in wording, such as when explaining the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of specific actions, It's focused on the entire 3-year LCAP cycle, looking at closing out that 3-year cycle. And other than that, there's been the similar formatting changes that we've proposed as part of the LCAP template that are taking place there. So that concludes the presentation of the LCAP. And so with that, I will pause, see if there are any clarifying questions or if there is a desire for public comment.
So let's put up the public comment slide so that we can queue up public comment. Those wishing to call in can use the phone number and participant access code on the slide. And while we're waiting for the public comment queue to form, I want to ask for our Vice President Glover Woods to comment if she has any before me.
Thank you very much. And Josh, thank you for the presentation and the ongoing updates on the revisions that have been made to the LCAP template. I want to start my comments just again with gratitude of the work that was done to incorporate the changes that were required based on the legislation, as well as being responsive to the various educational partners that have a hand in this. You've done quite a huge lift, you and your team, quite a huge lift incorporating all of this, and I'm very appreciative of that. The only other piece that I will add, and this really is not reflective of the great work that has been done on this template, is I just want to bring kind of back to the forefront of the board members some of the comments we have heard about the accessibility of the LCAP itself as it relates to students, as it relates to community members that may not be as steeped in educational talk and willing to go through the hundreds of pages that our LCAPs have evolved into. I don't propose any particular ideas on how we need to address that, but I do think it's something we need to keep foremost in our mind as we continue conversation around the LCAP template itself in future conversations. Thank you.
I will simply say +1 to Vice President Glover Woods. I think we're making progress on streamlining what is a very complicated document. We really appreciate the progress that's been made. We've heard that from a lot of the commentators. We'll hear from more. And this question of maybe a separate way to provide a streamlined access version that is accessible is one that we should keep on the table. I do want to see if there are any clarifying questions from the board before we move to public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion. Seeing none, let's see if there's any public commenters in the room first and then on the phone.
Yes, we have 7 people who signed up for comment. So if you could please line up at the microphone in the following order, we'd appreciate it. Lorraine Richards, Carlos Machado, Andrea Ball, Rob Manwaring, Deborah Hernandez, Lindsay Tornatori, and Leangela Reed.
Are we ready? Okay. State Board of Education members, my name is Lorraine Richards. I'm a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA believes that interest holders engaged on the LCAP should evolve and mirror the foundational elements outlined in the Community Schools Framework. One of the cornerstone commitments is that California's community schools all share a commitment to authenticate and dynamic shared leadership in all the aspects of school governance and operations. All school interest holders, including students, families, staff, and community members, must have a genuine engagement in decision-making about school climate, curriculum, and services. Shared decision-making practices must also be prioritized transparency and shared accountability to ensure information is both available and accessible so that all interest holders can fully participate. This approach would lead to authentic and robust engagement with a diverse set. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Carlos Machado. I'm with California School Boards Association. CSBA supports the changes recommended today that help make the LCAP less complex and more accessible. These changes are identified in a letter sent to the board by a coalition that includes CSBA, other statewide organizations, and many districts and county offices who are preparing these documents at the local level. The proposed changes include consolidation and flexibility that together would take an important step in streamlining the template. By making the LCAP more accessible, these changes will improve transparency, make the document more accessible, and lead to greater local engagement. We ask the board to incorporate the proposed revisions into the final template. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Darling Hammond. President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Wood, Chief Deputy Nicely. I'm Andrea Ball. I'm here on behalf of two organizations in support of the CDE recommendations to update the LCAP template, the California Association of Suburban School Districts and the Central Valley Education Coalition. And many of the member districts and county offices signed on to the coalition letter you received. We appreciate the outreach by CDE to solicit feedback as the draft was developed. While the intent of the LCAP is to serve as an LEA strategic plan for improvement, a guide for engaging partners, and in addressing focus goals, those are demanding calls upon the LCAP. Over the years, the complexity and format has become voluminous. The recommendations from CDE do a good job of adding clarity, addressing the new prompts and considerations created by the budget trailer bill, and streamlining to remove those items not required by statute. We request the board to adopt these recommendations. Thank you.
Hi, Robert Manwaring from Children Now. First, I wanted to acknowledge the administration's work and staff on the actual requirements and then turning it into the templates. These are huge changes that the Equity Coalition and Children Now have been pushing for since the beginning of LCFF to really focus on ensuring that LCFF supplemental and concentration dollars reach the students who generate those funds. We think this plan will make a major step in that direction. That said, these documents are going to be long, and we would recommend that there be an executive summary. One of the sections that got removed was a highlight section. We think that probably even putting something even higher than that and having an executive summary with a word count limit would be a real positive step for those readers who aren't experts in this space. There are required actions in this. The instructions are clear that they're required actions. There's no way for a reader to know what was a required action and what wasn't. And there's clear instructions around supplemental and supplanting. That's great, but there's no way that we will verify whether equity multiplier funds were supplemented or supplanted. There's nothing that's going to be in the audit guide. We're concerned about what is the oversight mechanism to ensure those additional resources are used. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Deborah Hernandez, and I'm from San Diego County Office of Education. We appreciate and endorse the thoughtful revisions proposed by CDE, which are aimed to consolidate, reorganize, and amend the LCAP to streamline and increase clarity. The CDE's revisions create transparency, coherence, and readability for LCAP readers, writers, and for reviewers like myself. The San Diego County Office of Education created the Equity Blueprint for Action and companion website to provide responsive and evolving equity-centered tools and resources in service of our educators and students. It aligns the equity work to LCFF priorities, LCAP development and implementation, and the California School Dashboard. These tools move the conversation beyond minimum requirements by focusing on developing equity actions and metrics that address the pervasive inequities that continue to impact historically marginalized students in our systems. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents to share our strong support for the CDE's thoughtful recommendations that streamline and improve the LCAP. CDE's version meets all statutory requirements while taking us closer to the original intention of the LCAP
to serve as a strategic plan for LEAs for improvement. During today's public comment, you will hear from many different LEAs from many different counties who have one common message. The LCAP in its current form is too complex and redundant, and this redundancy takes away from the important information that the LCAP provides, what is actually driving improvement for our students. As those who are closest to the work of the LCAP, we respectfully request the board adopt the CDE's version of the LCAP template and instructions, and if it is the desire of the board to make additional revisions, that you do so through the lens of bringing the LCAP back to a coherent strategic planning document focused on continuous improvement. Thank you for considering our input.
Good afternoon. Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association and 40 County Offices of Education who have signed on to the coalition letter that you have before you. In the interest of time, I will just echo the comments made by my colleague from the County SUBS and the California School Board Association and Ms. Ball to support what you've put before us, but also to think about the size. 57 pages before we even get started, right? So, and I would also just want to echo another point by Lindsay in that the LCAP is a plan, and it is only one piece of the accountability for LEAs to their communities, one piece. It can't be all, because it isn't all. And we would ask that allow us to spend the time doing the direct accountability to our students and our communities, because we think that should be our priority. Thank you.
That's all of the in-room comments. Are there any commenters on the phone?
There are. We have about 36 people in the queue right now. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4482. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4250. You are now live. Please start your public comment. President Darlene Hammond, I think we may be having a problem with the phone line at the moment. Would you like to take a quick break? Sorry.
Yes. Let us take a quick break.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Testing 1, 2. Can they hear Clayton?
To go ahead and try to resume with public comment from the telephone. And just a reminder for those who are on the phone, please be sure if you do have your volume from your computer up, please turn that down so we avoid the echoing effect. And I believe we do have callers in the queue. We will begin.
We do. There are approximately 37 people in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4482. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, members of the State Board, Chief Deputy Nicely. My name is Carmen Garcia, Superintendent of the Morgan Hill Unified School District and parent of 3 children attending public schools, expressing my strong endorsement of the CDE's proposed LCAP revisions. These changes aim to make the LCAP more accessible and transparent for parents, guardians, families, and the school community. The goal is to foster greater engagement with our educational partners at all levels, and these revisions aid in that mission. Simplifying it is essential to better meet the diverse needs of our students and meaningfully engage with all partners. I urge you to consider the practical impact these revisions can have on our work and to support CDE's proposed draft today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 4250. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Andrea Marks. I am Director of Curriculum Instruction and Accountability at the Nevada County Superintendent of Schools. Our position here at NCSOS is that we support CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP that aims to streamline the requirements and create a more meaningful and transparent plan. As the lead for technical assistance in our county office, I have seen and heard the frustration from our superintendents over the years with the complexity of the LCAP format. Remembering the original intent of this document combined with the idea of local control is important to us and to them. We are a rural county and our school districts are small with limited capacity. Our administrators need to be visibly leading their districts and engaging with staff and students rather than being bogged down in completing a lengthier document. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 4502. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. My name is Colby Smart, and I'm the Deputy Superintendent at the Humboldt County Office of Education, and we fully support CDE's proposal that aims to reorganize and amend the LCAP template to create a more meaningful and transparent plan. Humboldt County is home to approximately 18,000 students. The majority of school settings are rural and are the center of civic, educational, and social gatherings of their respective communities. An improved LCAP results in an LEA's ability to better communicate the vision, goals, and progress of these essential rural institutions. HCO is committed to the highest standard of service to those we support. An improved LCAP plan template increases our ability to provide timely, relevant, and meaningful technical assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 7452. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. I'm Jim Southwick, Assistant Superintendent, Tehama County Department of Education, and serve on the Executive Committee of the California County Superintendent's Curricular Improvement and Support Committee, CISC, and co-chair of the CISC Career and Technical Education Subcommittee, but most importantly, a parent of 2 children attending public schools. I support the CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP that aims to streamline the requirements and create a more meaningful and transparent plan. In my role at the Tehama County Department of Education, I oversee the LCAP support for our districts, LCAP development for our Department of Education, and support for our districts and differentiated assistance. The LCAP is a valuable tool to help us align continuous improvement as we work to support districts throughout the school year. I appreciate and endorse the thoughtful revisions proposed by the CDE to fulfill the SBE's direction to streamline and increase clarity of the LCAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 6764. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. This is Dina Wilson, Director of Accountability, Support, and Monitoring for the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Our office is in support of the CDE's proposed draft of the new LCAP, which aims to streamline requirements and create a more meaningful and focused plan. Specifically, we believe the proposed adjustments made in measuring and reporting results table and the proposed table in required descriptions for LEA-wide actions will increase the focus on the effectiveness of actions and accountability towards student outcomes. County offices are well positioned and excited to support our LEAs as we move into a new LCAP cycle. The technical assistance and consistent guidance our office provides to our districts and charter schools will continue to ensure that they meet the expectations and intent of the legislation, including the new additions such as the equity multiplier. LACO appreciates the work of the CDE staff and their willingness to engage partners in this redesign. We ask that you please approve this item. Thank you for your time and your commitment.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 1488. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, caller with the last 4 digits, 0974. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board. My name is Tim Nordstrom, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for the Trinity County Office of Education. And I'm calling in today because we support CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP that aims to consolidate and amend the requirements and create a more meaningful and transparent plan. We are committed to the original intent of the LCAP, which was to serve as the LEA's plan for improvement. However, as someone closest to the work, we have seen a document that has become overly redundant and complex. As the young man stated earlier this morning, the feedback from our districts is that one of the primary barriers to educational partner engagement is the complexity of the document. School administrators are spending a large amount of time clarifying and explaining the current plan, which tends to decrease participation by partners due to this gap in understanding and clarity. We believe the CDE's proposal to amend the LCAP will help to decrease this barrier and provide more access to engage the LCAP and provide input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 5846. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Nicely, and members of the board. My name is Sean Carey, and as Director of School and District Support, I am calling in to offer public comment on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Education Office, specifically those of us who review, approve, and perhaps most importantly, support the development of LCAPs of the more than 20 LEAs in our county. As those who are closest to the work of the LCAP, we respectfully request the board adopt the CDE's version of the LCAP template and instructions. County offices develop and rely upon the LCAP approval manual and frequent ongoing LCAP training and calibration sessions to remain grounded in current LCFF statutes and regulations and to ensure a thoughtful, holistic approach to LCAP support and approval. Thus, we appreciate and endorse the thoughtful revisions proposed by the CDE, which are aimed to consolidate, reorganize, and amend the LCAP to fulfill the SBE's direction to streamline and increase clarity of the LCAP. The CDE's proposed revisions create transparency, coherence, and readability for both LCAP readers and writers. Thank you for your time and your consideration of our perspectives.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 6645. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Deborah Gorgulo, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Progress for the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Our county office is also the lead for the Bay Area Geographic Leads Consortium. We want to share our strong support for the CDE's thoughtful recommendations to consolidate the LCAP template and instructions. The intent of the LCAP is to serve as an LEA's strategic plan for improvement that is shared with all community partners. However, the current complexity and format detracts from this intent. The streamlining of the document and clarification for the instructions is critical for the LEAs to provide a strategic plan that is comprehensive, easy to understand, and transparent to their communities and the reviewers of the LCAP. As a reviewing agency of the LCAP, we respectfully request the SBE accept the CDE's recommendation to remove all prompts not required by statute and all other recommendations that aim to streamline, reorganize, and consolidate the LCAP. We also appreciate the CDE's explicit instructions.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last four digits, 6801. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Octavio Costello. I'm the Director of Business Advisory Services here at the Los Angeles County Office of Education. I just wanted to say that our office echoes the support that's being recommended for the CDE to adopt the proposed draft, and we just urge you to please adopt the proposed LCAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 2588. You are now live.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, you are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, President, Vice President, and members of the State Board of Education. I'm Dean West, Associate Superintendent of the Orange County Department of Education. The Orange County Department of Education supports the CDE proposed draft of the LCAP template. Orange County Department of Ed supports 28 school districts. We support 32 charters. This draft meets with the original intent to focus in on the LEA strategic planning. The CDE's recommendations add clarity. They focus on the school district planning, continuous improvement, and community engagement. We also appreciate that our input went into the process for the development of the current proposed testament. We also are appreciative that there are ongoing efforts to update the template for the county offices of education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 6557. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Evan Bartelheim. I'm the Project Director for Accountability and Data Literacy from the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Our office is in support of the CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP template as it aims to consolidate the plan requirements to create a document that we believe is more clear, purposeful, and accessible to all readers. Based on my work supporting districts in identifying relevant metrics during the LCAP development process, I particularly consider the revisions made in the measuring and reporting results table will increase the focus on the effectiveness of actions and significantly increase accountability for improving student outcomes. Further, we believe that these and other changes, when paired with the technical assistance and consistent guidance that our office provides, will ensure that our districts can more readily meet the expectations and intent of the LCFF legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8169. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. I'm Dr. Jessica Banderas, Associate Superintendent of the Santa Clara County Office of Education. We support the CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP that aims to streamline the requirements and create a more meaningful and transparent plan. The original intent of the LCAP was to serve as an LEA's strategic plan for improvement. However, the complexity and format of the current LCAP is too complex and takes away from the original intent. At the Santa Clara County Office of Education, we support our districts with their LCAPs to continue the process work based on specific goals and subgroup data. The streamlining of the LCAP allows for clearer articulation of goals and analysis of actions. Thank you.
Next caller with the last four digits, 5116. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Connie Choi with Public Advocates.
TA is increasingly concerned with CDE's stance that distinguishes between educational partners that must be engaged during the development process as opposed to LCAP adoption. As demonstrated by the students' presentations this morning, there should be more, not fewer, prompts for LEAs to indicate when, where, and how students and families were engaged. Under engaging educational partners, the template instructions must thereby include prompts for all required entities, PACs, DLAPs, and student advisory committees that must be engaged during LCAP development and adoption. Please restore the instruction to summarize partner feedback to ensure that engagement activities are not simply boxes to check by LEAs, and please reinstitute LCAP highlights in the plan summary with character limits. Lastly, we recommend a chart that outlines the dates of public hearings, dates of adoption, and LCAP approval, as well as a web link to the LCAP mid-year update. Perhaps also a link to an online feedback form to submit comments building upon the students' presentations this morning. These changes will better show that students and families were heard throughout the LCAP process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 1385. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Lillis. I'm Executive Director of Teach Plus California, and we share appreciation of staff's process in really hearing and allowing us to provide feedback on the LCAP template. We do believe that it's going to come a long way to reflect the intentions to ensure the meaningful local engagement process and making sure that the resources intended for students actually are supporting their development and growth. There are a few outstanding opportunities that we think could better provide meaningful engagement and accountability with our local partners, as outlined by our friends at Public Advocates and Children Now, namely the need for an executive summary or highlights with a word limit that would make it more readable and accessible to community partners, as well as the need for clarity, not just in the instructions, but in the template for the equity multiplier funds to supplement and not supplant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4369. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. This is Sally Fox, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education, or CABE. I'm calling from San Diego County, where I retired after a career as a bilingual teacher, district EL resource teacher, and county office administrator specializing in world languages, dual language immersion, and English language development. CABE signed on to the LCFF Equity Coalition letter submitted last week. We agree with the many comments so thoughtfully laid out in that letter. We also want to amplify the need to continue to find ways for the LCAP to support the implementation of the English Learner Roadmap policy as it is improved and utilized in the coming years. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4876. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Valerie Garrett, and I serve as the Director of Educational Options for the Solano County Office of Education, where I serve students in our juvenile court and community school. The Solano County Office of Education supports the CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP, which aims to create a more streamlined and user-friendly document. We also thank the CDE for considering an updated LCAP template specifically designed for county offices of education in the future. Thank you for affording us the opportunity to voice our support for the updated LCAP template.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 8714. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute. Caller with the last four digits, 8714. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Amy Alzina, the Superintendent of the highest academic performing district in California, the Cold Spring Elementary School District. I also serve as an executive board member for the Small School Districts Association and chair of Access Small School Districts Committee. As a superintendent committed to using student data to drive instruction and, most importantly, motivate student learning, I come to you with two requests. First, I ask that you approve the revisions to CDE Streamline LCAP. And secondly, I respectfully request that you work with AXA and SSDA to continue to enhance the LCAP in an effective manner by streamlining all other required plans to feed into one document, the LCAP for small school districts. The LCAP can be truly an effective tool to drive instruction and make a positive impact on student achievement. Let's focus on integrating everything we do into our LCAP priority goals and actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 3800. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond and board members. My name is Brianna Schnitzer, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for the Savannah School District. We appreciate and fully support CDE's proposed revisions to streamline the LCAP and only incorporate items that are mandated by law. By streamlining the LCAP, it allows us to concentrate on creating a more user-friendly and focused LCAP that clearly articulates priorities, strategies, and expected outcomes, while still being comprehensive enough to cover all statutory requirements and meet the needs of all students, especially those who are low-income, English learners, or foster youth. Streamlining the structure of the LCAP makes it easier for all educational partners, including our parents, who for many do not have experience with educational terminology and policies and often find these types of documents difficult to comprehend. We are excited to continue to support our community while meeting the statutory requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 1272. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond and members of the board. My name is Nicholas Watson, calling on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. CCSA supports CDE efforts to streamline the LCAP template and would like to thank staff for this important work. The proposed streamlining of the LCAP will help charter schools increase the effectiveness of education planning and ensure that the diverse needs and circumstances of students and school communities are met. We hope that the proposed changes included in the final version of the LCAP, the template and instructions, increase clarity and specify when requirements differ for charter schools, county offices, or school districts, and provide flexibility for charter schools and reduce redundancy and unnecessary complexity. We ask you vote in support of the proposed changes to the LCAP template. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 5596. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates on behalf of the Equity Coalition. The LCAP template and instructions should support informed participation by community partners, one of the original intents of LCFF, not simply the length concerns and difficulty of explaining it by those drafting it. Remember, the grand bargain was that LEAs could stop reporting on numerous categoricals and focus on the elements of improvement. Well, that's complicated. Until there is a web-based format access to the plan, the current PDF must serve to inform different partners and different concerns. It requires everyone's understanding and involvement, not just the few LCAP administrative staff or the single superintendent. Reporting on specific focused actions along 3 dimensions, read by district, school, and student group, can best be understood in a table, not a narrative prompt which will muddy these elements. For LEAs getting equity multiplier funding, an addendum that allows for clear outlining of the LEA's focus goals, actions, and spending will help inform students at those sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 2735. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute. Caller with the last four digits, 2735. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Darlene. Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Peter Fajato, and I'm an Assistant Superintendent at the San Joaquin County Office of Education. On behalf of our County Superintendent of Schools, I'm calling in support of the CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP. Our county office works throughout the year to support our districts and charter schools in the LCAP development process, and we know firsthand how hard the LEAs work to create meaningful plans that fulfill the requirements. But we also know that the complexity and length of the document can be daunting for parents and educational partners, and that takes focus away from the work being done to support student achievement. We believe the proposed revision helps this by streamlining the document and reducing redundancies, and that will result in improved readability and accessibility of the LCAPs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 3809. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond and members of the board. My name is Kimberly Graham from the Kern County Superintendent of Schools. Today, I voice our strong support for the CDE's thoughtful recommendations to streamline the LCAP. Streamlining the LCAP would increase accessibility and engagement, leading to more equitable resources and programs for the students, families, and communities that we serve. KCSOS supports the recommendations put forth by the CDE, including a single focus goal for LEAs that receive equity multiplier funds, consolidation of the data entry and total expenditure tables, and increased clarity in the LCAP instructions. These changes align with the core intent of the LCAP, which is to drive improvement for our students through local control based on the philosophical principles of subsidiarity. In conclusion, we urge you to embrace these recommendations from the CDE. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8937. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have one minute.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Cristina Salazar with Californians Together. We thank the staff and board for the continuous updates and taking our feedback. We also echo the comments made by the LCSF Equity Coalition letter, and specifically we want to emphasize a few things. In attachment 3 on page 20, we request that the word encourage be changed to a must to read, LEAs must focus on a set of metrics and actions that the LEAs believe based on the input gathered and the educational partners. Also on page 21, under the annual reflections, the template reads, LEAs must identify any school or student group performing on the lowest performance level on one or more indicators. We request that the language then read, LEAs must highlight how they are addressing the identified needs of the student groups and or schools within the LCAP as part of the response. We also think that on page 23, there's confusing language that might be interpreted by LEAs as permissive, addressing English learners and student advisory committees when superintendents are to respond to their input on LCAP. If the word may were deleted and we kept it as when applicable, this would clear up that conclusion. Thank you. Confusion.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8744. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA appreciates and supports CD's recommendation to streamline the LCAP. We believe that the edits, such as the removal of prompts not required in statute, will help provide increased clarity for readers. Moreover, we strongly encourage further streamlining and simplification of the LCAP so that it offers greater accessibility and transparency for communities and education partners. ACSA looks forward to collaborating with the state and other education partners on long-term solutions to the LCAP that will result in a meaningful plan to enhance student achievement and increase community engagement. In addition, ACSA has concerns with the timing of the release of identified equity multiplier schools. LEAs are required to include LCAP focus goals for each equity multiplier schools without knowing which schools receive funds, which leaves minimal time for proper planning and community engagement. We respectfully urge the state to release the list of equity multiplier schools earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5949. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Rebecca Walker, and I'm the Deputy Superintendent for the Lake County Office of Education. In partnership with the other county offices of education on this call, I'm voicing my support of the CDE's thoughtful proposal of the LCAP. Lake County is home to approximately 10,000 students, comprising 6 public school districts, 3 charter schools, and 1 private school. In our county, we see the challenges that the current LCAP template creates for meaningful community engagement. We want our community to embrace the LCAP as a guiding document that provides a clear roadmap of the journey our school districts are traveling when it comes to student outcomes, district strategic planning, and budget goals. The suggested draft from the CDE provides greater clarity in a more user-friendly and digestible format that will move us towards that goal. Thank you for your consideration and commitment to our California students and families.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 6647. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good afternoon, Board President and members of the board. Leticia Garcia on behalf of the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. We are part of the Coalition of Education Management Leaders in support of the proposed LCAP template. We believe these changes streamline and simplify the LCAP in a manner that it will make it easier for the diverse group of end users to understand. And we're also grateful for the option to use narrative tables to better demonstrate the educational partner engagement work that happens at the local level, which we believe will result in greater transparency. And ultimately, we believe that the proposed streamlined LCAP is a step in the right direction and a return to, in returning the plan to its original intent, which is a strategic planning document. Again, thank you so much for the work to CDE staff in navigating these complex discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 6832. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board of Education, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Joshua Schultz. I'm Deputy Superintendent for the Napa County Office of Education. I support CDE's recommendations to reduce the redundancy and complexity of the LCAP. In my experience, every addition of a new table or box or checkbox or prompt to the LCAP makes it less and less useful as a tool to promote equity-focused, locally informed strategic resource allocation. Already, if you ask practitioners in the field, they will tell you that the LCAP document is not useful for informing and engaging educational partners because of its length and complexity. The LCAP is supposed to support local control and local accountability, but it has become incomprehensible to most local actors. Please resist efforts to hijack the LCAP to serve other agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 1890. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Deputy Superintendent Nicely, and Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board. My name is Ellen Barger. I'm Associate Superintendent for the Santa Barbara County Education Office, and I serve as Chair of the Curricular and Improvement Support Committee. Through this work that we as county offices have been involved in for the past 10 years, we have remained deeply committed to the intent of the LCAP and finally attuned to each technical detail prescribed by statute. As practitioners closest to the work, we see firsthand both the challenges district leaders face to write an authentic educational partner-informed plan and triangulating their identified student needs with all of the possibilities and their deep desires for continuous improvement. Thus, we appreciate and endorse the thoughtful revisions proposed by the CDE, which are aimed at all of the purposes to consolidate, reorganize, and amend the LCAP to fulfill the State Board's direction.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 6559. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Michelle Ramirez, and I'm the Senior Director of Educational Services, representing the Monterey County Office of Education. We wish to share our strong support for the CDE's thoughtful recommendations that consolidate the local control and accountability plan, template, and instructions. We also firmly believe in the original intent of the LCAP, which is to serve as an LEA strategic plan for improvement that includes all community voices. However, the current length and complexity of the LCAP can create barriers to accessibility and engagement. These barriers can be especially difficult for parents, families, and community members whose primary language is not English. We strongly support the CDE's proposed revisions to streamline the LCAP to ensure equity and access for all. Thank you for your time and your commitment.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4364. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Board President Darling Hammond and members for the opportunity to comment. I'm Lucy Salcido-Carter with the Alameda County Office of Education. We support the proposed changes to the LCAP template and are pleased to see the changes include tables to replace narratives in certain sections, in particular the table on increased or improved services. This change is something we know our districts have wanted, and we believe it will help accomplish our shared goal of organizing the LCAP information in a clearer way to increase transparency for LEAs, LCAP reviewers, and community members. We also support the greater clarity in the template instructions overall, the changes to the metrics table, and the ability to consolidate equity multiplier goals. ACWE is grateful to have worked directly with CDE on some of these changes, and we hope to be able to continue to engage with the SBE and CDE to share our ideas to further streamline the LCAP in the future. Thank you again for this open process and the receptivity to new ideas. We look forward to further engagement.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 3508. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Nicely, and members of the board. My name is Rebecca Lewis, Executive Director of Professional Learning and Leadership Support at Shasta County Office of Education. Shasta County Office of Education is also the lead agency for the Far North Partnership geographic area. We would also like to share our strong support for the CDE's recommendations that streamline and improve the LCAP template and instructions. Shasta County supports 25 districts and 15 charters. Many are single school districts. Local control is very important to our community. The recommendations that CDE has put forward not only meet the statutory requirements, but also keep the original intention of the LCAP as a plan for improvement. Currently, the LCAP can be unwieldy for districts to complete and educational partners to comprehend. It is currently not always a clear communication tool, causing additional confusion for our educators, students, families, educational partners, and the community at large. To understand the strategic plan of districts, we want to underscore that the commitment and obligation to unduplicated students is always at the forefront of district support and plans. The streamlined LCAP proposal allows districts to articulate the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 1488. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. My name is Catherine Ferreira, Executive Director on behalf of Placer County Office of Education, in strong support of CDE's proposed draft of the LCAP that streamlines the requirements into a more meaningful and transparent one. In Placer County and in our reviews and support of 16 districts, LCAPs, we look for the through line from the dashboard to the goals and actions. The new template is clear, more concise, focused, and supports continuous improvement. It helps with that through line and tells the LEA story of how they identified needs, developed actions to address them with consultation from their educational partners. The condensed prompts remove redundancy, making it more efficient and clear. The table for increased improved services provides transparency on the resources allocated for unduplicated students. The complexity and format of the previous LCAPs take away from its original intent of serving as the LEA's strategic plan. This new template helps make it easier for educational partners to understand the LEA's goals, actions, and progress toward improving student outcomes, and we request that you adopt CDE's proposed LCAP template. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 7.
Thank you very much. And at this point, we can open the floor for board discussion. Just like to say how unusual it is to get overwhelming support for an agency that is simplifying and debureaucratizing its forms. It's a unique experience. We thank you, Josh, and the team for allowing us to experience that, and we hope you felt all the props and kudos. So I do want to open up for any further board discussion. I'll just kick it off by saying, clearly there's a lot of support for the direction this is moving. There's also a lot of support for continuing to move further in that direction. So we can look forward to a continuous improvement process, I am sure. Member Olken, and then I think Member Lewis, were you also raising your hand? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, it is, as somebody who's written quite a few LCAPs, the idea that we're working to streamline and simplify is personally very exciting, and I think we heard that echoed loudly in the comments, so thank you. Really appreciate that. The other piece I'm just thinking about my own experience when I was working on them, the changes from year to year were, you thought you understood what you were doing, and then it changed. And so as we've been going through this process, I've really appreciated the redlined version. And while I'm not sure that's the appropriate tool to give to folks who are going to be working on it, my wondering, and I don't know if this is something to answer now or not, but is what tool might be useful for people to be like, oh, this used to be this, and now it's this. Yeah, so I guess to put in a question, is there any thought about giving out the redlined version or anything else that would help translate from for those who have written them in the past, previous document to now?
Let's see, is this on? Yes, okay. So as part of the posting of the template, we're going to post the template and instructions, on the web page. We're also going to be posting a standalone document with just the instructions in it, so that anybody that's actually just looking to see what the instructions are, they can do that separate from the template itself. And then we're also putting together a crosswalk that would show kind of some of the changes between the 2022 template version and the 2024 template version, and that will be available on the web page as well, along with also as part of our Tuesday at 2 LCAP webinar trainings.
Great, thank you.
Member Lewis?
Member Olken for that question, because my first question before my comment was going to be, how are you going to roll this out? Are you going to provide any training and information to those, because it is the LCAP season, and wanting to make sure that everyone's aware of the changes and where the changes are in the document. And then my comment is just overall, I too am someone who worked on the LCAP for years, and I appreciate the document and the process. And as President Darlene Hammond said, it is encouraging to hear all the positive responses that are coming through, and that's reflective of the work that you and your team have done to make sure that you've taken in all the feedback from the people who are in the field and who are actually doing the work. And going forward, although there's a lot of sentiment about how it's improved the process, and they're very appreciative, and I know the conversations will be ongoing to make it a further streamlined so that the individuals in the field feel like once they've completed the plan, they have time to work on the plan and what's in the plan, because it always seemed like when I was out there, you prove the plan and then, oh, wow, we're right back in the cycle again. So, and I know that feeling. So just to continue that conversation with the people in the field to make sure that we continue to streamline it as much as we can so they can really get to the work of helping and improving the outcomes for students. But thank you for all the work and you and your staff did in taking all that input. And sounds like everybody's very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Escobedo?
Again, thank you so much for making this a more palatable template. And we're also in a great opportunity with the equity multiplier, seeing where scores are, the potential of really enhancing the achievement for students that normally have not shown, significant increases, and the quality of those goals are so critical. So as much assistance you can provide districts with those high numbers and very low student achievement, those target groups, it's exceedingly important to have that laser-like focus, because we do have an opportunity to even further the enhancement of equity in our state. Thank you.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Josh, again, thank you. I just wanted to lift up some of the comments again that have been stated here at the with the board, and as well as with the comments we received, which is how to look at perhaps having some type of a abridged version of the LCAP. And I want to say this as one who read many LCAPs in my role at the county office, and also worked with those who supported those writing it. I just encourage us to think about, as we move forward, how technology might be able to aid in taking that very vast document of hundreds of pages and maybe pulling out particular pieces that can then be folded into a more user-friendly summary or abridged version. Because I definitely would not propose to create another piece that those who are writing the plans and reviewing the plans have to create and review. But I'm sure in this year of 2023, almost 2024, there's technology out there that can help to take that large document that's now being streamlined and put it into an even more user-friendly format for those who desire that format. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Portillo Brownson?
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge that this has been a massive civic engagement process over many years. And I'm just very grateful to both the department, to you, and also to the many organizations that have contributed to making this align more clearly with the goals that we've all been discussing and articulating around having this be a fruitful planning document, and also for surfacing disparities in student outcomes that we all would like to actually see improved. I think it's going to become an oldie but goodie, but I'm going to quote again from our student speaker earlier today, talking about the accessibility and sort of plain speak of the document. And there are so clearly many efforts that have already gone into streamlining and simplifying to make the document more accessible. One thing I just wanted to clarify, and I was just doing a keyword search. So there's been a push for an executive summary, which I've heard, and I thought there used to be, and I was able to find in the prior version that there was a highlight section. Is that one of the things that has gone by the wayside out of an effort to do the streamlining work, or is it actually in here and I'm just not catching it?
So a little bit, let me first do a little bit of LCFF history, and then we can go into answering that specific question. Because initially, the LCAP began in its early incarnations in 2014, 2015, 2016. It began with the goals and actions section within the plan. There was no plan summary. It didn't exist. However, there became an increasing call for some sort of high-level executive summary that could be included within the plan, that would be standardized for all LEAs, that would serve the role of providing a brief overview of the LCAP for constituents within LEAs. That was the impetus behind the requirement to include the plan summary, which includes the goal description, or the plan description, or the general information piece at the beginning, and now has also grown to include a summary of certain accountability requirements and pieces that are included in there. In the template the proposed revisions that we brought to the board as part of the September meeting, we proposed to remove the highlight section, as it is not specifically required within statute. Statute requires that there be a plan summary that provides an analysis, an annual analysis of the data that's shown on the dashboard, as well as other local data, and also to reflect on the requirements for LEAs that are eligible for technical assistance. However, it doesn't require there to be this highlights piece where LEAs can identify areas within the plan that they want educational partners to focus on. What we did, though, is we migrated some of the instructions from that highlights piece that encourage LEAs to include that sort of information, and included that within the summary of progress, the second prompt there in the increased or improved services section, in order to communicate to LEAs that they still continue to have the opportunity to provide that sort of description within the plan summary, either within the general description or within that second prompt. However, that was the original focus and intent of that whole plan summary section. And The rationale behind not keeping that in there and including a word limit, which is something that a number of educational partners proposed, is that in proposing any sort of a word limit on on any of the prompts within the template and instructions, that then carries into the review and approval requirements, because the review and approval requirements, the very first one in Education Code Section 52070D is that the LEA adhere to the template and instructions, including any instructions the state board develops for the template, which means if you put a word count on a prompt, you are in effect telling any LCAP reviewer that they have to ensure that that prompt only have that number of words or fewer in it in order to adhere to the template and instructions. It sounds incredibly bureaucratic because it is.
Any other questions or discussion? I think we need a motion at some point to, in addition to thanking Josh, to approve the template. Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. And Josh, thank you for that trip down memory lane. I do remember all of it. I followed the journey right step with you. At this point, I'd like to move that we adopt the proposed revisions to the LCAP template and instructions and allow CDE, in collaboration, of course, with State Board staff, to make any typographical or formatting corrections that are necessary moving forward.
A second from Member Lewis. All of those in favor, say aye, raise your hand, keep it up. And any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Woo! We are now about an hour later than we thought we'd be at this moment, so we're going to need to be expeditious as we move along. But the next item, I believe, will be short, and then we'll take a break. Item 8 is the revision of performance standards of local indicators within the California School Dashboard and recommended action regarding the local indicators self-reflection tool for priority 1, basic services and conditions. And the CDE recommends that we revise the second local indicator performance standard, and I will allow William McGee and Josh Strong to tell us how.
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Hammond. I told Josh he needed to just stand up here with me. He said he'll do this one quick for you guys, though. So I'm introducing item 8, which is the revision of the performance standards of local indicators within the California School Dashboard and recommendation action regarding the local indicators self-reflection tool for priority 1, basic services and conditions. Item 8 is requesting that the board approve the revision of the local indicator performance standards to align with statutory requirements and to approve the proposed revisions to the local indicator self-reflection tool for priority 1, which is basic services and conditions, to align with the action the board took at its September 2023 meeting. So at this time, I'll ask Josh to come up and he will explain the item to us.
Thank you, Will. Hello again, members of the board and President Darling Hammond. I'm Josh Strong, Administrator of the Local Agency System Support Office. So really we're bringing two recommendations to you today. The first of which is related to the local indicator performance standards. In 2019, California Education Code Section 52064.5 was revised to include the requirement that reporting local indicators to the LEA's governing board occur in conjunction with the adoption of the LCAP. And so in January of 2020, the board approved the revised performance standards for local indicators, which included the following. This is the second of the 3 performance indicators. To report the results as part of a non-consent item at a regularly scheduled public meeting of the local governing board or body in conjunction with the adoption of the LCAP. However, in looking at statute, Education Code Section 52062 B2, 52068 B2, and 57606.5A don't require LEAs to adopt the LCAP at a regularly scheduled meeting. It has to be publicly noticed 72 hours in advance. However, it doesn't have to be a regularly scheduled meeting. And so what we're bringing this recommendation to you to ask is that we remove the words "at a regularly scheduled meeting" from that second local indicator performance standard, and instead revise that to read report the results as part of a non-consent item at the same public meeting of the local governing board or body at which the LCAP is adopted. That allows the LEA to be able to meet that second performance standard while still retaining that flexibility that's provided to them in statute related to the LCAP adoption. And then the second recommendation that we have is specifically related to action that you took at the September meeting. As you're aware, Education Code Section 52064.5E2 was added, which requires that the standards for local indicators for which the CDE collects or otherwise has access to relevant and reliable school level data for all schools statewide be based on objective criteria to the greatest extent practicable. One local indicator, and specifically the teacher assignment portion of that, is the first of the local indicators to be impacted by this particular change in law. And so in September, you all approved the objective criteria for that teacher assignment monitoring outcome data related to priority one. And so in light of that, what we're asking is that you approve the revision of the local indicator self-reflection tool for priority one to remove the requirement that currently exists within that self-reflection tool to report the number for LEAs to self-report the number or percentage of misassignments of teachers, of English learners, the total misassignments of teachers, and the vacant teacher positions. And instead, we'll clarify that LEAs are required to report their teacher assignment monitoring outcome data in addition to the number and percentage of students that have access to standards aligned instructional materials, and the number of instances where that the LEA has of facilities that do not meet the good repair standard within that performance as part of that self-reflection tool. As part of this change, that objective criteria that was adopted by the board at its September meeting will continue to be reported by the California Department of Education on the dashboard. LEAs will continue to self-report the material sufficiency and the facilities in good repair as part of priority one. And then also, just so that it's clear, when it comes to priority one, those three components, the teacher assignment monitoring outcome data, the material sufficiency, and the facilities in good repair, represent, if you think of them as kind of a three-legged stool, right? You can't have the stool continue to stand if one of the legs is missing. And so for that reason, beginning with the 2023 dashboard, LEAs that fail to report on one or more of those data within their priority one local indicator, whether that's they do not certify their TAMO data, so it's not able to be reported, or they fail to report material sufficiency and facilities in good repair, will, beginning with the 2023 dashboard, receive either a status of standard not met or standard not met for 2 or more years as applicable to the LEA. And so with that, I will pause and see if there are any clarifying questions.
And I'll ask Vice President Glover Woods if she wants to start off with any comments. Then we'll see if there's any clarifying questions. And we might want to put up the public comment slide because we'll be going to that next.
Just, again, a recognition in how this particular item brings alignment to the languages Josh had pointed out, and also brings together the teacher assignment data within that local indicator and the others, as Josh has already said. So again, I think this is just a very important way to bring alignment to this particular indicator itself, and again, make sure our language lines up with what is required for an LCAP reporting as well as what is required for the reporting of this indicator.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? All right. I think we'll then go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? And those who are calling in can call the phone number and the participant access code on the slide that is shown now for item 8. Go ahead.
We have 2 people signed up for public comment, Angelica Salazar and Lindsay Tornatore.
Good afternoon. Angelica Salazar from Public Advocates. We are very grateful to the department for developing the objective criteria for Priority 1 this year, and we offer 2 points of feedback. 1, the law requires that where local indicator data is valid and reliable down to the school level, the dashboard report on both district and school level performance. The Ed Code also calls for such indicators to include the extent of any disparities across the school sites and within school districts, and we look forward to collaborating on this next year. 2nd, while the TAMO dataset grows in its sophistication, the teacher self-reflection tool should remain alongside the new data dashboard indicator. The reason for this is we really value the district-wide summaries of teacher vacancies and EL misassignments, which are not yet singled out in the TAMO data set, and some districts do report accurately. We just heard from West Contra Costa Unified about 65 vacancies this school year, and we know this information will lead to very rich conversations for their LCAP development. Lastly, we want to thank you for clarifying that the performance standard for MET on Priority 1 requires that districts certify teacher data and CalPADS for 100% of its schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents to share our support on the CDE's recommendations for this item. We view these recommendations as technical cleanup to align to current statute and previous state board action. Specifically, and as Josh explained, the recommendation to remove the phrase at a regularly scheduled board meeting ensures LEAs have the maximum flexibility to adopt their LCAPs at a regularly scheduled or special meeting. We also appreciate and support the recommendation related to the LEA self-reflection tool for Priority 1 because it honors the action taken by the board during your September meeting and encompasses the feedback our County Office of Education leaders provided to the CDE during the development of the objective criteria for this priority during this past summer. So we hope you will approve both of the CD's recommendations for this item. Thank you.
And we have one caller in the queue. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 8937. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay. Hearing none. That concludes public comment for item number 8.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, is there any further board discussion or a motion? Yeah, go ahead, Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you.
Were you also waiting, Member Olkin? No, you're just sitting up straight. Okay.
She's ready for the motion. She's ready for the motion. I move that we revise the second local indicator performance standard to read as follows. Report the results as part of a non-consent item at the same public meeting of the local governing board or body at which the LCAP is adopted. Also part of this motion is to approve the proposed revisions to the local indicator self-reflection tool for Priority 1, basic services and conditions.
Very much. Is there a second? Member Olkin, sitting up so straight. All of those in favor, please raise your hands and say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. And we will take a 10-minute break and see you back at 3 o'clock. We are live. Just FYI, we are live. I don't know what you're talking about, but you might want to think before you talk. All right, it's getting late. We're getting silly. That's what happens. We are going to do item 9. And item 9 is the approval of the recommended observation protocol for teachers of English learners, otherwise known as OPTEL, to satisfy Criterion 2, which is the teacher evaluation of English learner students, and Criterion 3, parent opinion and consultation for reclassification. And this is per the requirements of Ed Code Section 313 and 313.3. And the CDE recommends that we approve the proposed use of the OPTEL. And the item will be presented by Alicia Moreno Ramirez and Gijikula. Did I say that? I'm sorry. Gijikula Jamine. Thank you. And you'll say it properly for me when you get to the podium. Thank you so much. And Molly Faulkner Bond of Wested. Alicia, please begin. Oh, Sarah's up there.
I'll actually start. So thank you, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. I am Sarah Neville Morgan. I'm a Deputy Superintendent for the Opportunities for All branch at CDE. And to assist with this item, as our President Darlene Hammond just went through, I have Alicia Moreno Ramirez, the Director of the Multilingual Support Division here, and Jikukala Salamani, or GQ. Sorry, GQ. Here with us, he's the Administrator of the Language Policy and Leadership Office in the Multilingual Support Division, and to co-present will be joined by Dr. Molly Faulkner Bond, a Senior Research Associate at Wested. So I always have to thank the people behind and with us who really supported and elevated this work. So acknowledging our CDE colleagues in the Assessment, Development, and Administration Division, Mal Vang, Kelly Batcher, and Tracy Albee, the Special Education Division, Katie Maloney-Cripps and Lorraine Garcia, and a special acknowledgement to our MSD team, Emily Ingram and Gustavo Gonzalez, who are the OPTEL project leads in MSD. We bring an action item before you today to present the observation protocol for teachers of English learners, or the OPTEL. The OPTEL, developed for and with our California educators, has been in development for over the past 4 years and will provide teachers of English learner, or EL students, with a validated tool to assess language use in content area instruction. While statute does not currently mandate its use, the department is really excited to make this tool available to all local educational agencies as a consistent, validated, and intentional resource to support equity in the reclassification process for our EL students. The OPTEL will support the success of EL students and the educators who serve them. In today's presentation, I think I'm the one who has to actually do the slides. There you go. We'll provide an overview of our recommendation for approval of the OPTEL, and we're going to address the recommendation in the following manner: providing the background on the OPTEL context, describing the development and the uses of OPTEL, reviewing the OPTEL validation study, detailing the benefits of it for students, teachers, and for families, outlining support for implementation and next steps, detailing the CDE's recommendation for approval, and of course, responding to any questions from our State Board of Education members. So as I move forward, I actually get to hand it off to Alicia. So as we bring forth this, we are asking for a revised recommendation for approval today, and Alicia will take the next slides.
Thank you, Deputy Neville Morgan. I am Alicia Moreno Ramirez, and it's a pleasure to be in front of you today, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members. The CDE offered an original recommendation. Let me go back here. The CDE offered an original recommendation that members will find in the item itself. The CDE recommended that the California State Board of Education approve the following: the Optel tool to satisfy the requirements of Criterion 2, teacher evaluation of English learner or EL students, and Criterion 3, parent opinion and consultation for reclassification decision-making for EL students who take the summative English language proficiency assessments for California, or LPAC, per the requirements of Education Code Section 313 and 313.3. Also, recommended thresholds of Level 3 or Level 4 on expressive and receptive Optel ratings for reclassification, and the authorization of CDE staff with the approval from the Executive Director of the SBE to make technical edits as necessary to the Optel tool. Since the submission of the item, the second bullet point of the recommendation addressing thresholds has been revised for clarity based upon feedback. The revised recommendation we present to you today includes an update of the second point, which now reads, based on the field test and validation study, a recommended threshold of Level 3 or above on expressive and receptive Optel ratings for reclassification. I will now describe the context for the creation of the Optel, including a brief review of EL students and reclassification. English learner students are those who enroll in California schools at any grade level, kindergarten through grade 12, have a language other than English identified on the home language survey, and upon assessment have demonstrated a level of English language proficiency that indicates EL programs and services are necessary. Students identified as ELs receive programs and services until they meet the reclassification criteria. Reclassification, as you'll recall, is a process whereby a student is reclassified from EL status to fluent English proficient. Upon reclassification, students are exited from EL programs and services, and reclassification can take place at any time during the academic year, immediately upon the student meeting all reclassification criteria. Each local educational agency implements locally approved reclassification processes in accordance with the state requirements and guidelines to determine when students are eligible for RFEP status changes. In addition, each LEA must monitor the progress of RFEP students for at least 4 years to ensure correct classification, placement, and any additional academic support that may be needed. California has 4 reclassification criteria. Each of the following 4 criterion must be met by every student eligible for RFEP status. Number 1, assessment of language proficiency using an objective assessment instrument, including but not limited to the ELP test, which in California is the LPAC. The SBE approved the summative LPAC overall performance level 4 or alternate LPAC overall performance level 3 as required per EC section 313. Number 2, teacher evaluation, including but not limited to a review of the pupil's curriculum mastery. Number 3, parent opinion and consultation. And number 4, comparison of the performance of the pupil in basic skills against an empirically established range of performance based upon the performance of English proficient students of the same age. Reclassification criteria 2 through 4 are currently locally determined, and the Optel tool is intended per statute to standardize reclassification criteria 2 and 3. The CDE's development of the Optel to support reclassification criteria 2 and 3 for EL students is authorized by the following statutory requirements. Title III, Part A of the Every Student Succeeds Act requires states to develop standardized exit criteria for EL students. Assembly Bill, or AB 1808, amended Education Code to require the CDE to develop a standardized English language teacher observation protocol. And Education Code 313.3a specifies that the observation protocol will support teachers in meeting reclassification criterion 2, and EC 313c2 specifies that the Optel is to be useful for teachers' discussions with parents or guardians regarding students' progress toward English language proficiency. The SBE's role is to approve procedures for the reclassification of a pupil from EL to RFEP classification. So, what is the Optel? It's an observation protocol that we'll be describing in a little bit more detail in just a few moments. It is designed to support educators in monitoring and evaluating academic language use by EL students. The Optel will satisfy the two criteria described, criteria 2 and 3, and the adoption and statewide implementation of the Optel will help California move closer to fulfilling the federal requirement of statewide standardization of reclassification criteria required per Title III. I'll now pass off to Administrator Limini, who will be joining us next.
Thank you, Director Moreno Ramirez. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods. My name is Gekko Limini. I am the Administrator of the Language Policy and Leadership Office in the Multilingual Support Division. I will now address the development and the uses of the Optel. Following authorization by AB 1808, the CDE pooled a diverse group of teachers and interest holders with expertise in EL education in an Optel Advisory Committee, or OAC. The OAC was convened in April 2019 and October 2019 to provide input around Optel development. An Optel field test with teachers of EL students began in February 2020 before being halted in March due to the COVID-19 school closures. In June 2022, the Optel completion date was extended through December 2023 to provide time to continue the project upon school reopening. In January through May of 2023, the field test resumed. In May of 2023, the OAC convened for a third time to review the data collected during the field testing and to provide additional feedback. Input from educational partners, advocacy groups, and multilingual and special education experts was elicited from May through November of 2023, resulting in refinements of the Optel tool. The CDE MSD has also engaged internal partners through the Optel development process, specifically the CDE Special Education Division and Assessment, Development, and Administration Division. In October of 2023, the CDE provided to the SBE an information memorandum reporting on the draft Optel tool and validation study. Today, the CDE proposes a recommended approval of a revised Optel tool and a recommended threshold for the purposes of reclassification. The Optel was designed to be used by teachers to evaluate a student's use of English while engaging in academic content learning, including interactive language use with peers. To allow teachers to assess language practices across a range of proficiency levels and to identify student performance along the continuum of progress towards proficiency in English. To be used for all EL students who take the summative LPAC, including students on individualized education plans or Section 504 plans. It was also designed to be used by content area teachers at all grade levels, ELD teachers, bilingual teachers, and special education teachers. Further, it was designed for ease of use by educators and to be aligned with the ELD standards and the performance levels for the summative LPAC. Now, taking a look at the tool, the Optel tool available using the link provided on slide is a tool that teachers can use to monitor, evaluate, and record the academic language use of EL students while engaging in content learning. It is designed for ease of use. The first 2 pages of the tool focus on the observation and capture student background and details on the instructional setting. The tool is also characterized by holistic ratings for receptive skills, or listening and reading, and expressive skills, speaking and writing. These ratings are informed by the ELD standards and the LPAC. The third page of the Optel is a parent consultation form that again begins with the student background and can be used for note-taking purpose, note-taking before, during, and after parent consultation. There is also a space for the educator and parent signatures, if available, to acknowledge discussion and decision-making about a student's readiness for reclassification. A fourth page of the Optel, not displayed here, is a glossary of terms relevant to support the use of the Optel during observation and parent consultation. It is noteworthy that the Optel observation and parent consultation form have been refined since the October information memorandum in response to feedback from the field in order to center the user experience. Further, to match the linguistic diversity in California schools, translations of the final Optel will be made into the top 5 languages: Spanish, Mandarin, Vietnamese, Cantonese, and Tagalog after its approval, to further the ability for family engagement and consultation. As noted, the Optel tool is intended to be used to satisfy Reclassification Criterion 2 as a tool for educators to use when determining and documenting a student's English language proficiency via expressive skills and receptive skills. And further, as for Reclassification Criteria 3, a parent consultation form designed to guide educators in consultation with parents of EL students regarding their progress towards English proficiency as part of the reclassification process. The validated Optel tool can also be used for the following uses: as a regular formative assessment tool to support EL student progress monitoring toward English proficiency, to inform effective language instructional practices, and by institutions of higher education that prepare teachers and educators in teacher preparation programs. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Molly Faulkner-Bond of West Ed, who will speak to the Optel validation study.
Thank you, GQ. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members. As indicated, I will now take a few minutes to summarize the field test study that West Ed implemented with the CDE in spring 2023 to help validate the Optel with a particular focus on reclassification, as this is the most high-stakes purpose for which Optel will be used. So, as discussed previously, Ed Code Section 313 lays out several specific considerations for the Optel's design and use. I won't reiterate them all again, but I will emphasize that several aspects of the field test design were explicitly in response to these legislative requirements. For example, we asked participating teachers to rate students at every LPAC overall performance level so we could determine whether the Optel can capture student performance along the continuum of progress towards proficiency. We also explicitly encouraged participants to include students with individualized education programs among those they observed during the field test. To gather evidence that the Optel can meet the legislative requirements, West Ed carried out a statewide field test from January through April of 2023. Educators anywhere in the state were invited and encouraged to participate. We asked teachers to sign up in pairs so that we would have 2 independent ratings for each student, which would allow us to get a sense of the instrument's reliability across different raters. Recruitment was done through partnership between the CDE and West Ed and involved several different strategies. The CDE sent word out through multiple listserv groups, posted a flyer on its webpage, and presented at multiple meetings and conferences with key interest holder groups such as the Bilingual Coordinators Network and Regional English Learner Specialists. CDE and West Ed also both reached out directly to known contacts to invite and encourage their participation. To reiterate a point made earlier, the Optel is not a test, so this was not a field test whose goal was to get a certain number of participants so we can estimate stable item parameters. We did want as many participants as possible, but in this case, our motivation is to get a sample that is representative of the intended population of users, which again is all teachers everywhere in California. So based on that motive, we focused on trying to get a representative range of key teacher characteristics, including where teachers are located in the state, the certifications they held, and their experience in the field. And secondarily, we also wanted to make sure that the participants tried out the Optel on a wide range of students so we can determine whether teachers are able to use it for the full population of English learner students. In terms of our teacher participants, ultimately 189 unique educators submitted Optel ratings in 75 pairs, and those 2 numbers don't match perfectly because in some cases only 1 teacher in a pair submitted ratings. We asked all participating teachers to complete a form about their background and certifications. 146 individuals completed that form. It included a few Likert-type questions asking about teachers' self-reported familiarity with California's ELD standards and ELA-ELD framework, as well as their confidence in their ability to design and deliver effective instruction for EL students. As the slide showed, nearly everyone who participated in the field test was at least somewhat familiar with these documents and at least somewhat confident. Among the 189 teacher participants, 138 reported being classroom educators. The others had roles such as coaches or specialists or principals. Among those 138 classroom teachers, the most common credential reported was a multiple subject elementary credential held by almost half the participants. Other common certifications included an ELD certification held by 1/3 of the classroom teacher participants, ELA reading or literacy at 30.4% of participants, and K-12 multiple subject at 18.8%. 15.2% reported having a bilingual cross-cultural language and academic development, or BCLAD, certification. And I'll flag here that these percentages will not add up to 100 because teachers can hold multiple certifications. In terms of teaching assignments in the year the field test took place, 61% of respondents reported teaching English language development, 52% taught English language arts, 31% taught mathematics, 28% taught science courses. And in terms of special educators in the sample, 5.1% of the classroom educator respondents reported having a special education certification, and 2.9% had self-contained special education classrooms among their assignments for 2022-23. The 189 educators who participated ultimately submitted ratings for 754 unique students. The student population was also generally representative of the state's population. 84.6% of the observed students spoke Spanish as a home language, 12.3% had IEPs, and just less than 1% participated in the summative alternate LPAC. The sample was also generally representative across grades and LPAC levels. So in terms of LPAC levels, this figure shows the statewide percentage of EL students at each overall LPAC performance level. Those are in gray, and the percentages in the field test study are in dark blue. The figure shows that our sample had slight underrepresentation at performance level 2, so we had 25% of the students in our sample compared to 31% statewide at this level, and slight overrepresentation at overall LPAC level 4, we had 24% compared to 16% statewide. And this overrepresentation at level 4 is actually helpful for our analyses, since students at level 4 are most likely to be considered for reclassification having met Criterion 1. We want to make sure that the OPTEL works for them in particular for this purpose. In terms of grade level representation, the sample included students from every grade in TK through 12. Again, statewide percentages are in gray and study percentages are in blue. The figure shows we had some underrepresentation at the youngest grades, TK through 2, and some overrepresentation in grades 7 and 10. Notably, however, students are generally less likely to reclassify in the earliest grades and more likely to reclassify in grades 3 through 6, assuming they start in kindergarten as an English learner. And we did have good representation in those grades where reclassification is most likely. The field test ultimately sought to answer 4 research questions. So the first question evaluates how consistently raters use the OPTEL to score students' ability to use grade-level academic English language in a classroom setting. The second research question examines the relationship between student OPTEL ratings and other measures or indicators of students' English language development performance, such as achievement on the summative LPAC. The third research question examines variation in student OPTEL scores by educator and student characteristics. And the fourth research question examines educators' feedback on the usability of the OPTEL. The first research question is essentially a measure of the extent to which OPTEL ratings are consistent across 2 different raters who observe the same student. To analyze this research question, we used descriptive alignment statistics and calculated inter-rater reliability for pairs of educators who observe the same student. So this figure illustrates the degree of alignment between rater pairs in their expressive ratings, and the results were similar for receptive. Along the x-axis, we have the rating provided by rater 1 in a pair, and the vertical y-axis is the rating provided by rater 2. The circles show the number of rater pairs with various combinations of ratings, and larger circles mean more pairs. We'd like to see as many ratings as possible along the central diagonal, which means that both raters chose the same rating for the same student. And indeed, that is what we see. So the largest number are in the darkest blue circles along the central diagonal. These represent 66.2% of all expressive rating pairs. We also calculated a kappa statistic, which corrects for the fact that 2 raters may agree purely by chance. We get a slightly lower percentage, 54%, but still a majority of cases and comfortably in the range of moderate agreement. We also see that when raters disagree with one another, they generally do so by only one level. So for example, one rater gives a student a level 3 and another a level 4. We call these adjacent ratings, and a little less than a third of all ratings, it was 28.7% for expressive that you're seeing here, fall into this category. These are sometimes also considered acceptable when validating an instrument, and particularly in a situation like this, they might be expected. Presumably, raters observe students on different days, in different classes, and engaging in different kinds of activities. So it would be more concerning if we were seeing lots of ratings that were off by 2 or more levels, but we see that those instances are actually quite rare, 5% of the time or less across the 2 scales, as evidenced by the smallest blue circles. We used a similar approach to answer research question 2, which looks at agreement between Optel ratings and LPAC scores. In this case, it's even more plausible that we might expect and even want to see only moderate agreement between these 2 measures, and there are a few reasons for this. The first is that the Optel and the LPAC measure and report language use and proficiency in slightly different ways. So most notably, the LPAC is a large-scale standardized assessment that students take individually. The Optel is an observation protocol used by teachers to capture information about students both individually and in interactive language use in the classroom. The second reason we might expect different outcomes on the 2 measures is that they organize information about language in slightly different ways. The LPAC produces scores in the individual domains of reading, writing, listening, and speaking, as well as composite scores in oral and written language, and an overall score reflecting all 4 domains, which is what I'll be showing results from today. The Optel, as GQ mentioned, is organized into receptive language, listening and reading, and expressive language, speaking and writing. And the third reason we might expect to see some divergence between these 2 measures is we do want to ensure that the Optel is not simply duplicating information that the LPAC is already providing. If it were, there would be little value of adding the Optel or perhaps any measure for Criterion 2. Presumably the reason that Criterion is there is because we believe that teachers have useful additional information to contribute about students' language development beyond what the LPAC can capture. So this chart shows the results of our research question 2 analysis, and the general summary is that we did find moderate agreement between the 2 measures. So in this graphic, we have bars showing the distribution of Optel ratings for students at each overall LPAC level. In each bar, the percentage that represents agreement, meaning students received the same number on the Optel and the overall LPAC, are shaded in gray. And I will caveat to say that these 2 scales are not aligned or equivalent, so a 4 on the Optel is not the same as a 4 on the overall LPAC, nor is it meant to be. But they are both the highest rating on 2 scales that are both designed to reflect the English language development standards of the state. So there's 4 things to note about this figure. First, we see that at each overall LPAC level, the most common condition is for students to have the same level on both measures. The alignment is strongest at the extremes, level 1 and 4, where it's over 50% agreement. A bit more moderate in the middle at levels 2 and 3, which is fairly typical on a scale like this. It's typically very easy to identify students who are at the very beginning and the very top of the scale, and a little more difficult in the middle. Second, we see again that most ratings that don't agree exactly are off by only 1 level. The percentage of ratings that differ by 2 or more levels is below 10% at each overall LPAC level. Third, we see that when Optel ratings and LPAC overall performance levels differ, the Optel ratings are more likely to be higher than the LPAC overall score. This is shown by the fact that the percentages above the gray regions in the figure are generally the second highest. So, for example, if we look at overall LPAC level 2, 43.2% of teachers who rated students at this level also gave them a level 2 on the Optel. And the next most common condition was to give the students a level 3 on the Optel at 31.3%. And finally, we see that the vast majority of students at LPAC overall level 4, which is the threshold for reclassification eligibility for Criterion 1, were rated at either level 3 or level 4 on the Optel. So only about 6% of all level 4 students were rated lower than 3 on the Optel. So good agreement for those students who have already met that criterion and for whom Optel ratings are most consequential. For RQ3, our goal was to provide evidence on the extent to which Optel ratings reflect actual differences in students' English language proficiency skills as opposed to factors that should not be related to their English language proficiency, such as whether the educator is familiar with the ELD standards or whether the student has an IEP or a Section 504 plan. We did this both descriptively and using multi-level regression models. We generally found no evidence of systematic variation among teachers or students. At the teacher level, we looked particularly for difference between teachers who had either an ELD or BCLAD certification or did not, to see if this affected how teachers rated similar students. We found no evidence of difference. At the student level, we found generally no evidence of differences, except for 2 exceptions related to home language and disability status. So at the 2 lowest LPAC levels, overall LPAC levels 1 and 2, we did find that teachers rated Spanish speakers about 1/3 of a point lower on the OPTEL than speakers of other home languages. We also found that among students at overall LPAC level 3, teachers rated students with an IEP about 1/2 a point lower than students without IEPs at the same LPAC level. And then finally, to gauge the feasibility and usability of the OPTEL, we asked teachers directly. So among teachers who participated in the field test, you can see that the vast majority said the OPTEL was easy or very easy to use, that it was clear or very clear how the OPTEL should be filled out, and that the OPTEL performance level descriptors were clear or very clear. The participants also overwhelmingly said that the instructional videos provided to support OPTEL use during the field test were helpful or very helpful, so something for the CDE to keep in mind as they begin implementing the OPTEL if it is approved today. In closing then, we maintain that the field test results suggest the following. The OPTEL meets the legislative requirements. OPTEL and LPAC measure similar but not identical constructs related to student English language proficiency, and that an OPTEL rating of 3 or higher would be an appropriate threshold for reclassification. I will now pass it back to GQ.
Thank you very much, Dr. Molly. Thank you. I now have the pleasure of detailing some of the benefits to students, teachers, and their families. There are various benefits for the implementation of the OPTEL tool. With regard to reclassification, teachers of EL students will have ease of access and robust guidance and support to use a validated, standardized tool to objectively observe EL students, including duly identified students, and consult with families. EL student experiences will be more consistent and equitable with the application of the OPTEL to help fulfill reclassification criteria 2 and 3. Application of reclassification can be more consistent and cohesive across classrooms, schools, and districts, reducing subjectivity during evaluation. And the OPTEL tool can be used to scaffold parent consultation, allowing teachers a common and familiar resource that can be used to facilitate and document discussions. In addition to the prescribed uses, there are additional benefits to the implementation of the OPTEL, and those include the use of the OPTEL as a formative assessment tool to monitor English language use in content areas, collect data to support English proficiency progress, and to further enhance instruction on a regular basis. The tool presents an opportunity for capacity building for all teachers, especially integrated ELD and content area teachers, to design instruction aligned to the ELD standards. The OPTEL also promotes and supports ongoing teacher collaboration around progress monitoring and effective strategies to support EL students. To further articulate the benefits, we decided to include some teacher voice here, and teachers who participated in the field test described the OPTEL in the following ways. The OPTEL helped me gain a better understanding of my students' performance in other classes other than ELD. I was able to observe and get feedback of their performance by the teacher. The tools and sheets provided were easy to follow and were helpful during the observations. Another educator shared, I believe that the tool will help classroom teachers attain a better assessment of how students are progressing in language acquisition and demonstrating their abilities. And lastly, another educator shared, I thought the language use and the categorization of levels was very accurate. I didn't have trouble deciding where students landed on the assessment. The design was very simple and clear. Teacher feedback reflected a value-added OPTEL implementation experience. Moving on to implementation and next steps. A robust plan for statewide implementation support is in development. Pending SBE approval, the CDE will make available ample resources and support for implementation. Resources under development currently include implementation presentations, including shareable presentation materials, and a webinar series in collaboration with the Region 15 Comprehensive Center to support teachers, schools, and districts. Videos and an accessible user guide detailing implementation strategies. What-if documents with student scenarios to support evaluation by teachers. In-depth explanation of the performance descriptors connected to the ELD standards. Guidance for using the OPTAL tool appropriately with students on IEPs and Section 504 plans, given their unique experiences and needs, as well as guidance for using the OPTAL tool appropriately in kindergarten, where oral language use is more developed than print language based on developmental milestones. There will also be sample scripts for consulting with parents. And lastly, input from the field will continue to inform guidance and resources to be made available by the CDE. With regard to next steps, pending SBE approval, the CDE is preparing to roll out the OPTAL, which shall include training and sharing of the OPTAL implementation resources beginning in January of 2024. We will leverage partnerships in the field to support widespread application and reach. There will also be support for statewide implementation beginning in July of 2024, but educators can access and make use of the OPTAL immediately. There is also interest in addressing the need for an alternate OPTAL aligned to the summative alternate LPAC and ELD connectors for our EL students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. In addition, the CDE will continue to explore how the OPTAL impacts reclassification by student group for all typologies of EL students, such as dually identified students and our long-term English learners. I will now hand it back to Director Morena Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you, Kekula. I will now restate the CDE's recommendation. The CDE recommends that the California SBE approve the following: the OPTAL tool to satisfy the requirements of Criterion 2, teacher evaluation of EL students, and Criterion 3, parent opinion and consultation, for reclassification decision-making for EL students who take the summative LPAC per the requirements of California Education Code Section 313 and 313.3. Based on the field test and validation study, the recommended threshold of level 3 or above on expressive and receptive OPTAL ratings for reclassification, and the authorization of CDE staff with the approval from the executive director of the SBE to make technical edits as necessary to the OPTAL tool. We thank you for your consideration. At this time, we welcome any clarifying questions about the work we've presented today.
Thank you very much. The public comment slide should be placed up there so that we can open up the queue. Those wishing to call in for public comment can use the phone number and participant access code shown there. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaisons, Member Escobedo and Member Yoshimoto Tauri, if they have any initial comments.
It's an amazing tool. I just can't wait to see it out in the field. I really appreciate the work that was conducted in conjunction with West Ed and CDE. I think we will find an enhanced efficacy for teachers with English learners, and I do believe when we looked at our results, English learners, you seem to be in the lower echelon on achievement, but I think this is a tool that can make some significant effects in how we educate our English learners. So,
thank you, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Thank you. I also wanted to just say thank you to the department and all of the practitioners and the RELs, which stands for the Regional EL leads across the state who piloted this into West Ed. Obviously, as you said, it was a 4-year process. It's an important step for California to have a validated tool that will help us calibrate for Criterion 2 and 3 for reclassification. And again, if it's approved today, then we can turn our focus to implementation and the supports for the field, which will be very important. I do want to mark that there is still parallel work to do for our students who take the summative alternative LPAC. But again, today's a significant step. I'll reserve the rest of my comments for later. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions for members of the board? Vice President Glover Woods.
Just a clarifying question on the change in the recommendation. Is there a reason why it's reading level 3 or above as opposed to level 3 or 4? Meaning, is there an anticipation in the future that there may be more than 4 levels to the OPTEL?
Your question, there's no intention to change the levels or expand the field of levels as they align to the California ELD standards and the LPAC already. It was more along the lines of clarity. So instead of naming each level 3 or above would be expectation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I think we want to, at this point, go to any public comment, either first in the room and then on the phone.
We have 3 people signed up for public comment. Will the following individuals approach the microphone? Angela Stiegel, Jessica Salko, and Lindsay Tornatori.
Good afternoon, SBE members. My name is Angela Stiegel, and I'm a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA is supportive of the recommended observation protocol for teachers of English learners, and we appreciate the inclusion of classroom educators and their feedback and input from the pilot study. CTA and the classroom teachers we represent would like to recommend that the CDE develop resources, support, and professional learning and training for educators on the effective use of the observation protocol well in advance of the aforementioned July 2024 implementation. It is in the best interest of our students and educators that this protocol is implemented with efficacy. Thank you.
Good evening, Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now. I want to thank the department and state board for their diligent work on the OPTEL. Children Now is committed to supporting the administration and the department in ensuring high quality professional development for educators in the use of the new protocol to ensure that it is used reliably as stated by the speaker before me. With the adoption of the protocol, the state will now have standardized 3 of the 4 criteria in the EL reclassification process. The 4th criterion, the basic skills assessment, remains non-standardized and therefore out of compliance with federal requirements. Local district policies vary in terms of basic skills assessments used in reclassification, including the CAS BLA assessment, STAR, iReady, and other off-the-shelf assessments. Minimum performance requirements on these locally assessed yet widely used assessments also varies. For example, some LEAs require a minimum performance of standard met on the CASP assessment, while others standard nearly met. Given this, we encourage additional study and analysis to standardize this component of the process, including exploring options to establish minimum performance standards for the commonly used assessments, compilation scores with LPAC and these commonly used assessments, or the need for this basic skills at all, given the revisions to the LPAC.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Tornatori on behalf of the California County Superintendents to share our support on the adoption of the OPTEL. We commend the CDE and West Ed for the diligent work that has gone into the development of the tool and the validation study that was shared today. We are optimistic that the tool will standardize the reclassification process across the state. And we acknowledge and appreciate the CDE's plans for implementation that were also presented today. And we have 2 specific asks that highlight elements of the CDE's plans. First, that CDE bring future items to the board on the progress of increasing the reliability of the use of the tool among practitioners. Emphasis on the finding from the study that indicated additional resources on observing students with IEPs and 504s could strengthen the tool's reliability. Second, when rollout begins, we request that it be systematic so that training on the OPTEL will reach each of the 11 California County Superintendent Service regions. Similarly to how CISC is mobilized to support framework rollouts, the CISC ELA-ELD subcommittee is standing by and available to support the CDE in this effort. Thank you for considering our input.
And there are 5 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4369. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. This is Sally Fox calling on behalf of the California Association for Bilingual Education, or CABE. I'm located in San Diego County, where I enjoyed a long career beginning as a bilingual teacher, then district EL resource teacher, and finally county office administrator. Over 20 years ago, I designed a form similar, but not as sophisticated as the OPTEL for my district, so I'm very impressed with the OPTEL. I'm happy to share that CABE submitted a letter of support for item 9, the OPTEL tool. We're grateful for the work by the SBE and the CDE in its creation, piloting, and evaluation. The standardization tool will help districts improve the reclassification process for EL students as they demonstrate their recently developed fluent English proficiency. We look forward to opportunities in the future to expand this tool's use as part of a formative assessment process within the implementation of the EL roadmap. Thank you to our State Board of Education and California Department of Education for your leadership and vision for our English learner students.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in the last 4 digits, 6647. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Leticia Garcia on behalf of the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools in support of the recommended OPTEL to satisfy criteria related to teacher evaluation and parent opinion and consultation for the reclassification of English learners. We believe this tool will help standardize this process across classrooms, across schools, and across districts in a manner that will have a positive impact on the reclassification rates of English learners. We look forward to be a partner to provide training, guidance, and supports for educators in our county to help implement the tool in a manner that is consistent and effective, easy for teachers, meaningful for parents and guardians, and beneficial for EL students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next callers, ending with the last 4 digits, 5116. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Connie Choi with Public Advocates on behalf of the LCSF Equity Coalition. Thank you for your continued work on the OPTEL. We agree that the use of the OPTEL will help to standardize criteria 2 and 3 for reclassification. I just wanted to share a few notes. Number 1, to facilitate meaningful parent consultation, please allow digital signatures for parents who participate via Zoom or telephone consultation. And 2, we appreciate the inclusion of a narrative field that allows teachers to describe accommodations included in a student's IEP that may have impacted their rating. Guidance on what accommodations are appropriate will further ensure that students' disabilities or the teacher's perceptions of such are not unreasonably precluded from reclassification. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in the last 4 digits, 1385. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Lillis. I'm Executive Director of Teach Plus California. I'm calling on behalf of our teacher leaders who are so pleased to see that the long-awaited OPTEL is ready for approval from the board and hope that it will address inconsistencies of reclassification processes throughout the state and how those inconsistencies shape and at times limit student success. We do see there are a couple of areas of refinement. Our colleagues from the Equity Coalition mentioned allowing for digital signatures to enable more meaningful engagement with parents. We also would ask that we add a date for when signatures were solicited or when the process was explained remotely so that we have better accountability and oversight of that communication. But overall, we support the adoption of the OPTEL, and we are encouraged to hear the department's plans for rollout. We agree with our colleagues at CTA and the county superintendents that is critically important, how the support and guidance goes out for implementing this. We also are encouraged to hear Board Member Yoshimoto Tauri talk about the parallel processes and sort of how we think about oversight and assess what other assessments, guidance, and legislative changes are necessary to improve reclassification. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 0394. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Manuel Buenrostro with Californians Together, and we agree that the use of the OPTEL will help to standardize criteria 2 and 3 for reclassification. We strongly recommend that districts use the OPTEL across the state to bring standardization to the two elements of the reclassification criteria, and to understand that requiring its use would need legislative authority. As for the fourth criteria, we support having a comparison of student performance and basic skills as an empirical established range of performance. And therefore, we are encouraged that the department is interested in discussing the possibility of doing a comparability study to determine if level 4 on the LPAC is predictable of EL students being able to demonstrate basic skills on the CASP, leading to a possible standardization of the fourth criteria. Again, thanks again to the staff for working on this item, and we encourage districts to use it to standardize, the hard word, to better standard, you know what I mean, to better have a standardized process. Sorry, lost the word. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 9.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I think I can open up a discussion to the board and a potential motion. Yes, Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
I spent some time reviewing this as an educator in the classroom, this OPTEL tool. I think the implementation of the OPTEL, forgot to turn on my microphone, sorry. I spent some time reviewing this OPTEL tool, and I thought it was really interesting. I think the implementation of the OPTEL tool holds great promise for educators, students, and families. It has the potential to enhance the educational experience for English learners. The benefits encompass reclassification, consistency in application, and broader educational advantages. Supporting this implementation is critical for promoting equity in education and ensuring the success of our EL students. But I have 2 questions, so maybe I'll give you one at a time. Can you provide more details on how the OPTEL tool will be integrated into teacher training and professional development programs to ensure that educators are well prepared to use it effectively for the benefit of EL students?
Thank you for the one question at a time. I will address that piece. We are definitely working with our BCN in particular that includes IHE representatives with bilingual programs. And so we plan to leverage that relationship and also engage additional IHEs in determining how the guidance for teacher preparation programs might shape out. But we're definitely interested, and we definitely have plans to have those conversations. So I appreciate that.
Okay, great. And I also had some concerns, especially with callers and some of the people present in our room today. It says, how will the state ensure that the OPTEL implementation maintains a strong focus on equitable access and support for all EL students, including those with unique needs, such as students with IEPs and 504 plans?
We are working with our special education division as well as external partners. We've talked to AXI, and we have additional forums that AXI suggested with regard to supporting teachers of students with special education needs. We also have in our plans specific guidance that's under development to service students on IEPs and 504 plans. With respect to the specific category of students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, the OPTEL as it's currently designed, when it was initiated, two things. Number one, it could not be validated for that particular student group because of the N size was too small. There wasn't enough participation by that student group. But when it was conceived, the OPTEL was designed pre-Alt LPAC, and so it's connected to the original General Summative LPAC. And so in the future, we definitely have in our sights an interest in furthering the conversation around the development of a potential alternate OPTEL to support.
Great, thank you so much for that.
Any other? Yes, Member Yoshimoto Tauri. And did I see another hand over here? No. Okay.
Just if you could elaborate on a timeline for a similar OPTEL process for students who are taking the summative alternative LPAC.
Thank you for the question. We don't have a definitive timeline because it would be very dependent upon the allocation of funds for that particular purpose. So we have in the works in-depth support for students, for teachers of students on IEPs and 504s, but with respect to that particular audience, we recognize that there are some limitations to the types of guidance that we can provide. However, our intent is to support those educators by indicating that they should stay the course, the tools and the resources they're already employing to support Criterion 2 and Criterion 3, we would advise that they continue to do so until an alternate OPTEL may become available.
Thank you. I would hope that would be part of the next update when it comes to the board. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yes, Member Rodriguez.
So I just want to commend all of the work that has gone into this. It seems a very complete protocol, and I especially love the boxes with the IEP, like, you know, what accommodations were made, and keeping that very present and very much at the forefront. So kudos to the whole team and all of our partners who have definitely had input in standardizing this process and hopefully having it be more uniform throughout the state of California. Thank you.
All right, with that, do I have a motion? Yes, Member Escobedo?
Yes, I'd like to motion to approve CP and following points. One, the OPTEL tool. Thank you. Yeah, she has me trained well. She has me trained well. Thank you so much. Okay. My motion is to approve the following: to approve the OPTEL tool to satisfy the requirements of Criterion 2 and 3 for reclassification decision-making for English learner students, and recommend a threshold of 3 or above on receptive and receptive OPTEL ratings for reclassification, and also to authorize the CDE staff with approval from the executive director of the CBE to make technical edits as necessary to the OPTEL tool.
Second.
Yoshimoto Tari, are you seconding? All right. With that, all in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. All right. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Y'all are getting silly over there. I do want to just ask, as we're concluding this item, that the recommendations around, for example, electronic signatures for parents who are Zooming in and so on, that those are things that can be included in considerations. Thank you very much. All right. At this point, we are going to go to our consent agenda. We are going to take up regular consent items 10 through 14. I do understand that members Escobedo and Yoshimoto Tari need to recuse themselves from this vote. Don't go far. You'll need to come back in very shortly. We'll now open the phone line for the queue for public comment. And we need the public comment slide up there on consent items 10 through 14. Thank you. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on consent items 10 through 14 may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code shown on the slide. Are there any speakers signed up for public comment in person?
There are none.
Great. And then we'll give it just a half a minute of wait time here. Is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay. At that point, since there's no public comment, I'll look for a motion on consent items 10 through 14. Do I have a motion? Jim, you're nodding. Okay. Member McQuillan has moved, and do I have a second? Thank you, Member Osco-Gonzalez. And we'll see if there's any board discussion. Is there any, oops, we don't have to have board discussion on this. Okay, show of hands for all those in favor. Member Rodriguez, are you voting? Yes. All right, we are all voting. Vote early and often. And any abstentions or nays? 2 abstentions? Right, those were recused. That's it. Motion carries. Thank you. And now we're going to reopen item 1. Let's get members Escobedo and Yoshimoto-Tari back in. Okay, we are reopening item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions, draft September 2023 minutes, the SBE Screening Committee recommendations for appointments to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, the Advisory Commission on Special Education, the Advisory Commission, the California Practitioners Advisory Group, and the Instructional Quality Commission, and then to report on our liaison assignments. Again, we want the public comment slide up, please, and thank you. While we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do I have a motion from a board member to approve the September 2023 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action / meeting minutes? Member Olken. Is there a second? Member Lewis. Thank you very much. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
Yes, we do have one speaker. Sorry, I don't have the paper, so I don't have his name, but. Oh.
On the minutes?
Oh, this is the minutes, yes.
No.
Yes.
Just the minutes.
Just the minutes.
So no comments on the minutes.
And no callers either.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I do not have in my script a vote at this moment, so we will save that. Should there be? Okay, we should take a vote.
Oh, wait, on the minutes? We already had the first and second. So yeah, we just need to take a vote.
Yeah, it's just not in here. I thought maybe we were saving the vote. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. Minutes pass. We're now moving to the State Board Screening Committee, recommendations for appointment to the ACCS, the ACSE, the CPAG, and the IQC. And if you can recall all of those, you get some kind of a medal. We're now going to take up the State Board Screening Committee's recommendations for appointments to those commissions. And we need the public comment slide up again. And we'll open the phone line for public comment on those appointments. Members of the public wishing to provide comment can do so by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is there now. And while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, I'll ask Vice President Glover Woods, who has chaired this year's process, to share the recommendations from the State Board Screening Committee regarding appointments to all of those commissions and advisory groups.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. Just to let the board know, the screening committee met this fall to recruit for the positions that were shared earlier. The screening committee includes myself as well as board members Escobedo and Lewis. We also had a lot of great support from CDE and SBE liaisons and staff to assist with both the paper screening and the interviews. The request for applications for new members to the Instructional Quality Commission, California Practitioners Advisory Group began in August, and we, as we had with the students, a great group of applicants. So I'd like to share with you those that the screening committee is recommending for appointment to the respective commissions. For appointment to the Instructional Quality Commission, the screening committee selected the following candidates for the IQC for a 4-year term, which would begin January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2027. Lena Delgado Bradshaw, who is a math and science program specialist, teacher on special assignment with the ABC Unified School District. We have Jackie Durant, English Language Arts program specialist, teacher on special assignment with the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Cheryl Fry, who's a curriculum instruction coordinator with Menifee Unified School District. And Javier Hernandez, English Language Arts teacher, teacher on special assignment with the Montebello Unified School District. We also recruited for the 24-25 IQC student member, and we're recommending Catherine Verando for appointment to the one-year term for our student members on the IQC. Her term would start September 1st, 2024, and go through August 31st, 2025. Catherine is currently a junior at Aliso Niguel High School in the Capistrano Unified School District. For appointment to the California Practitioners Advisory Group, before I share the names, I want to just be sure that we center and understand how these positions are actually screened for and how the recommendations come forward. We are required to meet the requirements of the Every Student Succeeds Act, and the Every Student Succeeds Act specifies the type of positions that we would recruit for. Principals and other school leaders, teachers from traditional public schools, teachers from charter schools, and charter school leaders. The CPAG composition requirements are set by the Every Student Success Act because it does serve as California's state Title I committee of practitioners. So those that the screening committee will be recommending fall within what is required from that particular ESSA Act. So the screening committee recommends the following CPAG members for reappointment for a 2-year term, which would start January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2025. And again, just a reminder that those being recommended are filling seats that will be vacated that are required by the ESSA. We have Sunya Radi Bunchoy, Superintendent from Winters Joint Unified School District. Mia Cooper, Instructional Tutor Special Education Accountability Student Records from San Bernardino City Unified School District. And those were being recommended for reappointment for a 2-year term. The screening committee is recommending the following individuals for appointment to CPAG for a 3-year term, which would start January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2026 for the 4 vacant positions that will be available. Angela Pasquale, teacher, Stockton Unified School District. Matt Patterson, Director of Student Services, Visions and Education Charter School. Joshua Salas, who's a lead resource specialist and teacher at Alliance Renee and Meyer Luskin Academy. And Charlotte Vega, Assistant Principal, Corona Norco Unified School District. We also have some other reappointments for a couple of other commissions. Reappointment to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. The committee is recommending that the following members be reappointed for a 2-year term, which would start January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2025. Those sitting commissioners are Derek King, Superintendent of Excelsior Charter Schools, as well as Mike Walsh, CEO, Beacon Services. We're also recommending reappointment to the Advisory Commission on Special Education for 2 of their existing commissioners. These will be reappointed for a 4-year term starting January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2027. They are Christine Oyakawa, Board President for Teach Another Language to Kids, and Barbara Sorter, Administrator Special Education, Career Vocational Education with the Riverside County Office of Education. So those are the candidates that we are bringing forward to you for approval of appointment or reappointment. Thank you very much.
Member Lewis, do you have any comments you'd like to offer? Having done some of the very hard work of screening all of these applicants.
It was very hard work. We had an amazing leader that guided us and shepherded us to the promised land, and she did a great job. She did an awesome job, and I really marvel with the commitment of the candidates and the real focus to enhance student learning throughout our state. So really also am pleased that so many people are so willing to serve.
think I'll just leave us at the promised land.
Okay.
No, I think we had, as already mentioned, a lot of great candidates, and it's great to participate in this process, and grateful to the individuals out there who apply to be a part of this.
And any clarifying questions about the process or the candidates? All right, then we're going to see if there's any public comment.
We have one person in the room, Steve McDougall.
Folks, members of the board, Steve McDougall with CFT. Regarding the Practitioners Advisory Group, I understand the purpose, I understand the statute, both with the feds, and I understand what you've carried out in recent years. But I just want you to recognize the agency of voice and the weighting of representation on that group. You have 7 or 8 administrators, both at the site or district level, representing the voice of about 17,000 people. But you only have 1 traditional classroom teacher from a traditional public school representing the voice of hundreds of thousands of practitioners who are out there doing the work now. That's unlike the work that it has been 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and certainly 20 years ago. You can change the dynamics of representation as long as you meet all the requirements of those positions. I recommend you add more traditional classroom-based teachers to the Practitioner Advisories Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. Do we have?
There are no callers in the queue.
Thank you so much. So at this point, I'm open for board discussion. I am curious about the comment that was just made in terms of whether the size of the group is set and how we want to think about the representation questions.
And I would say I think that is something that we may need to look at. I know that when we review for the vacant positions, we tend to review for those positions and not the vacant positions on the commission, but the positions that those people hold. I'm sure there can be conversation on composition to ensure that those that are required are on the commission, on CPAG, but also if there is space to expand, I think that is conversation that can be had.
I think we'll pursue that conversation. Thank you. With that, any further board member discussion? And then I need motion. Oh, Member Ayapan, I saw you lean in. Were you about to, no? Would you like to make a motion? All right. Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Any further board discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. Anybody say nay or abstain? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you, Vice President Glover Woods, Member Escobedo, Member Lewis, for all of the work that went into that process. And now we're going to invite the state board members to report on their liaison activities that are not related to any of the items on our September agenda. This is our November agenda. Lost a couple of months in there. Not on our agenda today either. And I'm going to do this alphabetically, beginning with the alphabetically privileged student member Ayapan.
So over the past 2 months, I've been maintaining the connections that my predecessors formed during their term as.
Do you have your red light on?
Yes, I do. Oh, now it's working.
Okay, good.
I've been maintaining the connections my predecessors formed during their term as a student board member in order to utilize the existing networks of student leaders to connect with diverse populations from diverse regions across the state, as well as to expand that network. So I've met with students who are part of student organizations like Generation Up, the California Association of Student Councils, as well as district youth advisory boards and their student board members. I had the opportunity to talk to some first-time student board members on their district and offer them some support and engage in discussions with them, introduce them to LCAP and all of those processes. And that was through trainings hosted by the California Association of Student Councils. And through all of these avenues, I've been able to talk about the LCAP during presentations and one-on-ones, making students aware of it and seeking feedback. And I've just engaged with students on a variety of issues they have shared with me, and I thought I would mention some of the ones that stood out just because of how often they were brought up. Students have spoken about how demoralizing the emphasis we put on tests can be, which I think is just relevant as we look at CASP assessment data to bridge achievement gaps and close the learning loss that happened because of the pandemic, but also recognizing that student learning can be demonstrated in several ways that is not just through tests. So that's just important to keep in mind as we do that work. And another issue that I had the chance to discuss with a few students who actually reached out to me about avenues that they could pursue this through student advocacy was regarding teacher shortages, which has been affecting students across the state, across the nation, very directly in their classrooms. And students wanted to learn how they could be a part of that change, and I know a lot of that has to do with how we choose to allocate funding, and a lot of that is very local. But students do a lot of work with career and technical education at their schools through seminars that was talked about through the student advisory board delegations. So some of the solutions we've been kind of brainstorming just with student leaders is having students promote the profession of teaching more towards this generation, because it's just so important. And if we're looking at this long term, we need more people who want to be teachers and making sure that they know about what the state is doing in terms of the Golden State Pathways program, and that there is support for people who want to become teachers, and that it's such a noble pursuit as well. So re-emphasizing all of that will be a big part of that conversation among students. And finally, many of the students I've been meeting with are all student leaders, and it's wonderful to connect with them and listen to their insights. And while that is true, I recognize that many times their experiences aren't representative of our underserved populations who face barriers in taking on leadership roles, which leads to inequity in student voice due to barriers like language, finances, transportation, all of that. So in addition to meeting with district student board members and youth advisory groups and councils, I've been asking these student leaders to connect me with or share my information with students who don't serve in leadership roles or formal leadership roles. And it's sometimes a difficult request to fulfill because of the barriers I previously mentioned. But at the very least, I hope for it to promote or prompt other student leaders to think about listening to those who often go unheard, so that collectively we can work towards breaking those barriers and ensuring equity in student voice and representation. So that's all I wanted to share for this.
All right, thank you very much. Member Escobedo.
October was an amazing month. October 25th through the 27th was the National Association of State Board of Education annual conference, and we always hear that California leads the way, and it was so evident during that conference. And I know many of our colleagues were there, and they'll share their perspective. But I was so pleased just to be with my colleagues and hear just amazing leaders and the recognition California received. First, Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond got the highest honor that this association is able to bestow as the 2023 Policy Leader of the Year. Just an amazing accomplishment. They recognize Dr. Darling-Hammond for her policy leadership, not only in California, but nationally. And, her voice was so powerful. She started off our conference and throughout the conference, people just said, how lucky are you, to have such an amazing leader guiding your state in creating an environment where all students can learn in a very safe, meaningful way. So, and also during the conference, our amazing, your predecessor, Naomi Porter, was awarded the Distinguished Student Service Award. It was the first award ever awarded to a student. And Naomi earned it. And what an amazing accomplishment, not only for Naomi, but for the state of California, how she laid the pathway for you, Anya, and left a legacy for many student representatives along the way. So truly, it was an amazing conference. We had, I believe, over 28 states out of the 50 states represented, and it was, I was proud to be a Californian in that conference. Yeah.
I want to note that Francisco was our liaison to NASB, and they thanked us over and over again for him. So we appreciate you. Vice President Glover Woods.
I just wanted to share, again, some more great work that is happening at the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. They continue to support what is going on in the field through resources, and a couple that I want to lift up to you today. One is the statewide system of support online directory. This is a tool that I had opportunity to kind of interact with and really kind of puts the statewide system of support at your fingertips. If you want to know who is doing what, you can go ahead and manipulate through that searchable directory and get the information. There are a lot of hyperlinks and to initiative websites and various things that would be very, very helpful. And this is just to ensure that access to the statewide system of support, again, is more accessible to everyone throughout the state as they work to help support LEAs and improve outcomes for students. The other that I do want to share with you is about a podcast that they are now doing, the Rising from the Margins podcast, lifting up bright spots like the community engagement and learning acceleration systems grant. So there are some really great resources that the CCE provides. Their staff works very diligently to be sure that the resources are accessible to those in the field and that they are useful to those in the field. Thank you very much.
They have all the names of the different, county offices in various places with the names of the people who are doing the work, and you can just click through and get a hold of folks. It's really lovely. Member Lewis.
Okay. Just a brief comment about NASB. Our president has already been recognized, as well as Naomi, but I also want to give a shout out to our vice president, Vice President Glover Woods, and also to our member Allison Yoshimoto Tauri, and also to Francisco for their role. Vice President Glover Woods was on the panel for school accountability and the whole child, and I'm telling you, she was a rock star and really represented us well, as member Yoshimoto Tauri on hers with California School Partnerships, Community School Partnerships, and member Escobedo did a great job being the moderator of that. So I think, as already been said, California was well represented, and I was also proud to be a member of this board and also be a citizen of California as well, and be a small part of the work that's being done to improve our students' experience. So I'll give my liaison report. Both Vice President Glover Woods and I are the liaisons for the Instructional Quality Commission. And we last met on September the 20th, and there were 2 items on the agenda for approval. The first being the proposed revised 2024 IQC meeting dates, and the second being approval of the proposed revised guidance for local instructional material adoptions. And that document was previously known as the Guidelines for Piloting Textbooks and Instructional Materials. And at that meeting, members of the IQC provided a lot of input on those draft guidelines, and they also made some additional recommendations for edits to bring to the meeting in November, which will take place next week. And the agenda for that meeting on the 15th will include the following. The updated proposed revised guidelines for local instructional materials adoptions is on the agenda, as well as a few new action items related to the state level maths instructional materials adoption. The schedule of significant events, the online instructional materials review application, and the standards and evaluation criteria maps. And prior to taking action on the state level adoption items, the commissioners will receive an overview of instructional materials, the instructional materials adoption process, and then an open discussion on the proposed materials will follow that. And then the subcommittee will determine whether the items are ready to move forward to the State Board of Education for review at an upcoming meeting. And the next, as I said, the next meeting will take place next week on the 15th, and it will be in person at the CDE and will be broadcast via live stream for those who are not able to attend. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Member McQuillan.
All right. I'll try to be brief here. My first report is on the career technical education. I'm the liaison for that. To support the implementation of the California Plan for Career Technical Education, CDE and the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office held a series of regional convenings throughout the state of California. The 10 regional implementation meetings were held at local agencies and community colleges and span both rural and urban areas. The teams brought together to strengthen cross-section of partnerships and enhance a regional implementation structure based on the priorities aligned with the goals of the state plan. The California Joint Advisory Committee will hear an overview of these regional convenings at our next meeting coming up on November 20th. The other Golden State Pathways program that's involved in the CTE program is a $500,000 new program that will have a competitive grant program that was established in 2022, promotes the pathways in high wage, high skill, high growth areas, and encourages collaboration between local education agencies, higher education, employers, allowing students to advance seamlessly from high school to college and career. The $500 million state investment for Golden State Pathways program has $25 million that can be awarded to lead technical assistance centers and to support LEAs. Those regional technical assistance centers are now posted on the Golden State Pathways program website. We anticipate the Golden State Pathways program implementation and planning grants will be released this winter, 24-25. The other funding source, the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, request for applications for round 9 of the CTIG was released on August 7th, and applications were due on September 29th. CDE received over 400 applications, and we anticipate bringing those applications here to the State Board in January 2024. The other liaison position I have is to the statewide Model Curriculum Coordinating Council. As the liaison to that Curriculum Coordinating Council, I'm happy to give a report today. The council consists of members of the CDE, California State Board of Education, the Instructional Quality Commission, and California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. The Council was authorized in 2021 to review the development of 4 model curricula: Native American Studies, Hmong History and Cultural Studies, the Vietnamese American Refugee Experience, and what was formerly referred to as the Cambodia Genocide. That was changed under SB 369 to repurpose the content requirements of the 2 model curricula. The Southeast Asian model curricula are being developed by Orange County Office of Education and will be completed by September 1st, 2024. The Native American Studies curriculum is being developed jointly by San Diego County Office of Ed and Humboldt County Office of Ed and will be completed by September 1st, 2025. I can go on and on, but I think I've taken enough time. The third area is, I just want to acknowledge this is American Indian Heritage Month here in November, and we appreciate all the LEAs and boards that have adopted that, and the teachers who are doing extra lessons around Heritage Month. So, thank you.
Member Olson, you're up.
Thank you. I wanted to just start by reflecting on a conversation that I had with some folks in a variety of schools in San Francisco recently about the heaviness of the current times with the violence and wars going on and the just really deep loss and fear and anger that is being felt among many, many people, and how much that's playing out, how hard that is in schools where the communities are, living together peacefully and trying to figure out how to deal with these hard emotions. And I just want to shout out to all the people in schools who are dealing with that right now, and trying to provide a safe space for young people when the world doesn't feel super safe. So that's the first thing. I've been thinking about that today, especially hearing the students speak. And then more specifically to my liaison role, I've thankfully also got to think about this in terms of one of the things we heard from the students today. One of my roles is I'm the liaison for environmental literacy, as you know, because I talk about it every time. I've been able to participate in meetings of the Climate Change and Environmental Justice Project, which is a statewide effort to create interdisciplinary curricular units at every grade level that link climate change, environmental justice, environmental literacy standards to real-world projects and applications so that students they're experiencing this work firsthand, and they're seeing how there's a link between what they're learning in school and real and everyday problems around the globe. And so I was thinking about how this is very much in line with the proposal we heard about the global affairs, wanting there to be more specific emphasis on global affairs education in our schools, and so I was feeling like we're on the right track with this particular project. And then just one other thing to note on that project is President Darling Hammond starts almost every meeting reminding us of the way in which climate is affecting climate and other types of emergencies and disasters are affecting kids' ability to be in school and the safety, getting to school. And so there was recently a report that came out from the Smithsonian Science Education Center, which contracted with Gallup to conduct a study of U.S. K through 12 teachers, as well as teachers in Brazil, Canada, France, and India. And the intent was to gauge attitudes toward and demand for teaching environmental literacy and climate change topics. And sort of not surprisingly, the demand and the desire to do that type of work is on par in our country as it is in other places. However, there was a real sense, the data suggested that there's a real sense that in the United States, it's harder to get the material that you need to do that work well. And so there were a lot of teachers up to 80% said they want to do that work in their classrooms, but they don't have the materials and the know-how to support kids in that learning. And so I just wanted to go back and say how important this work around building these curricular units is, because the goal is that every student will have the ability every year in K through 12 to be working on a curriculum unit that's a project based on environmental literacy, climate change, and environmental justice, and see how they can impact that work. So, and then the other, just quickly, I'm continuing to attend an ever-quickening number of meetings about the statewide IEP template as we work to have a draft ready by December to begin to get feedback. And so the idea of that project is to be able to create an updated IEP template that would be available statewide, that we would hope would be adopted broadly, that really focuses on ensuring that students and families can understand and are part of the process, and that the process and the document itself really supports teaching and learning. So it's a useful tool for teaching. And so I'm excited about that project, and it's making rapid strides. And I think I'll stop there for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Well, my remarks in regards to my assessment liaison committee were made earlier when we discussed item 5. However, I do want to mention that while at the NASB conference, it was evident that the California's commitment to education as reflected in our state priorities and dashboard indicators is truly inspiring. I found myself repeating to our counterparts in other states that the dashboard is not just data, it's a roadmap to better teaching and a brighter future for our students. The dashboard is an invaluable tool providing accessible, actionable data for informed decisions that support educational improvement and align with the state's goals and priorities. And everyone was so impressed. I think they asked most of our board members about it and wanted to see further explanation about it. So I'm so proud of the work the CDE has done on that dashboard. And since I know it so well, I enjoyed talking about it. So that's it.
Hot topic. Thank you. Member Portillo Brownson.
So I'm going to pick up on Member Olkin's theme around green schools and recognize that California has a number of California Green Ribbon School awardees, and both Member Olkin and I got to actually go out and meet the winners and tour their actual school sites. This is part of the Green Strides Tour, which is jointly held by the California Department of Education and the U.S. Department of Education. And this year's awardees were focused on schools for climate solutions. It was a really interesting cross-section of schools. We visited Los Altos High School, which is, they were all sort of in the Northern Cal Bay Area, San Jose area, which had stunning, beautiful LEED buildings, incredibly well-integrated coursework, and really thoughtfully planned out campaigns to make sure that kids don't get driven or drive to school, but instead bike to school as a really easy and accessible ways for kids to participate in their own climate solutions. We also visited Woodside Priory School, another awardee, which had incredible energy tracking sort of mechanisms to look at how their different HVAC systems and different buildings used energy, overused energy, and how they could actually capture it, and also by far the prettiest bioswales that I've seen for groundwater and rainwater reclamation. And then the last one I'll just lift up, which was sort of a different type of sustainability approach, which was at Redwood High School, where it's a continuation school, and it is a school that has higher numbers of socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And one of the students there told us, sustainability means to me that when we were all locked down and food was scarce, we went to the school and we could grow our food and we could feed our families, which I think is such a impactful and personal definition of sustainability that I think really just brought home the different visions of what sustainability could mean to different schools and students. My second assignment, and I feel like I should turn to Sarah, is on early learning. And as many of you'll recall, we have the Universal Pre-K Mixed Delivery Work Group, which is tasked with providing recommendations for increasing access to high-quality universal preschool options for 3s and 4s in a mixed delivery system. For our September and October work group meetings, we were looking at what other states have done to support quality and access through mixed delivery, and also thinking about what California could borrow from states that have similar challenges, but also similar learnings that we could apply here at home. We are hurtling towards the finish line in 2024 for the final recommendations, and those will be forthcoming soon. And this concludes my report.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. I have a few updates from CTC, and I also wanted to share about the state's incredible investment in national board certification at our high-need schools. CDE has posted the application for the third round of National Board Certification Subsidy Awards. Through this opportunity, teachers at any school with 55% or more high-need students, this is the majority of the state schools, by the way, can receive an award of $2,500 to obtain their national board certification. And funds allowing, once they are board certified, they can receive incentive grants of up to $5,000 a year for 5 years for continued service in a priority school. The application closes on January 10th. At its last meeting, the CTC had a very productive discussion about the Teacher Performance Assessment, known as TPA. Just wanted to say that because of the acronyms. And the agency will be exploring measures to improve California's flagship educator assessment. As a performance assessment, the TPA is designed to more accurately assess an educator's candidate's readiness than any paper or pencil examination. And there are ways it can be improved to lessen the administrative onerousness on candidates and connect meaningfully with educator preparation and induction. I also wanted to lift up the CTC's new roadmap for teaching. These new web pages are featured on the Commission's homepage and vastly improve credential pathway information to prospective educators. They feature clinically rich pathways and are supported by new career counselors ready to support individuals to pursue the pathway and credential that makes most sense for them. Please check them out and help spread the word. And lastly, while I didn't attend NASB, it sounded wonderful. And however, prior to the conference, I was the chair for the public education position, high school redesign, right? There were two, and high school redesign was one of them. And I'm happy to report that our work was approved unanimously by the Delegate Assembly, which convened on Saturday, 1028. So very excited to share that. Thank you.
And now, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
I was always last in elementary school with the.
We'll start with you next
I'm
time.
okay with that. I'm comfortable with that. Thank you. Thank you. Don't feel sorry for me. I don't feel sorry for myself. All right. So I had two liaison reports today. One on the Advisory Commission for Special Education. And I was just very proud that we seated 2 new student commissioners at the Advisory Commission this past month. And it's a result of SB 291. And they are just phenomenal young people. So we wanted to celebrate them. And I don't have enough time today in the liaison report to go into detail, but I just wanted to mention 3 resources that were mentioned at the ACSI that you may want to look up for anybody listening. One is the Family Empowerment Centers. 2 is the Youth Leadership Forum for students with disabilities that helps 10th, 11th, and 12th graders celebrate disability history, culture, community, and prepare for post-secondary. And the 3rd is listen to this title, Moving Beyond Inclusion Toward Rightful Presence, Building the Foundation for Restorative Educational Ecosystems. And that comes from Swift's 10-point paradigm. So for anyone interested in restorative educational ecosystems, that's something to look up, Swift's 10-point paradigm. And the second is on the civic engagement work. And in the next, I welcome everyone to look again at the State Seal of Civic Engagement webpage. In the next few weeks, we will have the districts who have requested insignias for their students post their data, have their data posted there. And there are tons of resources on that website for anybody interested in improving civic engagement for students. And another website is the California Serves program. And that is a grant that is designed to support development of effective service learning programs for our young people. And the legislature, thank you, has allocated additional funding for a second grant cycle for fall and winter of 2023-24. So please check the California Serves website for timelines and details regarding that. And then lastly, regarding civic engagement, it was mentioned recently that 4 of our districts were highlighted in doing amazing civic learning work. So Anaheim Union High School District, Fresno Unified School District, Riverside Unified, and Salinas Union High School District. So it's always an opportunity to celebrate great work happening out there. Thank you.
And I am actually last, so you can feel less alphabetically challenged. But I gave part of my report during my president's report, but I do want to note on this question of both climate issues that have been brought up and the ways in which students get an opportunity to engage with them. We have been working, the CDE staff and state board representation with ETS around the innovative assessments, and we'll have something coming to the board at some point. And one of the things that a number of states are doing that is likely to be a part of their report, because they've been looking into it. They've been looking into what kind of performance tasks are available in science. Many states are developing banks of tasks that are really curriculum units that have a project-based assessment in them. Washington State is doing a whole bank around climate learning, and we've had a chance to look at their tasks and to think about what we might want to be doing in California. So I just want to put a little flag that, coming soon, may be some supports for that kind of work in our curriculum as well. We do have standards around climate, teaching and learning, but making it real, creating the context, the units, the supports for teachers is a really important point. I'm glad that it was brought up. And I just love the term rightful presence. That is really powerful. Something for us to aspire to for all of our students. And with that, I now adjourn I have to do public, I'm sorry, yes. Thank you. Back to the script. Tomorrow, the SBE will meet in closed session to discuss and/or take action on the following legal matters: Kayla J. versus State, Mark S. versus State, Vista Charter Public Schools versus SBE. I hereby continue the meeting and end today's session at 4:48 p.m. and look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. All right, see you then.